Just waiting for U.S. initial jobless claims to come through here for last week. 232,000 versus 235,000 from last week. So 232 versus 235, moving in the right direction. Last week, remember, it was higher than expected on that number. The market, however, downside after this. About 15 minutes ago, we got that ADP employment change number, 278,000 versus 170 expected there. It is down, however, on a month-over-month basis, 296 last month, so 278 still higher than expected, unfortunately, for that. Coming up later this morning at 9:45, the first timestamp you want to make a note of, the S&P manufacturing PMI number will come through. Then at 10, we'll get ISM manufacturing PMI as well, 47 expected on that. The ISM one typically more closely watched than the S&P number, but both could move the market depending on how they come out. Otherwise, we're talking about debt ceiling bill that got passed from the House yesterday will now go to the Senate. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to get through the Senate and hopefully signed into law. Before we get to this, now it's June 5th that everyone's talking about as the drop dead date for this debt ceiling issue. So hopefully that can get done and behind us and the market can move on. Overall, we were starting a little bit positive on the morning, but back to the downside we go. A ton to talk about this morning as far as earnings are concerned. Retailers under pressure following Macy's numbers. Chewy looking pretty good so far. We got CrowdStrike. We got a ton of things, including Lucid to the downside on another offering coming through from the Saudi PIF fund. So we'll touch on that as well. It's June. Can you believe it's June? It's Thursday, June 1st, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Going to be an interesting day here as we get going. Market back to the upside here on that initial jobless claims, it would appear. Market initially downside on the ADP number, but here we go, back to positive already for the NASDAQ and the S&P. It has been an interesting morning, though. A ton of headlines to get through, a ton of earnings to get through this morning. Busiest day of the week by far. There are a few notable names coming up this evening as well, including Lululemon, which is also typically a good trade around earnings.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye plastered to see what they say about margins, because last time around they said they didn't actually have to cost cut in order to maintain margins. They didn't have to sell things at a discount. That may be different this time around with Macy's coming out and saying that consumers are spending much less on luxury goods. I want to see what Lulu does.
All right, just hearing in my ear here from our friends over at Financial Juice, the U.S. labor cost number that came out there at 8:30 down significantly. So that's this number here. U.S. labor cost was expected to be 6%, comes out 4.2%. So that's indicating that wage increases are actually declining, even though we're getting more job listings, 278 versus 170,000 there for the ADP number. But this number seems to be helping the market a little bit, 4.2% versus 6%. For the labor costs on that revised number, guys. So back to the upside we go. Positive already. Once again, see if we can't hold on to it here. Again, this debt ceiling in focus. Debt ceiling bill now off to the Senate for approval.
Yes, sir. Market, it's teetering back and forth. Are we up? Are we down? What are we going to be? But this is going to be, it's a crowded day of earnings, to be sure. So it's going to be a lot for us to chew through here on this day. And I think it's going to be a lot of volatility, like volatility in individual names. So regardless of what happens over in the Qs, maybe we get another, I don't know, like a $3 range in there or something like that. I can see a bit of a sell day in reaction to sort of what we saw yesterday. A lot of stocks were at some pretty decent top levels and resistance levels and had the inability to punch through them. So you could get a little bit of that today, especially in some of the bigger tech names. I mean, Amazon has a big wall of 123, and that could be interesting. So there's a lot of names that fit in that category. However, when you look at something like a Chewy, which is in potential breakout mode on multiple time frames, and you look at something like a C3 AI, which is down significantly after its report, and you got to be able to pick and choose the right names that are going to be moving today. So even if some of the big tech names could be a little bit range bound, there's going to be some explosive moves out there. Chewy, I don't want to say they blew it out of the water, but quite certainly out of all the earnings names today, this is one of the ones to watch, and it's at a pretty big level. Looking at this 36 on the daily chart there. So I know this is going to might be eyeballs on it. C3AI could squeeze, but I'm thinking fade it. There's two worlds right now. When it comes to AI, there was pre-NVIDIA and there's post-NVIDIA. Because it was all the hype in the world around all of the AI, blah, 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 and it didn't matter. All you had to do was say it in your conference call or all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, AI washing, that's the term that I know Sharif is coining out there, so I'm going to steal that from him. But then NVIDIA came out with actual numbers showing you this is the nuts and bolts, baby, and look at our guide forward because it's happening for us. C3AI, they didn't have a bad quarter, but it didn't do what NVIDIA did. It's not enough. And that's why they're down that 18%. Could squeeze today. I could be wrong about that. I'm looking to fade some pops in this here today. I just feel like, and Salesforce probably fell into a little bit of that as well. It wasn't enough to just talk about it on the call. You had to be a little bit more concrete. So that's maybe why Salesforce is down a little bit, despite the fact that I thought they had a pretty good quarter. So this is two worlds, man. And NVIDIA was just so good that you have to understand that times have changed when it comes to AI. Just can't be saying it over and over again.
Yeah, I don't know how many times C3A or AI was mentioned in CRM's conference call, but I'm just getting the sticky note out right now. How many times? 57? Yeah, that should have rallied it. Yeah, welcome. We got Tesla 203 right now, looking to go even higher now today. It's down, but we're going to watch out for some 204 prints coming through here on Tesla, trying to break through above, well, that's 207. Our charts aren't the greatest right there. But there it is right there, 204. Let's see if we can take that level. Goes all the way back a couple days into the morning time. There's 204 coming through on Tesla. We'll see if it can take that. I really like the long there. And I'm going to go the other way on AI. I want to go long down here on C3AI. I didn't even pay for shorts to try to stay away from the short. But again, big move down. Let's just see if it can baseline. I mean, it's all the way back to where it was last week. This is not like this is a huge move. We just had 2 days back and forth. So just coming back down, we talked about what could their earnings actually be, and obviously not great. But they did secure some bookings moving forward into 2024. That's good. AI still all the rage, and I still like C3AI here. So it's back down to VWAP on the 1 minute. You're down here. We're not going to get near 24, but I just want to see a base. And I actually wrote down on the sticky note 32 long. So we're right here right now. Let's just wait to see what happens. It's going to be a wild one on the bell, and to step into it early I think would be a mistake regardless. Here is the, I didn't even look at this yet today. So Ford's there as a buy. We like Ford, but still near 12 bucks. We bought at 11.50. We're not selling that. That's a long-term play. And then there's AI, obviously, with the sell and balance of 300. So that's a pretty decent sell in balance, more than about 15% of their total volume right now. So we'll see. Some interesting names on here, but not too much. WeWork still in business. Yes, that is correct. Wow, now 17 cents. Okay, well, it's still getting worse and worse every day. Palantir, I mean, I don't know. If anyone's in Manhattan, or, I guess, yeah, Manhattan would be the worst. Apparently office space is very, very easy to come by there right now. And definitely walking around here in Toronto, same thing. Like, look at WeWork. It's just absolutely destroyed. I haven't seen any of the WeWork documentaries yet, but I think I want to, especially. I know someone that works, or worked, and that's the thing, worked at WeWork, and yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh, I'm trying to get you guys to see all this on the screen, but there it is right there, 17 cents. So, yeah, some of these names continue to be beat up a little bit there. Short softy, yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at a few different things right now today. I know Apple's at a key level of 179, so I wanted to look at Apple. Yesterday, this was my worst stock, but I think it was just we were in it a little bit too early and just didn't really believe the move. And yesterday it was pretty strong considering the day that we had. So we'll wait to see Apple again up today. If we can get to 179, I mean, that's going to be a level that we like. So Apple 179 coming in. Hopefully that's going to be good. Intel, Neil, with that big move yesterday off the, a little bit of a guide and whatnot at that conference. So lots of stuff happening here today. I'll be drinking lots of water.
All right, a few other things of note here. Lucid downside, as we said, under pressure on this note this morning. $3 billion with a B coming through for Lucid. Again, they're going to get most of this from this Saudi PIF fund. I think it was about 2/3 of that $3 billion coming from the Saudis once again. But I mean, same old story here. We've heard this many times from Lucid. They're going to use the money for funding operations and growing production. But the problem continues to be that there's not enough demand.
Yeah.
Remember, this is the company that has the cars, can make the cars, has no problem with manufacturing, but no one seems to want them.
No, and they actually had more orders than they were able to produce last time around. This time around it didn't happen, but how much more are they going to buy of this? The issue with this is they're buying it at a discount from the closing price, a 12% discount. $680 was the deal. It's actually trading at $677 right now. But there you go, traders. You know, you close at $775, Brendo, and then you wake up the next day and you're down on no news.
We saw that Faraday, FFIE, with that. I mean, at least they have competition now with, I forget what it was called, but $300,000 for that car we showed yesterday. So competition in this space now, guys, for that high-end EV.
Faraday car competition. I don't know, man. Look, everyone that sets foot or you read about talking about Lucid's cars, like they rave about it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, you know, price point and nobody seems to want it. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to run out the string until they can get that demand, right? Like that's what it's all about here. It is, and you know they're going to have to raise money. This is going to be true. I mean, they had, what did they have, like $4 or $5 billion in cash? Or actually, it might have been like 3.5 or something like that earlier this year, and they're already making another raise because they know they have to look forward to not just 24, like 25. They got to survive till then, so that they can actually get to the point where there's a turnaround and uptick in demand for them. And who knows how long that's going to be. So they're going to be under pressure. It might be a bit of a, I could see a nothing burger on this stock today. It wouldn't surprise me if you sat between 650 and that and like 680 or something like that, and maybe even made a little run at $7. You're at significant price levels where this has not moved a heck of a lot when it's gotten down here, because I feel like it's exhausted some selling. You throw on the fact that it's got still a decent short interest, and you know you might not just, I'm just going to look at the short interest right now. Let's look it up, so I'm not just guessing at it. Always tend to do that. 22% short float on it. And if you look at it down here, we've been hanging out on the weekly. I was just showing you guys the daily chart. You could see a ton of volume, and maybe there's some scalp trades. That's why I wrote down 650 for myself, because that's the previous low. And if it doesn't move a ton, maybe we can see a decent bounce off that level, and there's some size down there. I'm just not expecting a huge move. Already down, chasing that 680 price. I'm not in love with the stock in terms of like upside outside of squeeze plays, but they do happen. And if you hold a support line like that when you're SSR, short sell restricted, and sometimes you can get a little bit of a relief rally. If it moves too much to the upside, heck, I think the fade could be on if it's above $7 and it gets anywhere near like 720s and 30s or things like that. But yeah, down here, I'd probably be looking for like a quick little long position in Lucid. They got to do the raise. They got to play out the string, see how far they can get. Rivian's probably in a better position in terms of that, but yeah, Lucid, great cars. I don't know if the Faraday car is really going to be competition though. That thing is oogly for $300,000.
Yeah, we talk about 300,000. That's a lot of money for the average person, but there are people that pay.
I know there are. Yeah.
Like Ronaldo drives around like $100 million car or something like that.
But you
It's
can
not
just
that much,
buy
$3
like
million.
But like all of the luxury car makers are making their own. They're all making their own EV,
yeah.
so you got to compete against them too. Like,
No, I
don't
mean
know,
competition in this space. That's why I think that the only winner out of all of this is going to be Tesla, and that seems to be the case, right? I mean, Tesla's still up huge on the year. They're making more moves today, up through 204. I really like Tesla. Buy the best names that are available. I mean, I don't know. It's working. I mean, we talk about this market. I'm writing the sticky note right now, and it's like this market is up based on 6 names. I mean, the S&P 500, if you take out those 6 huge tech names, is up 1% this year at most. And I think that might even be worse now. Gold, I mean, everything, energy's not working, pharma's not working. You can go on, consumer discretionary is not working despite Tesla being in there as well. So, I mean, I don't think that there's much happening in this market except for some of the big names. And I mean, look at Tesla back up to 202. Look at this daily chart here on Tesla. I mean, you want to talk about Lucid and all these other names. Tesla's going from 150 to 202 and just saying, hold my beer. Like, it's not even, and you know, now Elon's back in control. I mean, this stock just keeps wanting to go up, it seems like. Beautiful couple days here. And if we're going to talk about EVs, I don't even want to talk about anything else other than Tesla. Because if you're invested in any of these other names, you're just invested here because you think it's just so beat up that, you know, there is a chance for it to recover, and that's fine. And there are plays like that. And is there a chance that Lucid outperforms Tesla this year? Yeah, it could be easily outperforming Tesla because this is $6.70. This is down to $6 right now. Could it get back to 8? That's a nice move, 6 to 8. But the problem is, what do you have to hold against yourself? If you buy 6, does it go to 5? You know, and then do you buy more down there? I've been down this road before. If this doesn't, if they're unable to produce anything and Saudi pulls their money out, just check your notes about Credit Suisse. Check your notes about some of these other things when the Saudis start to back away from some of their investments. So I'm very, very nervous about Lucid. I'm not a buyer here at all. I'd like to see it continue to move down, and then maybe you get that huge volume day. If today's a huge volume day and we wipe out everything and it goes down like, I don't know, we're already down 14%, but maybe we go down 20% or something, then try to find a bottom and make our way back up. Maybe that's that whoosh bottom that we're looking for. But for right now, I think Lucid is either you're staying away or you're going short. That's that until you find some kind of a consolidated bottom. Because honestly, like, I mean, just look at Nikola, look at Workhorse, look at Fisker, like all these names, Rivian hopefully can battle back, but a lot of these names continue to get beat up. NIO, we talked about that yesterday.
There's one.
Yeah, what's the one?
Li Auto.
Well, I think the Chinese names.
But Li Auto's the only chart. That's
Okay.
that's the only chart that's not Tesla in the EV space that I would say is a positive. You look at the last year,
Yeah.
It's the only one that looks good outside of Tesla. That would be, if you can find another one, let me know. But it's only Li Auto as far as I know.
Yeah, they're all pretty bad. Yeah. Everybody, calm down. The sticky note is in hand. Everybody. The chat is only worried about the sticky note, but it is here and it is coming out very, very soon. Oh yeah, BYD is a good one too.
Okay,
but,
true. We don't trade. Yeah, but
that's on the pink sheet. So
yeah,
shout out to everybody. Shout out to, hey, Miss Kim, new in the chat. I haven't seen you before. What's up to DJ K? What's up to Streamlabs? Bears vs. Bulls. What's up? What's up to Wave Productions? Everybody. What's up to Neil, Brendan, Sharif, Brad, Fabian, Alfredo, everybody here. No, it's not blank. This is not blank.
You just can't. It's the lighting.
There. Will the sticky note come out in the next 10 minutes?
It's not going to say that. It's going to say
only Sean knows.
What?
It says only Sean knows. Wow, this.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it did. It did when I said
it. It says very doubtful.
Oh, well, it's changed.
It's changed.
It did say only Sean knows. So I'm putting more faith back in the 8 ball. But yeah, I'm working on this. Don't worry about it.
All right, let's talk about the overall market here. A couple of things of note coming up, as we mentioned, if you're just joining. A few numbers to make note of and be aware of that are coming up this morning. We're going to get both the ISM and the S&P reading on PMI from last month. So if you're hearing that term for the first time, it's Purchasing Managers Index, so indicating how much demand on the manufacturing side is left in the economy. Essentially, they have to buy enough raw materials to fulfill the orders that are being purchased from the manufacturers. So 9:45 and then 10 o'clock, both of those are going to come up. And then we'll also keep an eye out for anything as far as debt ceiling is concerned for developments. I wanted to show these as well. Let's talk about the yields because they are both making decent moves here so far this morning. And I'm talking about the 10-year and the 2-year. So this is a daily chart. So 1, 2, 3 days now in a row. This is the 2-year. You can see we were higher. If I zoom in a little bit, we were higher initially this morning. That ADP number comes out and we give it all back and go red on the day. The 10-year, more dramatic already. We were higher to start this morning. We give that all back and now red on the day. So back to the downside for yields, which theoretically typically helps stocks.
Yeah, and yield's a reflection of what the Fed is thinking with respect to the next rate hike. What I'm looking at, let's go to the screen here, is this ADP private payrolls that came out at 8:15. 278,000 was the number, over a 180,000 estimated. The thing with me is I was looking at where the job increases were, and they're in leisure and hospitality, travel. We've been hearing a lot about this, how money has been shifting from being spent on goods into these type of destination events, Brendo, and we saw that echoed again this morning with Macy's coming out weaker than expected.
Yeah, still the ADP report as well highlighted the fact that there's still a ton of hiring going on, but overall wages are slowly but surely coming back to the downside. Let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Quick look at some small caps. It's been a wild week for low float names, for highly shorted names. Once again, great to see you, Luis. Let's jump right into things here because there's a lot of these that are moving around this morning, in fact. So we'll get a little bit of an idea as to how you're going to approach the day. Give me your thoughts to start things off here on what's happened already this week, because lots of action.
Yeah, hello, Brennan. As you say, a lot of tickers going on. We are trying to focus this week and the previews in EA, in intelligence, artificial intelligence. This is the main sector we are looking, of course, with the main watch, which is AI, and all the related names, GXAI, EIDAI, and all things in AI. It seems to be running, no matter if it's even in the sector or not. As far as it has an AI, it's running. So this is our mainly watch on this week for the stocks in play.
It seems like C3 AI, leading as far as the smaller ones are concerned. I think NVIDIA really the head of the group, but C3 AI, as far as specific AI names, kind of leading the individual groups. BBAI, there's GFAI. I mean, we even saw that CXAI, which I'm not even sure is even an AI stock, but
that's what I mean. Every ticket that it has an AI on the name, it goes. So
it's crazy.
That's how sympathy works.
Crazy. All right, a few to touch on this morning. This one not, as far as I know, AI, but wearable devices, WLDS, up big time so far this morning. It's been on a bit of a move here. You can see on the daily chart as well. What are you thinking here with this one?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the first day gapping up. We are seeing resistance at around 210, 220s. As I say, it's not the first day, as we call it. It's a second or even third day. So we are expecting these 210, 220s to fail, and we will try to go backside on this one to fill the gap a little bit and for a nice retracement over the last 2 or 3 days. So it's not the first day runner, as I say, second, third day running. So it's a nice stock, we believe, to go backside. If it breaks 220s and it holds over there BWABs and volume and so on, it could become a runner from the midday later evening.
A lot of people focus on these multi-day type moves when it comes to these stocks. When you start to see a lot of those topping tails at the top end of the range on the daily chart, is there something that we've spoken on this before, but is there something that kind of tips your hand and indicates that, okay, this might finally be the day?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you have to classify the tickers you are looking. For example, we do into the first day, second day, third day, in case they are runners, and then to look for the setups of first red day or multi-day runners. So first of all, you have to classify the tickers you're looking into the different setups you like to trade. And of course, as you say, if you see this second or third green day and you see these tails that it's failing highs and volume cannot come in to push new highs, then you start looking for the first red day or all day fade, as we call a stock that is all the day fading, filling the gap from previous days.
All right, let's go to this UCAR, another one on a bit of a mission here. 7.4, staggering 7.4 million share float on this one, but it does actually have a news catalyst this morning that looks pretty positive. No pullback in sight yet for UCAR.
Yeah, tough movement so far because, as you say, no retracement, nothing. Big catalyst, that is also true, some kind of agreement and so something like that I read before. I would like to know the short interest on this one because I haven't checked how much a percentage of the float is short. It's an interesting number to see, taking into account that we have only 7 million float. The stock is running with catalyst. If we have a high short interest, I would avoid shorts here. But if the short interest is not very high and we see it failing these pre-market highs, it could be another backside trade on the short side. But again, with news, low float and high short interest, I have to check again. It could be a short avoid ticker.
You are the type of trader that likes these little kind of high-flying, low-float type stocks. It's been a great week. What else is on your radar for this morning?
That what you say is the main watch, and as I said, the AI sector, whole sector with all the tickers involved. We also have to look at Monopar, MNPR, gapping up, fighting 130s. It's a nice, interesting levels to watch, and we are trying to avoid, but some days it's difficult, NVIDIA, Teslas, and all these crazy tickers. I have to admit, we were surprised by the earnings and the day after earnings, the strength that it shows NVIDIA even after this $100 movement. So let's see if it gives a nice setup with a nice risk reward. This is not the kind of trade you go in, adding front side and so on. Look for a nice setup with a good risk reward on these tickers.
Yeah, it's been an amazing week, in fact, for not only NVIDIA, but semiconductors, again, showing a little bit of relative strength. Great stuff. Best of luck, as always. Luis Barbado joining us from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And we are still waiting for you guys, Neil and Sean, to trade here in our trading floor someday.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Luis. I will be there. I will be there, definitely. See you.
Cool.
It's an absolute true story, Luis. So like I think we just started the show, and already Brendan was like, hey, if we ever do like Trader TV Europe, I'm there. And it was like weeks or months in, something like that. And quite frankly, we love you, Luis. Thank you very much. I'll answer your question on UPower, because as you were talking about it, I decided to check it out. It's relatively new stock, so it's more about the float than it is a short float. It's like, I have here 3.4% from Float Checker, so it's a very small short float. Usually when you have something which is that new to market and it's a very tiny float, there's just no time for it to be a high short float. Of course, these are estimates and it could be a little bit bigger than that, but I don't know, when a stock has a float that small, it can be dangerous to just short it in general. I was looking at Roblox, there you go. Yeah, it can be dangerous to short this without something really explosive happening. I don't say automatically stay away from early fades on things that are underneath 10 million of a float, but it's not a bad way to go about not getting completely run over, because they're going to soak this up, and it's already done 6 million shares. I mean, they're going to do that like multiple times over. But yeah, if you trade these, there's a couple today that are going to look pretty interesting, and you can throw for runners like AI into that as well. It's got an opportunity there. This one also could be a halter, so I'd watch out for that too.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that some of those like CXAI and some of those AI names that Luis and Brendan were talking about continue to be strong, even though they potentially have nothing to do with AI. So I think that that's kind of the key. When you're into that bubble, you see different names popping up, and I mean, even most of us can't even answer. And I'm writing the sticky note about C3 AI, and I'm not even really sure what they do. So yeah, I think we want to stick with names that are moving, and I think that's what Luis does the best, right? Stick with volume names that are trading around some kind of a catalyst. Watch for momentum. Make sure you got the pay for shorts ready to go on all these names. If that's your style, make sure that your broker has borrows and things like that, because honestly, that's the key. You don't want to miss it. When one of these names goes crazy and goes a little parabolic, you want to be able to sit there and take it the other way. So I think C3AI could be a short at some point here today. I'm going to be looking long. Some of those other names I feel like are probably short. So we're also making sure that Google's a buy possibly at 122 today. Lots of names to talk about. This is one of the busier weeks that we've had. There's news, some sort of thing about Fisker right now. It doesn't seem like it's too crazy, but yeah, it's not really moving around too much. The company announced the Ocean Extreme achieved a range of 360 miles and has got EPA certification now on conformity and blah, blah, blah. So some stuff here about Fisker, but this is just another one of those beat down names. But look at Fisker actually holding out okay right here between $6 and $7. That's not bad, actually. When I was throwing Fisker in under the bus there, I mean, this was pretty brutal, $8 all the way to $4.50, but wow, nice little run here in the last month or so for Fisker, $4.50 to $7. Okay, maybe the ocean is a thing, so we'll wait to see. And I don't know if Fisker's in the Pacific or the Atlantic, but they just got approval there, so that's good for Fisker.
Here is that note. It's the state of California that came through with this EPA certificate for the Fisker Ocean. So positive, I guess, for the ocean. But there it is. Yeah, state of California with that. Here we go. Quick look, anyways, at upgrades and downgrades for the day. Chevron, once again, I think 2 times this week we've had it on the board. Domino's on here. CSX, Chewy we'll get to. Huge move for Chewy off earnings. Advanced Auto Parts, AAP, just a mess. C3AI back to the downside today for DA Davidson's, and Target coming off that Macy's report as well. We'll touch on the retailers coming up here. Interesting note there for Fisker. We'll see if it causes any kind of a move. Sharif's going to check out what we need to know for the market today.
Yeah, 4,200 back in focus, guys, here on the ES. We weren't able to reclaim it yesterday, and we're going to have to look to see if we can reclaim it today. If we go above 4,200 and stay above 4,200, I'll be looking long. Resistance comes by way of 42.43. To the south side, you find support of around 41.70 to 41.75. There's this trough over here where you found support, and then that level is recycled from earlier where it was resistance, guys.
SurgeTrader.com, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code, bottom of the screen, TTV. Gets you 10% off. Shout out to our friends over at Surge Trader. Just seeing a note from the information here on NVIDIA coming across as well. Just talking about competition, it looks like, from Microsoft, Google, and possibly Amazon making their own AI chips to reduce their reliance on NVIDIA. So maybe a little bit of downside there for NVDA. Let's get into everything else you need to know to kick things off for Thursday morning here. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Very easy. All you have to do is go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. It comes to your inbox every single day for free. You can use the QR code there on screen as well. Let's go. Lucid downside off earnings this morning. I'm still watching this U-car as well. It's insane. 670 trying to hold here for Lucid on this $3 billion offering.
And they tried to blame Tesla's price war for the reason for some of their struggles. I don't even know if they're in the same league. Some of these guys' cars go up to 300,000 US. Tesla's, yeah, some of the Plaid editions get up there, but I don't think that they're trying to attract the same kind of client. I think that they have more internal issues.
Yeah, you got to go back to April, I guess. April lows here coming into play early on this morning, guys, for Lucid.
You get 660 down there, those April lows. You're at 680, which was the offering price at this point. You're down 12%. I mean, we kind of already ran through like the nuts and bolts of this and the longer term aspect of it. I just say if it gets down, like there's 2 levels to watch for me, like it's 6 and 650. I'm pulling the old Neo hat on this one. Like down this far, it would probably have to make a decent pop for me to want to fade this into the short. So if it gets down to 650 and there's a massive bid or $6, something like that, it's been at these prices before and held when it gets down here. Because quite frankly, oftentimes, we showed a couple of charts already, that you get down this far and there's just not as much selling to be done. It does have a decent short interest as well, so you can get a little bit of a mini squeeze or some short covering that comes in. That said, shorts have been in pretty good control of this. I mean, we got that. Remember we got that Saudi rumor and the stock jutted up to 15? Like that was probably an ultimate exit for a lot of people because it has been all downside heading right back into the lows ever since. There are a couple of other names, just because we've already talked about Lucid, worth mentioning. You got delivery numbers from the big 3 in China. Well, not the big 3, but the 3 in China that we trade here. Neo, they were disappointing. They're down 3%. Last I checked, maybe it's down, 3.5%. It's through its recent bottom. $7 is going to be in play there. XPeng has a flat bottom break. I mentioned Li Auto has a decent looking chart, but XPeng's another one. They had their delivery numbers out. This could be headed down back toward its low. Go all the way back to November of last year when this was $6. So this could be making a flat bottom break in here. $7.50 on XPeng. That doesn't hang on. And this one could be making another run down to $6. So I have those on watch for some bottom breaks. Neo, that's $7, $7.50 here on XPeng. They got to get there first. But Lucid, if I see a massive bid, maybe we'll take a shot at $6.50 or $6 even. That's the type of trade I'd be looking for alongside. Risk a couple of pennies, give it a penny or two underneath that level, and then just see if it can make a bounce.
I feel like we skipped over those upgrades and downgrades because we didn't even come back
Target.
to us.
Well, yeah, I was kind of.
But that no, that's okay. I just want to bring it up because Target is like,
Oh my God.
you know, and into the gates of hell. I mean, we talked about this on their earnings. You know, if it took 150, this was going to be a problem. It was the same way if it took 170 the other way. But Target 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days of straight downside, and you're down 1.7% again here today. So if we zoom back out, there's not even really any levels that you could pick up here in the last little while. This goes all the way back to last year. So this name continues to be beat up, and we're going to get to Macy's and retail in a minute, but I just wanted to bring this up because I knew Target was in trouble, but I actually didn't even realize that it broke this level there to the downside. So, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself here. Wow, even Walmart, okay, 146 is a little bit better. I saw 126 there, I was like, what? But no, that's not that low. Walmart holding out much, much better than Target. And remember, all of you remember when I was talking about grocery and why Walmart had a much better chance than some of these other names, right? It's because that's where a lot of the money right now, they're able to capture some margin still on the grocery side of things. We know how much that's affected, CPI and inflation numbers, the grocery game. And of course, everyone apparently needs to eat. So Walmart continues to hold out in all this retail collapse. But yeah, look, we've already talked about Lucid here. I don't really have much to say. I mean, I would not be surprised if this just rallied all day. The news is out there. It's out of the stock now. Well, it's in the stock now, out into this world. $3 billion, not good, but it's the same people investing. It's still the Saudis. And if they're going to still stay there and keep on pumping money into this name, then yeah, Lucid's going to still stay afloat, right? And the more they can hold out until they can get this car mass produced, the better it is for everybody. But for me, man, it's too expensive of a car. The world is not looking for luxury EVs right now. They're just looking to get EVs in everybody's hands. And that's not Lucid's game, that's Tesla's game. And you can see the stock of Tesla as opposed to the stock of Lucid is just so much stronger. I mean, Tesla's almost taking out some of these highs again of 220. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. Last week we were asked, hey man, the stock's at 170. Is it going to get to 200? Well, now you're easily at well, not easily, but you're above it by a couple bucks here and trying to hold out. So I really like Tesla above the 50, trying to get to the 200. And, if there's one EV name, this is the one. And I still think you can buy Tesla at these levels. If you're going to be in an EV name, sprinkle it around, some Lucid, some Tesla. But I definitely think the strength in Tesla says everything about who's leading this game. And Ford, GM still need to play catch up. Volkswagen, I mean, there's other ADRs that we could trade. We talked about BYD as well. But for me, Lucid, stay away unless we get that huge pop. And then we'll have to watch out for some momentum.
Let's go on to Salesforce here. Downside this morning to the tune of about, I just saw 7% for CRM. Slowest quarterly revenue growth since 2010 in this earnings report. They also pointed to some possible concerns when it comes to revenue growth going forward. Surprisingly, they mentioned AI a few times in their earnings call as well.
Yeah, they did. Here's my take on this, guys. They beat on the top and bottom lines. They even beat on guidance. But their capital costs were way too high. Those are going to be a going concern. So that was one. Two, they AI washed. Yes, they AI washed. Basically, they didn't give us any concrete figures. And I watched Benioff's interview with Kramer yesterday. He didn't give any figures. Jensen Huang gave us concrete numbers of what they were expecting for guidance. Benioff said they expect to do better. That wasn't good enough.
I wanted to point out this as well. If you go to a daily chart, I mean, you got to go back to the last, I mean, it's typical for earnings, but you got to go back to the last earnings. Can we show this quick, guys? There we go. So this is the last earnings report right here. You can see even the last two. So if you go back to the quarter before that, compare that to the volume that we're seeing today. So yes, it's negative. Yes, it's down 7%, but on light volume, guys, comparatively speaking.
On CRM. I was just actually 2 weeks ago, I don't think they'd be down 7% on this report. I mean, we talked about this with NVIDIA changing expectations. You're right about that, Sharif. And quite frankly, there wasn't anything concrete, and it would have been enough to say it. Like, does anyone actually believe, if you're really thinking long term, that integrating AI into Slack and with what they're already able to bring to companies in terms of efficiencies, if that's not going to be a positive for them down the road? Of course it is. But it's a matter of what is it really giving us? The stock is almost a double from the beginning of the year. right? So you need, when you've already done this, you've gone 125 to 215. Well, it was 222. 222 actually was yesterday's high. I should make sure I get that one right. Yeah, when you've already done that, it's almost a $100 move from the bottom. It's not quite a double up, so 80%, whatever works out to be there. You needed to have a little bit more, and I think that's just simply the case. Now, the positive here would be, at least in terms of trading, you're close enough to the 50 period and the last level of support, which is at 200, that I think you might have a decent floor if it gets out of hand today. That would also be down 10% because SSR, oddly enough, sits, like the 10% is going to be right above $200, and you got the 50 period moving average. I'm not saying I want it to go to $200, but if it gets down there, that gets pretty interesting because it's multiple reasons to look for a bottom today at that particular price. That said, it's $7 away. I'd be patient with it. That's really the first trade I'd be looking for here. Had it held on to this 208, 209 area, maybe I could get on board with like a little relief 210 type of breakout rally. But now that you're down here, I got to be thinking about like maybe an even 05, but more so that 200. It's just too big of a level, so I'll let this one come down in there. It's a disappointment. I was actually on my long-term account break even for like 30 minutes on this stock. I guess it was maybe like an hour or so. And then you get quadrunked, but I still believe in it long term. It's just things have changed here with the AI.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in this name. I mean, Salesforce continues to be a pretty strong name. I mean, up through $200. I mean, you can't hate where this name has come from and where it is right now. But you know, we talked about this. I looked over this morning. Was like maybe it's time to sell everything because you know, the craze. And we talked about this being a bubble. You know, you still need to get the customers coming through. You're still above the 50 period. You're still above 200. I don't think we got to hit the panic button here at all until you breach $200. You always look at the 50 period as being sort of a marker right there, and especially after a big run. So you could see this huge run earlier. There's the 50 period. I mean, look, we ran the 50 period all the way. I mean, I can go back and back, but you run it all the way up. Then finally it breaks it, right? Then you take it out right there, back up to the upside, back in old 2020 March, 2022 March. Take it out, 220 comes into play. Then it does not hold, breaches it again all the way to the downside. Some consolidation again, more downside moves. Then we snap it right there, take that last long all the way up. So this one confirmed from 140 all the way up here to 220. Now you have the 50 period hovering here at 200. I think if you break 200, you cut bait, and you know, you worry about it down here at 160, 170 again. So I think we are getting close to an area of concern here for Salesforce. That's that 200 mark. That's the 50-day moving average. I'm just going to confirm it on Nether charting software here. And yeah, it has 199. This is just e-signals. So 199, 200. I mean, this is probably the same price too. Yeah, it's 199. Anyways, so it's right in there, confirmed. Right around 2 bills, I think, is where you want to cut on CRM. So I would say stay long. You never want to sell. This is the thing. You never want to sell winning names because they report and they're pulling back. This is what happens. You're going to get traders that are offside. You're going to get traders that were thinking, we talked about this yesterday. Remember what the implied move was? 9%. Well, it goes 9% the other way. So if you are in this name, sort of absorb some of this, and you could have won it. Thank you, Randy. Today we got a T. Oh, with honey.
Oh, because of 3.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you so much. That was very, very kind of you. Thank you, Randy, for that one. But yeah, anyways, I just think that if you're in this name, you got to expect volatility, Neil. Yeah. We talked about AI. It's been a huge move to the upside. So I would say just hold the fort on CRM. Don't panic. If you're in a lot of shares, fine, dump some. But down 7%, this name could be up by the end of the day, honestly. So I would say hold out for that. I'm going to wait for 200. I sold some pre-200, so I did miss these bumps up into 220, 230 and all that. But right now, it kind of sucks that's all the way down here. But I'm going to wait to see if I have to make another decision at $200.
This morning to the tune of about 8.5%. This thing's another one that's just been on an absolute tear all year long. If you go back to January, we were at 100. Yesterday, 160, just back to 146, 145 here this morning. I mean, there's not a lot of negative when it comes to this report. Outside of analysts were expecting $3 billion on the forecast. They come out $3 billion to $3.04 billion. Everything else was pretty good.
Yeah, and I like these cloud cybersecurity names. I think we have a lot of upside with cybersecurity. The only issue with this one is, like you said, it's a SaaS model, right? Software as a service. So the net new annual recurring revenue in Q1 was down 174 million compared to Q4. That's 22%. That's not chump change. So yeah, doesn't look good.
41 brokerages out of 46 that are currently covering CrowdStrike have a buy rating on the stock, and 5 have a hold. So what do we do here, guys, with CRWD?
Everyone thinks there's a lot of upside, and it's true when it comes to cybersecurity, whether it's Palo Alto, which has done pretty well on its own. Zscaler is going to be tonight, I think, after the bell. And Crowd, they still get a pretty decent premium even with this pullback here, and they trade like 16 times sales and all that stuff that makes it expensive. So it wasn't perfect. And when you traded a premium in a space where everyone's expecting big growth, then even when you meet expectations, everyone just looks at the fact, well, revenue was up 61% last time, and now it's 42. That's declining revenue growth. So when you get declining revenue growth in something like this, in this environment, when things have been high flying, you get a bit of a pullback. Good sign. I mean, we just talked about CRM potentially bouncing off major support levels if it gets to 200. Well, CrowdStrike might have already done that. The 200 period's at 137, and it's already bounced aftermarket off that 140 area here. So it did get down there close to the 200 period moving average and started a bit of a bounce. I think that would be like the Alamo, is that between the 50 and the 200, so that mid 130 range on CrowdStrike. Not a name that I would want to be shorting here. I'd be looking for like a stink bid, dip buy bounce. It sucks to me that it's already at 146. Because now you're like $10, almost $10 away from where you'd want this thing. Like the money fills underneath 140 for stink bids at the open would have been the play. So I'm not really sure this one's going to set up for the long I would have wanted here. It's already rebounded $5, maybe too far. But I would like this for a stink bid. If it gets to down underneath that 140 level, I think that'd be the area I'd be trying to pick it up.
All right. To be quite honest with you, I didn't even really look at CrowdStrike today. But I like Palo Alto. We've talked about, getting best of breed, but CrowdStrike is still okay. All the way up here, this was another one of those COVID darlings that just kept on ripping. I really like this name. It's really performed well. And again, I sort of have the same talk about CrowdStrike as I do about CRM, but I'm not in this name, so not as educated. I'm in Palo Alto. We've talked about that. But again, as long as you're still above the 50 and the 200 here, I still like this name. I feel like cybersecurity right now is all the rage, whether or not they're gaining new clients. I mean, we get a little bit of a hint of that in the report. I still stay long these names. You're into some interesting levels there of 135. Again, I don't want my bias. Like I've been net short. And that's what I wrote on the sticky note. And I want to thank everybody for your patience today because here's the sticky note. It is now out right now. Okay, well, now I have some people messaging me, so I don't even know how to properly show this. But there it is right here. The sticky note's now out. And what I wrote down here, and there's a lot of work that I actually put into this today. So this is all. None of this AI generated right here, by the way. So boom, boom. Talked about Apple, AI, Apple, Google, SoFi, a couple of different names here with all this. This is AI generated from my brain. So a little bit of less, accountability for AI there. But I like it today, and I just want to say I want to still be net short in this market until there's reasons to really get going here. I think you want to be net short, and I think that some of my bias is affecting some of my reads here. So I would say I like this name, but again, pretty cautious if we take 50 periods, especially if you're trying to preserve some capital. This could be, we say sell in May and go away. Well, guess what? It's June 1st, and it's the first of the month. So, wake up if you're not woken up yet. I think it's 9:19. You should be. Shout out to Bone Thugs. But for right now, you got to watch out for this play here, CrowdStrike. I'd say watch out for 135. You're still a ways away from that. But that's sort of the line in the sand for me here on both CrowdStrike and Salesforce. It's those 50-day moving averages. Such a nice bump up in the stock over the last couple months. I would say take your profits if you haven't taken anything. Take some maybe now, but watch out for 135 coming through. You don't want to stand in front of a train in case this keeps going. First part of business on that one, see target for not getting out when key levels are broken, right? So we've already talked about that. And with that being said, let's go over and talk some more retail.
Professional transition there from Sean. Target with a downgrade today as well. Let's talk some retail coming off of this. Continuing the trend. Remember, we got a cut from Target. We got a cut from Home Depot. Now we get a cut From Macy's, continuing this trend of possibly a slowdown finally in retail spending.
Yeah, and we got Lulu on deck today, guys, after the bell. We got a hint of what consumer spending is doing through this ADP private payrolls earlier, showing that the job growth has been in leisure and hospitality, has not been in retail. So it shows you where they're hiring. Usually that's an indication of where consumers are spending. So keep an eye on that, Brendo.
That being said, the initial move was fairly large here, downside for Macy's. I mean, it's trying, guys, to kind of grind back to the upside here.
Like a heavily shorted name, like 20 to 25% back in the the meme heyday, 2020. Now it's like 7%. So I don't usually love that bounce play. Like if it was 15, 20%, I'd be thinking about, oh, wipeout bottom's already been made here. Let's look for a long in Macy's. The trend, look, I don't know what to tell you about the trend. The flat bottom break was $1 ago, and we got all the way down to $11.50. I really just feel like I want to see what happens if it gets back to where it was yesterday. And it's not to say automatic short at $13.50, because I've seen this play out in retail before, where the chart is so beaten up, does a quadunk, and then next thing you know, it managed to just kind of rise, and it's short covering all day long. My first look would be to fade this once it gets to $13.50, or at least look for the curl. But I do not want to be on the front end of something like this with a retail name catching this much of a bid. I mean, this was legitimately like more than $1 further lower from here. That is a sizable bounce on decent enough volume that it should be respected. But I just want to be fading this. And the other thing about this is, I mean, I know Macy's, it's not that great, but Nordstrom's is up, man. It was surprise profitability for Nordstrom's. I know it's not the same thing. The high-end consumer is doing a little bit better, and that's why Nordstrom's maybe held on. But yeah, I'll be looking for a fade in Macy's. Nordstrom's could do the other thing where it just, if you get some strength and a bounce back in retail, all of a sudden Nordstrom's could be looking at a 17 break on the daily. We'll cross that bridge if we get there, but I'd wait for Macy's to test in that 13.50 to 14 range. I know if it's above 14, I would give up the short, so let's be patient with that one. There's a lot of fade plays that I kind of like today, but I don't want to get too overly biased with them, because that's a good recipe for disaster. I think 2 weeks ago, I wasn't here last week, 2 weeks ago, and to an extent, you know, a little bit yesterday as well, most of the success comes when patient at the open and don't get too stubborn about, I want this to happen, I'm looking for this to happen at 9:30. You jump right into the trade, and then all of a sudden you get run over. So I don't want to get run over on Macy's. It means that you miss out on something like Pinduoduo dropping right away at the open. I'd rather miss out on that than just short Macy's anywhere and get run over by $1. So I'll wait for it to get up above $13.50, and then I'll take my shot.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about that. We just talked about a little bit of retail there with Walmart and why I think that they were doing well. And then I always think about Nordstrom's, and I think about why they left Canada. And then I see the note there about Macy's and about how, where was the note here? It's in the sticky, it's in the watch list here. Oh, that's what it was, dampening demand for luxury products, right? So I consider that to be a problem, because when I think about Macy's, that's what I think about, right? I mean, the fact that Macy's is honestly at $13 is kind of like really surprising to me how low this name is. And it's, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a great report. It's still down 3.75%. They adjusted their full year between 270 and 320, which is huge miss, man. They were expecting 360 to 411, and they go 270 to 320. That's bad. It's bad. It's nasty. And I mean, here's the daily chart on Macy's. If we're going to go back even to a weekly chart, I don't want to blow this up too much. You guys can see the bottom of it right there. But here we go for Macy's. So it's pretty nasty. And isn't it just funny that we just hit a 52-week high back in February there of $25? And look at this move down. Here's that 2020 nonsense that we were talking about when everything in retail, I mean, all the stores shut down. Nobody could shop anywhere but online, and the online offering was really weak on Macy's, if you guys remember that. And there's that short interest bump that they got all the way back to $37.50, which was exactly touched out for its pre-pandemic high. So I still think there's ways to go to the downside. I don't want to touch anything retail right now. I've talked about this over and over again. So for me, Macy's still remains a short, and we'll just watch to see what happens here today. It's not really on my radar. Haven't traded a lot of these names in a while. So You know, yesterday, again, if we get anywhere back to this $14 mark, I think you break it long. But until then, man, maybe we just wait for a 12.20, something like that on the bottom. But right now, it's just stuck in the middle. We are a couple minutes away from imbalances, so why don't we just stick on here for one more minute, or sorry, not one more minute, it's 10 more seconds, and we'll get some of these NASDAQ imbalances. So let's just call out Apple, see what it does on these imbalances, if it does anything. Yesterday, because it was the last of the month, we had some huge pullbacks at the end of the day with Amazon, with Apple. I think Google was a nice pullback there yesterday. But here's today, Lucid getting a little bit of a bump, obviously not affecting the stock. It doesn't seem like there's too many. There's Randy's Faraday. Other than that, yeah, not much on here at all today for the imbalances. There's Google with a sell, and there's also Amazon with a sell. So a nice little trigger down, but still not really giving too much worry here for any of those levels, as Amazon's still quite nicely up here for a bit. Watch out for 120 today on Amazon. I'm actually going to look at that right now. Over to Brendo.
Back to me, guys. All right, let's go to Chewy to wrap things up here. It has been just a monster. If you look at the daily chart on this thing, quietly, it's been quite the year here for Chewy, but impressive this morning, up double-digit percentage gain here for Chewy after, earnings across the board beat, forecast beat, top and bottom line beat. Not much. I mean, you and I were just sitting here talking about the fact that they really only have to worry about Amazon. If they run into Amazon and how easy Amazon makes it to even order pet stuff, could be a problem, but otherwise looks good.
Yeah, I mean, analysts love it. Let's look at the chart here. Gordon Haskett with a price target upgrade. Needham, Barclays, Morgan Stanley, UBS, all liking what they saw with Chewy yesterday, all with price target upgrades on the day.
Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Trader TV 20, bottom right corner there, Trader TV 20. You can scan and use that QR code, get 20% off from Trade Ideas. Keep in mind, the next 2 weeks, so first couple of weeks here of June, we'll get this test drive coming through as well, $11.11. Get you everything. Real-time data, charting, everything, all the scans. You get access to Michael Noss on Twitter as much as you want. Bug him. He'll be back on tomorrow, guys. We'll talk to Mr. Noss. What do we do here, guys, with Chewy?
Get in there and buy, Mortimer? No,
Yes.
I mean, it's up 20% already, so we'll see what it can do. The short interest on Chewy, it's interesting that you say that, because the first thing I'm going to do after talking about Trade Ideas is go right over to them. It's just, I have it up when I'm looking at my charts, guys. So short float, about 18.5% on Chewy, so still pretty sizable. You can look at Float Checker to get other estimates, but it's enough that when you're up 20%, you could potentially see a little bit more. So, you know, those numbers look pretty solid, but it's at a big resistance level at 36 even. So 36 breaks, it's got room, like $2 worth of room to the 200 period moving average. So I wouldn't write this off that you're necessarily buying too high. I just don't like I don't want to break out at 930. We said this over and over again, so you're not going to see me take a breakout at 930. I'll probably go dip buy hunting in this. I love the 33 area at 33.5 if you get a real Huadoom. But I want to point out another squeeze name because Carvana is doing some things again, CVNA. That's another squeeze type name on the daily. It got to 14 a couple times and is reversed there. This breaks out from that price. I think it's got room to go as well on the daily. That's CES and NASDAQ. There we go on the daily. This is at a pretty juicy level. You've got the 200 period moving average above it. It's just a heck of a lot that could be going on a 14 break. I just like to see it clear like 14.25 or so. And just one more for you because we haven't really gone over all the names here. We kind of talked. We talked about Tesla and it looking bullish on the chart. I don't know how much we've dug into that one in terms of what it could look like on a 205 break here, but it's at a pretty key price level. Nice looking chart, as we said. Triple top. I think if 05 goes, I'm going to like this one to the long side. There are resistance levels on some other big tech names. Just throwing, I think it's Amazon out as one of them. You know, 123 on Amazon looks like a little bit of a wall, and they sometimes get lumped into the retail group. I could see there being some weakness up there at that 123 for a bit of a fade. And yeah, I'm looking for longs on Intel, but my big level's 30.50. So I'm just buying dips, looking for each of the 50-cent levels, 50 cents and dollars on Intel after yesterday's news.
All right, we're looking at SoFi trying to break 7. We got 650 as a bottom there for SoFi. We're looking at Google. So what I have so far bid, SoFi, bid out right now. We have C3AI down here near 32. We got a bid on that. We got Google. Thanks for pointing that out in the chat to me again. We've got 122 off the sticky note for Google coming into play. And we only have 15 seconds till the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sharif, is on the 1s and 2s. So we're going to watch out for SoFi. He's on the bell.
Why is this
we're going to wait for that. And SoFi breaking through 7 could happen relatively quickly. So here we go, man, with only 4 seconds left. 3. Can we get to Sharif? 2 and 1. Sorry, Sharif. All right, let's go now. We heard the bell. We heard the bell.
We all
that's for
heard
sure.
it. It happened.
Right now. So here we go. The bell did happen, and we are now open. Google ripping immediately off that level. So there's Google breaking off 122 like holy straight upside pressure now on Google. SoFi might be the one that we get into fast here on a break for that. So watch out for $7 coming on SoFi. And then, of course, we miss. Not of course, but AI does not go down to that 33 level, 32 level. It was there in the pre-market, but we're going to have to wait for that right now as it is breaking higher, 33.50 right now on AI.
Yeah, right now Lucid not doing a heck of a lot. It's pretty much inside the pocket. Carvana did not make that breakout. It's actually dipping off the 14 level, so nothing to be seen there. Going to be a little bit patient with that. It's Tesla that's running right now, or at least one of the names that's running, and the market is slightly headed down, and Tesla's making a run at that 204 level. 05, I think, is the big one. 04 has some size on it. 04 just broke like, wow, 04 didn't last very long. On Tesla. That was pretty insane. I think 05 is a big level. I don't like breakouts at 930, so I'm hoping it dips off this level and gives us a consolidation. But right now, it's Tesla that is flying. Double checking CRM as well. That's one that we're waiting around for, maybe a flush into 200, and it is headed down. You're already at 206 on CRM, so I want to be patient. Allow it to matriculate to the downside and maybe see that even dollar level. Intel, not close enough to 3150 for my dip buy just yet, but it is getting close.
Yeah, we're well below. We actually got our AI as it's starting to go back up to the upside right now. Amazon's starting to go, oh, here's my C3 AI. So we're long at 32.16 right now. We're going to give this to a 30 break. I mean, I want to be in this name. We did expect it to be like this.
Tesla?
So we're going to have to wait for C3 AI just to sort of piece itself out. I do have an offer near 32, but again, if we break down through 30, then we're going to get out. 30 has been a pretty good base down there. We'll see about C3 AI coming through, but right now long, and we're out of the money, but this is fine. Like, you know, we're thinking that this could moon, so we have to hold on to this one for a bit. We are now starting to really get moving here on the futures, and I said let's try to stay net short, and we're only long again on AI, so we have to look out for some more plays. Google is a nice move to the upside. Apple was the one short that we really wanted immediately, but again, yesterday we shorted it too early, trying to wait out for that right now. Other than that, man, just trying to be patient.
Yeah.
Like Google is,
Tesla's
making
gone.
a move up. Tesla apparently, as Neil is under his breath here, says it's gone. So are you in it yet? No, you're only long in.
Don't take break. The whole don't take breaks at 930 needs to be revisited sometimes because, I mean, Tesla's already at 206. So you play the patience game, and sometimes you don't get rewarded for it. CrowdStrike not necessarily doing anything, but Chewy as well. Chewy making some moves here. It was $36 on Chewy was the clean breakout level. Even that one was a clean break to the upside that ended up working. I did get the dip on Intel because it made its nice little dip buy. So it held on to 3150 area. If you look at yesterday aftermarket, this is 3135. I think that's what I'd give it down to. But your first pot shot's over 50. I think any other bids, I got to be looking for under that 50 level and then scalp to the upside. All I'm in right now is Tesla. Is Intel after missing out on the breakouts in Chewy and in Tesla. Well, Tesla's back underneath 205 at least. NVIDIA is running as well, by the way.
That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at AMD. That was such a swoosh down there on the futures that now you're right back up like 50 points. Like that was 14,270 back up. We just hit 14,306. So I guess it's only 30 points, 35 points back up to the upside right there. So again, looking to get into some names here off of some of these more dramatic moves. So There's AMD making a move back up and starting to really get going again there for AMD. So nice move up to 118. Look at this, flush down. Big move up to 119 and trying to look at 120 again. This is a potential short if we can get up here. But for right now, the futures are looking to make another possible leg down, after bouncing off of 14.3. So Apple could be the short here. We were in it a little bit too early yesterday, but Apple 178, short against 178. Could be a play there as well, but let's let it go. I mean, let's let these futures figure themselves out for right now. But Apple, I think, is still going to be a short at some point, but we are positive on this name. The only name we're in is C3AI, and it's just bouncing around. I mean, it's bouncing off 31. I don't have a lot of shares here, but we are going to hold this for a little bit lower. Maybe we pick up something if it does take one leg lower into 30. Let's put a bid at 30.50 in case it does go down to that low.
Yeah, quick alert for Meta here. Meta, big level just got wicked here. 269 was the high on the week. I mean, we started things off this week by touching 269 and fading it. It just made a wick top and then reversal. So obviously, your daily chart looks fantastic with it, but this has got to be shorted on the next pop into 269. So I'm going to get an offer out there. Intel's now underneath that 31.50, so that 35 is coming in pretty quick. Got one scalp trade out, and then immediately it makes the reversal right back into the bottom. Just so you know, Carvana broke 14, and I still like the notion of this trade. So, look, CVNA is starting to pull back because the market's headed to the downside. I just want to see it hold that 14, get back above 14.20. I did not take the breakout on this one. I feel like I should have taken the break here, and you would have had, I don't know, like 30 cents on it. Let's see if it can hold above 14 even, and then we'll go for the long on Carvana. Give it some time to calm down here just a little bit. But I look over at that Meta, and it's like, how can I get in? My goodness, Coinbase is getting crushed, but that Meta 269, I wrote it down, didn't get to talk about it, but 268, if it gets back above, then I'm going to look for the short into this range.
I mean, we'll hit this because we have a new position, but it's Apple, and it's a relatively small one. We want to make sure that, well, it's right here at 177.50. We just want to make sure that this move is legit here in the futures before we really get in here. And I am biased to Apple. I've had Apple short. It was my worst stock yesterday, and we're back in it. We say stay in names that you've done well on, but I've really been watching Apple, thinking that that this name wants to get to the downside. And again, yesterday, this is what happened. We had a big move upside there yesterday, and we were shorting this 178 level before it took out 179. Then once it hit its sort of, peak, it was a big drop down, and then we recovered all afternoon until the close, where we've seen some disastrous moves there into the close on a big sell-off. So I feel like today, maybe we started a little bit higher than we could have because of this sell-off, and I still think we deserve to be back down here. So right now, as I talk this up, here it comes. So now we're 13 cents, 20 cents in the money on Apple. Let's just see if that wants to work out. I'm still trying to get that short, and I just told you why. So hopefully it's there. SoFi bouncing off 7 again. Not interested till it breaks it. Let's see if it does give us a base down here somewhere. 660, 650 could be that base. But AI, C3AI, we haven't done anything. We just took that 32 fill, and it was small. We don't want to be involved with many names early. We've talked about that over and over and over again. So here it is. Oh, we should get a fill now. I'm bidding 30.50. So that almost filled us, and here it comes right back into the downside right now. Just waiting. We said we'd want to go long once there was a base. That base may not be here for C3AI. So I'll buy now at 65 in case we don't get to that 50, but it looks like we're going to the downside. Last time we're trying this, if it breaks 30, I think that's the same as everybody. We'll take a small paper cut here and move on, because honestly, it didn't base out anything yet. We were waiting for a base on this name, hasn't come through, so C3AI, downside mover. We want it in this name, and we have very, very little risk on it. So, but where we do have some risk is Apple, and you can see what that's doing right now, heading to the downside finally, trying to break 177. Let's put a bid here at 20. Then we'll put a bid a little bit lower at 10, and then see if we can make, again, the 50 cents on this Apple trade, which will make AI all better again.
Yeah, and I'm out of Intel. You can still, I'll show you, come to the chart for a quick second here, guys. We can get to that, and we'll get to Meta in a second, because we got the reload in the supply zone. It then broke to the downside, so we're out. We waited for it to actually try to hold it, and it just could not hold on. There were some buyers getting it up to 45, and then you'd see it immediately fade off. So, just no chance on Intel. It has to consolidate a little bit before we get some more back into this name. I still like the notion of catching a dip buy, but the market needs to calm down. The NASDAQ is holding the overnight low. but it's still trend to the downside. Now, Meta gave that wick top. It then sort of set up. It gives a little bounce, the consolidation, the consolidation fills, some at that 69 area, and then let's see if it can get back down into 68. As usual, stop out high of day, and then rinse and repeat if it starts working a trend to the downside, of course. Macy's was one where, it was looking for some shorts, but Macy's starting to go up until it's over 13.5. I don't want to rush into this one. I want to give it some time. And wow, Tesla, you kidding me, Tesla?
What now?
Tesla, I take the wick short on Meta, and Meta wants to top. Tesla already broke 200. So it wicked 205, hit 06, and then just hua-dunked to the downside. If it gets to that 98 level, which I didn't think we were going to see, obviously you know what's up at 298. Like, that's a crazy one there. And Carvana, where are you, Carvana? This just rejected 14. It could not hold above. Halted to the downside. Although be careful with this one because in our system, it's not showing the halt properly. Wow. Meta through the high of the day, that just got through the top. It's a good thing we got to stop out there because Meta wants 270. It's like should have faded Tesla apparently instead of Meta. So Meta going through the top. We'll see what happens at 270. Not a lot of size on that offer. But Carvana volatility halt. It'll be open in 3 minutes. A volatility halt to the downside on Carvana.
All right, yeah, good note on that one. And yeah, make sure, as Neil just said there, if you're trading it on our platform, make sure you're good with that trade. Okay, so we started a new position. Again, Amazon, huge move upside early, move down. We got a bad number, of course, from Macy's, which we should just check out now. Let me just make sure that that's okay. All right, so that's actually going to the upside. So we'll keep eye on Amazon right now, as we do get one fill on Apple, and that's it. We got that 20 fill, and we didn't get that 10 fill. So right now, Apple, we're going to have to watch out for that. But again, we're not trying to be completely net short now, as the market is now green on the day. So a huge move up. Back up for the market, again, bouncing off of really nothing, 14,250, pre-market low 14,275. Now you're starting to go back up to the upside. So we're still fine. All of our trades are still relatively in the pocket where we thought they'd be. Of course, Apple, I'm not at a reload spot. Amazon's a great one now, trying to make a move back down. Let's get something out at 37 or so here on Amazon. C3AI making a little bit of a move back up for me as well. So here comes Amazon. Where are we short Amazon? 75. Okay, let's take something out at 50 and then again at 25 or so on Amazon in case we do get that downside move. So here we go, 25 cents in the money on Amazon. We just need to take some out. And C3AI, we said we'd wait for a bounce, and we probably should have bought more down there. Obviously, our average price right now is 31.85. So we're out of the money now, 60 cents on C3AI, but it's battling back, guys. So let's see what happens now. Maybe that's the flush we were waiting for. We talked about it basing out. We were a little bit impatient with it, but I didn't want to miss my 32. So here it comes right back up to the upside. And there it is again. Let's go. Let's see if we can have some diamond hands. Let's go some bangs right here on Amazon, as right now Amazon is 40 cents in the money and hopefully still making that move to the downside as we wait for another fill.
Yeah, and I always talk about be patient, be patient, be patient. I wasn't patient with Intel. It then ran the stops at the bottom, which is that's what you're supposed to let it do. Like, let it run the stops, then get back in if it recovers, or get in when it recovers. Don't look for the bounce, participate in the bounce. It just got 30 to 50, so I did just take half out of the scalp trade because it is trend down. Now, if the market retakes the highs, fair enough. But until then, I'll just play off the low that we've put in here so far. I don't need to bid down there. That should be 10 cents lower. Macy's, I want to fade it. I really do. It's just like 13.50. I thought above 13.50. It just got to 13.47 and turn around. So, there's a trade-off here where I can just maybe take it with a tight stop off the 13.50 level is an even round number. I thought it might squeeze a little bit higher before turning around. So I've been patient with it. I did not get into position. Now I'm going to look for it up around that high. We'll just see if it gets. It has to get up there for me. And Chewy, that 36 breaker for Chewy on their earnings hits 37 now, pulling back. So Carvana was unable to hold its breakout price. Can Chewy do so? It's going to be the only question I'm concerned with for that particular name. And NVIDIA, by the way, that almost hit 390 and then pulled back around. Tesla's the one that we were watching. Doesn't get to 198. Looks like it's still bouncing around that $200 area. And one more for you. I haven't gotten into this one. Obviously, I haven't gotten into anything. It's not Intel or Meta, but Lucid approaching that 650. I haven't got a good look at the bid yet. Really? At 650. It's at 660. It's very slowly grinding down. If it's a few million shares, I kind of want that 51 long. I'll look at that level when we get down there. I just haven't had a peek at it yet.
All right. Okay, so we're in 3 positions: AI, Amazon, and Apple, and we actually missed. Hopefully, Amazon will come back down. We are bidding 30s. You know where it went to? 31. Yo, what's up? That's our watch list. Make sure you sign up for that. You're in.
The greatest of all time.
You're in, right there. I like that. I like that little intro. Thanks, Fabian. That was cool. I actually like that. It was probably an accident, but I'm going to act like it was meant to be done on purpose.
It was a Freudian slip.
Freudian slip. Okay, we ain't slipping up much right now today. Today's been a really good day. Look at AI. Let's go AI. We are back now in the money. And whenever we see that, I'm going to quickly put a piece out at 32. Let's go. Bang right there as we hold on to some AIs. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside. At 30.50. We thought about that. We obviously could have bought more, but our breakout is 32. Are we calling for Brendan? No, I don't think so. Okay, there's... Yes. Okay, what's up, Brendan?
Just getting the S&P manufacturing PMI final number here for last month. 48.4, guys, versus 48.5. Again, the S&P manufacturing PMI. The ISM number at 10 o'clock is the more closely watched number there, but slightly downside on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abby Manu. He loves watching us, Neil, or she. So thank you so much for the support on that one.
Sir.
And we love putting on the show for you. As you can see, I can barely speak, yet we're throwing out the bags right now today because, hey, man, I honestly, you know, someone's going to have to drag me out of this place because there it is, Apple right now, 45 cents in the money. Let's go, man. This is what we're all about. We bring the energy regardless. There's Amazon, 40 cents in the money in the downside, and we get that filled. So I think it's sit back, relax. We got it. Unity's up and working now. We all good, baby. Sticky Note Nation is in the building as well. Let's see what's going on with Google right now. Oh, that 122 was nice, but we don't have it. Nice little move there. Apple, let's get some more out, man. Apple just takes out that bottom of 177. So let's go, man. We like this short. We like it a lot. Can we get a fill underneath, though? That's the key thing. We're only out of 30% so far. Looking to get out of one more piece. My best out, though, is 11s. So I'd like to get something a little bit better than that right now. But thank you again for the kind words in the chat, man. This is what we're doing. We're here every single day. So let's go, man. Palantir people talking about, but I like that name.
I had to get to Alibaba very
like
quickly here because Baba broke $80. This was down like underneath like 79 in the pre-market. Actually, not a great day to start up the day yesterday, and then got back up to 79. So a double top breakout on 80 at Baba. I don't know what's going on in the rest of the space. I haven't really checked them out there, but this is sustaining the move a little bit. And if you think about where this has come from, back above 80, 81, you've got a lot of room to the upside. So let's see how long it can hold on to 80. The market is mostly sliding to the downside. That's why I'm still looking for my short. Something like, obviously we're looking for Macy's to the south side as well, but that hasn't gotten to my point at any particular point. And yes, there was one other name that we forgot about in earnings. Dollar Tree and Dollar General are getting waxed. There's some other retailers that are down. You are now down 17% on Dollar General. If you're wondering why Dollar Tree's down, Dollar General reported and is down 17% and still cratering. So that would be the reason for DLTR, Tim Wallace. Brendo.
Weakness in Chinese EV makers here, guys. NIO, XPeng, Li Auto, all downside. We got delivery numbers month over month for May from all of them early on this morning. For the most part, down right across the board. Outside of Li, LI was actually higher, but NIO down 6.5, XPeng the same. Li Auto, the only one showing a little strength here.
I was sitting there staring, waiting for Lucid at 650 and did not have a NIO bid at 701. NIO bounced off 701, went right to like 710. That gives you the trade. Yeah. Like you're long at 01s, you're risking 2 cents, you get 10 cents. That's the same trade as like the Palantir short 15, but I was looking for it on Lucid. It never came down there. The second time it tests this level, you can't really think it's as good. That's the harsh reality. So I might take something at 2s and I might add to it at 1s, but not as much as you would want to have it at 7. And I think you got to have a hard stop on this. So I'll be out of the bid. Said it would be. It would have been nice if I'd actually done it the first time through. But you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts and all that other good stuff, to be sure. Bit of a bounce happening in Meta now. But the other one I want to watch is Amazon, Google, Microsoft, all those names. They're getting a bit of a bounce. in the overall market in some of the tech names, and there could be some fades in play here because the market is still flat. And on an inside day, if you don't break the high, then you can't really fly. So I'm in NEO, but you guys know where the out is, and it's not complicated.
Yeah, we reloaded it. We don't have that. Oh, that's the thing. Brad, could you see if you could find that reloaded animation? It's just that, okay, I'm reloaded. Yeah, because it's not an animation, it's just a thing. So right now we are reloaded here in Amazon. That's another name that came right back up to VWAP again. And we're just trying to be patient with this market because when you get a market looking like this is much different. Like yesterday, I was already down hundreds of dollars shorting things, and then the short came in after, and we were able to do fine at the end of the day, obviously. Actually, no, that was 2 days ago. Yesterday was fine. But today, this is how you get caught if you're a day trader. Decent volume here, but look at this. We open up, we go back down, we come right back to where we opened, then we go halfway back. Now we're halfway back again to that top side. So we're still stuck in the middle, although we traveled well so far here today. So that's where it's all about. And, you know, having big days is what everybody wants, but the market has to give you the trades. There's no point in forcing anything in any of these markets. And we could be wrong on Amazon, right? We're not overly strong on any of these plays. Would like to get Amazon better near 121. So if there is a rip, we'd like to get that back into the play. That bad wick from yesterday. But there it is, 121.20 is where we're gonna get out. It's kind of like these pre-market levels. So let's put on some more shares of Amazon. This is the big trade for me, I think. If we can come up near 121, we'll put it on and then we'll see if we get a fade. But the other thing to understand is Amazon right now is up against a weak market. So we may have to find something that is weak. And I mean, I'm only short 2 names now. Apple's positive on the day, and so is Amazon. They're both in the money, but you know, better to find a little bit of a different name here. Might be Tesla, it might be Baba, or you're over on an earnings name, which I really like as well.
Well, we'll see how much we like it. So the first consolidation underneath 1350 is right here. It's at 1320. I just went over to it. I'll get to NEO and Intel bouncing in a second, but first consolidation for the short underneath 13.5. I'll just stop it at 13.5. Like stop out at 1350. That's going to be it. I'm not going to add to the position unless it really tests that high or breaks down beneath 13 even. While that was going on, I did make the rinse and repeat on Intel. Again, when you lay out a plan of action, it's all about the actual plan. So the plan was to be on the back end of the trade on a bounce, a dip buy on Intel. I didn't execute it that way. I got in on the front. I got stopped out. Then I got in off the support after support was established. And now you're getting a couple of bounces off that level for profitability. So you have to follow the plan ultimately. It's not enough to make that plan. You have to be able to follow it as well. Let's go to Brendan very quickly. Also, NEO is bouncing, but only at 06 right now.
Wow.
So small bounce a second time through on NEO. Both these working, but you had to be very, very patient, Brendo.
Maybe it was a pause day yesterday, guys, for this one. CVNA back to the upside in a big way here. There was a halt. Downside resumed right back to day highs here on heavy volume for Carvana.
No, I did say if it reestablished 14, I wanted Carvana, but it was halted down, so I thought we could just be patient with that, like it was not going to be for a while, and then immediately,
Patience.
Instantly, oh my goodness, you know what? I'm just
sitting near the bottom.
I'm going to be here. Let's just wet the old beat. Go into a halt up, maybe.
Old beat.
Go into a halt up, and I'll get a little bit if it goes halt up here. I thought it was at the halt band. No, it's going through 1450. Okay, this is not the quarter, but I'm going to take a first beak, whatever. I'm just getting in, baby, here.
First beak
I like it
wetter?
all the way to 14. I should have this at 14 quarter. This is sick because it rugged everybody in the original 14 break, but it's such a big level on the daily chart, right, that I want to be involved in this, and I have to be able to give it at least back to 14 even. So I'll get a little bit here when it broke 1450, and if it bounces off 14 even, then that's the place to add. I'll probably stop it at like 90s or something like that. I don't want to get trapped in a halt down, so I have to make sure that I have a stop out at all times. But yeah, I'll get a little bit in there. Intel's now sort of flying above 50. I got to take some of that out, but the new trade alert for me is going to be, can Carvana get from here to a 15 break to 16, 17? Like, I'm not thinking this is a 40 or 50 cent trade.
Right, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, I'm doing the same kind of thing right now. Thanks, Rob. Rob just loaded me up with the double T.
Double T?
The double, yeah, see, there's
You got to
two.
let it steep.
There we go, it has
a little
the
bit.
two. The lemons, apparently there's some honey up
believe
in
the
here.
word
Shout out to
steep
Rob
just got used around
for that. Yeah, steep is a good word. Why not?
got a steep
All right, so we're taking out some more Amazon here as the market is just flat. Like, honestly, love to give you guys a banger, but my trades really aren't doing much right now. We have reloaded Apple. Okay, I'm reloaded. Look at that. Reload, thank you. Right down there, just got out at 14s right there before it bumped up again right now. So we're just gonna keep on watching this on Apple. We do have some more bids to get out if there is any problems. Yeah, you're right. You did send that to me yesterday. Vodka, they said, is good for a sore throat.
Seriously?
Yeah, I see what you guys are trying to do.
Oh,
I see.
no.
I see what's happening
No,
here.
no. Bourbon. Bourbon.
Yes. All of that.
Brandy. What else
All
is
the best,
good
man.
for
Forget
it?
about Halls or Ricola and all
rum.
that stuff. It is all about the alcohol, apparently. But we're feeling good, man. We've got some good trades on here.
No, it doesn't, Brad.
Starbucks. We had that break on Starbucks yesterday. Is GameStop moving a little bit? I just see GameStop at VWAP here on again, another scanner brought to you by Trade Ideas. Make sure you check those guys out. All right, so yeah, it's just at VWAP, but it's in the middle, not really moving too much. You know what I'm thinking about now? Let's trade something that was moving. And the last time we went to Brendan, a couple times ago, was talking about some of these delivery numbers. NEO down to 7 and bouncing off 7 right now. So this is something to look out for as well. What's up, Brendan?
Just seeing a note here, guys. Just heads up on Palantir if anyone's trading it this morning. The CEO apparently going to be live on Bloomberg if he's not already. So just heads up on Palantir.
I mean,
That's always a good
if it breaks
catalyst.
15, you know what's up with that.
I like
It's going to
that
be
catalyst. I like that catalyst.
to everybody because I think we're all looking for that break.
Yeah, but
I think so, but it's not there right now. It's not there right
We're very, very far away. I think in a slow market.
Yeah, if we get there, fair enough.
That's
But I
the
think
key,
it's
though.
going to be a crowded trade, but that doesn't matter. I don't.
Yeah.
I just think you take it when it comes there. You mentioned NEO. It just broke 710, so thankfully it did come down there again. Sometimes you get a little bit lucky. That was a missed opportunity the first time. It bounces again off 7 even. It's at 711. Let's see if we can break through VWAP and continue that move. I mentioned getting some intel out there. That one's on the
Maybe this is
NASDAQ,
just a
so going
long
back.
one.
It just broke 3150 again and reversed. So bouncing now off of the quarter mark, getting the low 30s, and it's giving you to 50 and then pulling back. So that's pretty much all you're able to get. Macy's is the only short I'm in. I would love, oh my goodness, NVIDIA's at 390. Let's calm down. I don't know if I like NVIDIA, the short off 390 just yet. I want to be patient with that one. I was looking more like an Amazon if it got to the high at 123. That's nowhere near the high. So I got my Macy's in there. We'll add to that one if it tests 1350. I don't want to rush any shorts here. Let's see if the futures can get to the top, which is about 30 handles from now, and then maybe we can be a little more patient with shorting things.
All right, so I'm changing my strategy a little bit here on Apple, and the thing is like the market is now trying to go back up to the upside. Obviously, we've gotten some good outs for Apple down there, but I'm just going to try to pay attention to this 200 period. If we take 177.70, okay, here it comes right now. See, so I was going to let this thing cook a little bit all the way up here to 178, but honestly, the way it's reacting here off these bottoms, we've got to make sure that we capture those profits because it's already come down and bounced off of yesterday's kind of bottom there when we had this crazy move to the downside on a rebalance. So let's not think that, Apple is super weak. That was just a rebalance coming in there. So if we do take this level, which we almost did right there, we're going to get out. So let's just watch out what's happening. We did, and what I said by changing up the strategy was just taking more shares ahead of a level that I thought was going to be pretty key. And it seems like it is. It's just bouncing off 60 right now. So this trade, we are out of it if it takes 70. That's it. Apple much stronger than we had thought right now. And again, let's keep some of the profits today. Let's not let this go up to the upside. And then I look back and it's 10 o'clock and I'm thinking to myself, what have we done here? Just been short while the market's absolutely ripping. Let's get some levels to watch out for, and that's going to be important. So right now, there's the last fill for me on Amazon. We waited. Again, another name, very, very patient. And look what's happening. Now the market's going up. So we will get stopped out of our Apple. And this time the damage is pretty minimal as we wait for this 121.20 right now. That just bounced off that. So yeah, all these plays coming in right here to the long side as the market bounces off 14.3, and here we go. Looks like it wants to get excited now and get going. So we're short Apple, maybe not for long, and we're also short Amazon. But the big banger right now is C3AI. Let's see if it takes out 32 again. We're at 32 right now. Our average price is 31.70, so we got 40 cents in the money right now. I'm trading this, you're trading Vana, and so let's just see how this goes. Here comes Apple pulling back finally. Let's take something out. I was not expecting this on on a high up NASDAQ. Let's take some out on Apple. Yes, this is a good trade for me right now. Finally, good. So we waited out for it. We did not get stopped out. Adjusted plan. There it is. Little bit pressure taken off there on Apple in the mid 40s.
There you go. And the market is trying to make a run up. So when you get that dip, it definitely looks juicy. I mean, CrowdStrike, if you told me that this was going to be at $153 this early in the day, I would have laughed at you because, down that much, it's on an absolute tear right now. This is just, it's blowing it out. We got a number in a minute here. I got Carvana, Intel, and NEO with only one short on Macy's here that I'm looking for a place to add to it. But just checking notes, NVIDIA broke 390. I think it's a fade if it gets to 400. We'll cross that bridge if we get there. Right now, let's go to Brendo for the number. What the hell happened to crap?
All right, 30 seconds to go here, guys. Just a recap. 945. Remember, we got that S&P number, 48.4 versus 48.5. This is the one that is a little more closely watched. ISM manufacturing PMI number expected 47 here. If you remember last month, 47.1. It came in higher than expected as well. So this can move the market if it does come in a little bit higher or lower than expected for ISM manufacturing. There's also this construction spending, but not as important. There it is, 46.9 versus 47. So slightly to the downside for both of these, S&P and ISM manufacturing PMI numbers, both downside ever so slightly. Overall, here's how the market's shaping up right now. 0.2 for the NASDAQ 100, 0.12 for the composite there. Everything else pretty red, including, the Dow struggling today, down about 0.5% already. For the Dow 30. A couple of things we were discussing if you're with us pre-market. One of those, Chewy, what a move. 25% right now. It was all the way to 37.50 there on highs. Trying to get back to the upside there for Chewy. Block, I saw a volume alert that went off there when it came through 60 to the downside. We're trying to bounce here as well for SQ, one that had a big move yesterday, guys.
All right.
I'm frustrated with myself over Chewy, but you got to pick and choose, right? I'm already in 4 positions, but Chewy 36, that was sort of the breakout price. It bounced right off 36 even. It's back above 37. I think this one's setting up for a potential all-day long situation for me. Meanwhile, I'm taking the shot in Carvana, which I think has upside as well, but that's a squeeze play, whereas Chewy, it has at least the report behind it. Right? Yes, it's a squeeze play as well, but it's got the report behind it. Carvana, more or less, is basically looking for air on a short squeeze. So I was able to add to it at 420 after getting the 50 level. But if it cannot hold on to the bottom here, I'm just going to have to get out and try and reevaluate. It's still in the consolidation phase, but it just made another run at the top and is starting to flush back out. And I don't want to. You always try to limit losses here. And if I'm going to look for like 70 cents on the first amount, then I want to make sure I'm keeping the loss to under that 50 to 60 cent marker there. I don't want to give up $1 on this because then I need it to break 15 with 100% certainty. I want to get to another name out here because NVIDIA is flying and Marvell is following along with it. I can't seem to get more than 15, 20 on Intel bouncing off that 30 level, which is fine, but Marvell is just juiced right now along with NVIDIA. If that gets to 400, remember what happened the other day on Marvell when it quadrupled? It's in the mid 63, 64 area. If it gets back up there, I think it can be a fade, but there's not a red candle in sight yet on this one. So let's think about the strength coming back into NVIDIA and the AI chip names with Marvell as well.
Yeah, so we got stopped out. We just got a nice fill there, though, on Amazon. We got stopped out on Amazon on that number, but we were taking profits before it. Then we got stopped out. Then we just got back in against 40. So that high was just made 40. We got back in there at whatever I'm long, short now, 10s. So we just took some out at 84. So making that sort of that 30 cents back in. Let's see if it wants to continue its move to the downside right now. We did reload. I mean, Apple was good, man, because we were able to get Apple out down here just before the number in the 20s. So let's see if Apple wants to continue to fade. I'm going to put some more bids out here on Apple, and they just both filled. I didn't realize I had 2 at 47, but now 36s is my next fill coming for Apple. Let's see if that continues to work. For C3 AI, I mean, we're in 3 winner. Like, we're 3 for 3 right now, believe it or not, so that's good. 32.50 was the high right there for AI. I want up here, man. I want 32.70, so that's where I'm waiting for right now on C3 AI. But here comes Amazon trying to pull back a little bit. We're just bouncing off VWAP. Let's see if the number can let's see if the market can take that number. And again, the number was as expected. So it came out, what, 46.9 versus 47.1 or so on ISM. So that's not a big mover there at all.
really.
So I do expect a little bit of a downside push. Next bid out for me here on Amazon is going to be 70. But let's go over to Brennan and see what he's all about.
Of a move here as far as GS is concerned, but just be aware, the president of Goldman Sachs, John Waldron, presenting at a conference right now. So we saw what happened yesterday with Intel on that. So just a heads up on Goldman.
These conferences can be interesting. If you're trading the stock, just don't get run over by them, because if you're not listening and seeing what's going on, one headline or one piece of information can come out there and Goldman can rip like 2% like Intel did. Finally, follow the plan, Stick to the plan, Leroy Jenkins. But we just broke 3160 on Intel, being dragged up by the other chip names as well. But once it found that bottom, it's on the road. Just remember, if this gets to 32, I'm out and looking for re-entry. That's a big wall on the daily chart. That's where it stalled out yesterday. So in from here up to about 32 even, and then look for another long if it can continue to hold there above. Carvana's holding on to 14, so that's okay. NEO's slowly grinding off that 7 level. When you pull up to 15-minute, I think the next resistance at 720. So I'm going to get my next offer out in front of 720. I don't know if it makes it all the way back to 7.5. This could be a 7 to 7.25 type of trade, and then that's all there is to it. Guess what is making its move? Palantir wants it. It's not there yet. Palantir wants that 15. Anyway, 1473 now. I feel like it's only a matter of time. If it has that gigantic bid or big bid that we saw the other day when it was free money off the 15 short, then probably going to put a short on in Palantir at 15. But it's still a reversal long on that breakout on Palantir. But I reserve the right to be short 98 or 99, but it's a long for me if it breaks that top side. And we're 25 cents away now. Palantir wants this break.
Yeah, so we got stopped out of Apple there, but I am seeing some size now a little bit here on Apple. At 85, I think it was. Some decent size here. Let's see. Yeah, there it is, 82. So let's just get out of this short. We don't want to, worry too much about all this different stuff happening here. But let's get out if we take out 178. So one last shot here on an Apple short. And again, we got stopped out there, but we're short back again now. We'll see if that happens. 178 and change out of this Apple trade if that does come through. We did take some profits on C3AI. We're now 70 cents in the money on C3AI. So let's see if it wants to continue to cook to the upside. It just kept on bouncing off 50, so that's where we took a fill. So 30.50 out, 32.50, $2 right there on C3AI from that bottom, but we did take a first fill there that we negated there. So let's go back up to the upside right now on that name. And here we go, man. We are getting closer and closer to see what's good with Apple. We're now short 77. We'll scalp some out if it comes back in, but honestly, right now just against 178 for Apple. One last time, and then we'll see if that can fill us. So we'll wait for that now on Apple, but not, honestly, man, I'm much happier with Amazon, believe it or not, because it actually faded off that level. Apple right now is starting to go higher and higher. As there it is, we get a 70 fill on Apple, take some pressure off of that fill. Tesla is a rocket, apparently. Right back, wow, off 200. Oh.
But it didn't get to, the level.
Got to watch more things out here. It didn't get to 198.
No, it broke 200, but it got to 199.50.
Yeah, it didn't do much.
I don't know, if you're playing off the 198 level, I suppose you could be starting in at that price. I just don't know if I would have been. I think you're waiting for sub 199 for that long, if that's what you're trading. Carvana's back above that 1420, so it's back to break even. But I said I need this thing on the front side of 1450, heading to 15 before I get too excited about it. Neo did make that push. It is going. Come on, I'm not looking to gift horse them out. It's back up to 720. I hope you still got it, Renata, because you had the long at 701. Sometimes you just look at one thing if you like it and just get that fill. It gave you the 701. Now we're getting into where I think you could find a chop zone, so watch out for the 25 to 30 area. But it has made its nice little bounce. As I said, the chips are dragging Intel up, but NVIDIA just turned around a little bit, and Intel just got up to 1364 and pulling back. So the long is down at the low 30s. It's giving you 25 to 30 cents worth of a range so far, looking pretty good. Crypto Gangster letting me know that Coinbase, it's a trap. He's telling me that Coinbase is pumping because he probably knows that when it gets, where do you think Coinbase has to get before we like the short? That's 64. So 63 to 64, that's the money zone where you're looking for the fade on Coinbase, which means don't touch it, Neil. Don't even think about it. Don't look at it till it's above 63. And even then, don't trade it until it shows some weakness. Because Coinbase just turned green with the market. You don't want to be standing in front of this. You want it to show the turn and then participate. That's what I'd much rather see here with Coin.
So normally we love that Coinbase trade up there at 60. So normally, like, I'm just all tech, all these big names all the time. But today, big winner for me is C3AI. We talked about going long on that name, and that's exactly what we did. We held out for our long. Our first long is 32. It's at 33 right now. And we got an average price down here at 30. So this is a definite banger right now, man. I don't even have any offers right now. I have an offer at 35. So let's just see where this goes here. That's 36, 35. That little wick bottom there right immediately was 35.30. Let's just see if it continues to work. But we're already at 33. So maybe we should put an offer at like 33.50 here, which was that top for C3AI. So we can do that, I guess, if we take it. I mean, hey guys, let's not feel too bad about taking $2 in the money, but it needs to get up there first. So 33.50 is my target right now for C3AI. Just put an offer in there. Let's see if it gets to that. But first, we got to get over to Brendo.
Conferences going on this week. ENVX, Enovix, is a battery maker, up 6% here today. Just took out day highs. Their co-founder going to speak at a battery conference in Germany coming up today. So ENVX having a nice day.
So remember like 5 minutes ago when I said Palantir was at 73 or 74? It's already hitting 89. It's getting to 15. The way that it's moving up here, though, it just makes me like that. It makes me like that 15 short first anyway. So we're going to go for it. I'm going to take a shot. 90. I have a 98 offer, 99 offer. I might put a 98 offer in there as well. So I will be short before I get any kind of a long trade. I am in one short. That is going to be Macy's. You can definitely see it up here. It's now starting to come back into the downside, and I haven't been able to add to it. So it's been a bit boring with Macy's, but once it breaks 13, it can get a little bit more exciting. So, I mean, in the money on 10 cents on Macy's isn't that bad. I could take something if I see a bid at 13, but right now it's absolute air. The next trade, I feel like, has to be Palantir the way it's moving, so eyeballs on that $15 price break. I am going to go long it. I see you, Dan M, in the chat. I like the breakout. I still like it at 15, but I'll take that short first, risking 2 cents. Essentially, I'm going to risk 2 cents on the short and then reverse into a long. That way I can play both sides of a key level.
Here we go, C3AI right now.
Money,
Let's go. We're nicely in the money now, $1.70 in there and $1.50 off of the sticky note level right there. So there it goes. Huge climb. It just stopped at 41. We are waiting at 40. So that's strange. We'll see if we do get that fill. A little bit higher on C3AI, and we should be able to get out. I thought I saw, oh, that's why there's some size there joining me at 40. But let's just see. Just go. You don't go this far to stop because there's 1,800 shares there. Let's go C3AI there. Did we get it? Yes, we did. I don't know how we got that, Phil, but we just got it right there. So that's a bang up right now, and definitely banking out on C3AI right now. We are at the last straw right now for Apple as it's up to 178. This sucks. This will actually put me red on the day on Apple. That's 2 days in a row that we've been red on this name. So that's probably going to be a hard pass for me to get back into this name, as there it goes right through 178. Not great reads on the Apple short these last couple of days. I mean, this is going to be an 18-cent hit. I mean, it's fine. We're in the money 50 cents on Amazon right now. So this is a good look at that. There goes Apple. Look at this Amazon fill to the downside and still making moves down for Amazon. So that's going to be a good trade. Obviously, C3AI is now $2 in the money. We already talked about that, and then Amazon. So we just get stuck there on Apple, and that obviously is my bad, as that was just not a great read on the short, putting us red on Amazon today. Apple.
178 big for Apple. Obviously, that one's, it can be that market leader, but the NASDAQ doesn't want to top. Let's just quickly go over what's going on in the market, because we haven't really sustained the breakout of the morning highs, overnight highs as well. But forget about that. It's yesterday at the midday, like 14.35. Like, you get past there, and then you've got a bigger rally on your hands and more widespread overall in the NASDAQ. So 13 just held on Macy's. It did break. I saw in the chat someone was like, yeah, 13 broke on Macy's. It did. It got to like 99, then came right back on the bid. So there's a refresher down there. I just took some out. You got to be able to ring the register. It's a 15 penny winner, 14 actually, because I got 01s, and then we'll try and refresh this trade if it tries to go back higher. Intel is going to retest the bottom, so how many times can we go to this well before it completely runs dry? It's a bit of a flat bottom break. I mean, it's 25 to at least 31 even, so I don't think you want to risk down that extra 25 cents when it's giving you 25 to 30 cents worth of a move to the upside. So it's a hard stop at the bottom here. I'll need to see it bounce first before I jump back in. I won't just be sitting on the bid in front. And Palantir just turned at 89, so it's not there yet. I thought it was about to make it, but no short yet on Palantir. That 15 level still in play, Brendo.
Meta day highs here, guys. Mark Zuckerberg taking the wraps off their Quest 3 mixed reality headset on Instagram this morning, of all places. So nice look, 2.5% here for Meta.
Yeah, well, we know Meta's been on one, that's for sure, and what a great move it has been for Meta. Maybe they're using some of C3 AI's technology, because look at C3 AI right now. Now $3 in the money off of, again, and we talked about this, it's right here, it's right on the sticky note, right here, right now, AI 32 long. Feel like we have levels of 30 to 32. We went long 32 and we went long 30. So there it is right there. It still has a 29% short interest. And there we go. Good future bookings and up, and away right now goes. Not really my friend C3 AI, but it has been today. That's for sure. Shout out to Sharif over here, the man with many friends in the stock market.
Every stock is his friend.
Every stock is his friend.
It's true.
And I'm still waiting for Alfred to come through right now.
Yeah,
so,
where's Alfred?
Exactly. I feel like Alfred doesn't exist.
Sharif is like,
there we go right now. We'll go, oh my God,
Oh
because
my
there's
God.
Amazon. Kabang, kabloom, kablooey. Make sure you subscribe. Where's Kat?
Hola, like and subscribe today.
oh yeah.
No idea where Kat is, but
I
you
actually
just see
didn't
that.
realize
Subscribe today
she's
on that, and Kat will. I don't want to say she's coming in. I don't know where she is, but no day off. Okay. So she'll be in there tomorrow, it looks like, and we will just continue with some of this talk, man. Amazon 70 cents in the money. Look at us getting out of the way of Apple. Like, thank God. Now you're all the way up. We have very, very small cut on Apple today. Not like it was the last couple days. So we adjust our trading. There we get out of the way of Apple. Short until it's wrong. And there it is. We actually wrote down 179 on the sticky note for the short. So let's wait for that. Put an offer a little bit higher than this on Apple. I don't think we get there, but I'm just going to put something at like 178.80, a couple hundred, whatever. We'll just sit there, see if it fills on that upside. If it does, then we can address it at that point. But we'll let Apple cook higher now. Amazon, we're out. We only have 20% left. This was some great fills right there at 63. I mean, we shorted 20s. It's too bad we got stopped out on that ISM number, but we got right back in there. Look at this trade. This is what we're talking about, risk to reward. Thanks, Dan McIsaac, Frank Jones, everybody there in the chat. This is 20 cents worth of risk, and we just banked out $1 or 80 cents. So far, so good on that one. Let's just keep this train rolling.
Yeah, the train's definitely rolling, but I might get off the station on NEO here. So it made it to the supply zone. It's up at that 725. I thought maybe we get back into that high, but if it doesn't make that final push, I'm trailing out of it underneath that 720. I want to get out while the getting is good on this one. It gave you the $7 bounce. Remember, that's a gimmicky trade. $7 long is like the 15 short. You're not necessarily thinking it's some kind of trend trade all day. You're just going long in front of the even, and you want to make sure you take your profit. We're now above 1450 on Carvana, so going to start piecing out on the way to 15, and then see if that one can make its move. Hopefully, if it breaks 15, I want to hold on to half of it. But let's go to Brennan at the desk.
One we were talking about with Luis this morning in the pre-market, if you joined us, 73% now for UCAR trying to get back to day highs here.
That sucks. But, I mean, there's so much moving.
Your car, my car, your car.
Faraday Futures car.
Everybody's car. Faraday.
Hey, whoa, hey, man. Faraday was
down 8%.
Oh, never mind. No, okay, never mind.
I see what you're trying to do, Neil. You're trying to hype up Faraday here.
No,
I get it, Neil.
My chart loaded and it so just
guess I gotta
candidly,
pay for Lucid
just come to my
shorts.
chart for a quick second because as it was loading up, it kind of loads the newest first. And I just kind of saw like this part and I didn't see that part where like it got quadunked. Then it loaded up yesterday. I'm like, oh yeah, it wasn't at 17 cents yesterday. It was at 27 cents yesterday. So Faraday's not having a good day. That sucks if you're in Faraday futures. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. So 13 got taken out on Macy's. It's a slow grind to the downside. I'm looking 1280 as this one goes there down. Had to be patient with it. Let it pop first and then get the reversal. And now I'm looking at that 1280 and probably into the 1250 area if it wants to make a continuation. The market's trying to roll over here a little bit. So if you got longs, watch out for them. I have not reloaded Intel because I'm being a bit cautious. Lower high here on Tesla. That was a bit of a beast. And remember, I was talking about, you're talking about Amazon and Google was the other one.
Yeah.
Have we even mentioned Microsoft? Softy underneath 330, which was all kinds of, it was a big level yesterday, 330, once it broke it. But look at this. It is just forming a wall at 328.50. This could be like a scalper's dream here to the short side. If you think the market's not going to break the high, you're essentially shorting in the 25 to 40 range and risking 20 cents to the high of the day there. It's like 328.60. So this one's piquing my interest when it's that tight of a range. We're past 10 o'clock. Some range-bound trading can be made. And if the market rolls over, I mean, this is already weak, down 0.2%. So I kind of like Softy. Money fills above 328, though.
I mean, NVIDIA ran. NVIDIA's up 3% today as well.
Yeah.
But it's coming right back down.
Like and subscribe today.
It's coming right back down. I just heard the Ola again. Right there.
Yeah,
it's coming back in there.
Like and
119
subscribe
for AMD. What did we just get filled on? Nothing. Okay. 119 there, looking pretty darn good, I feel like, here for AMD. So let's continue to maybe watch that name and see what we can do with advanced micro devices, because that 119 is looking not half bad at all. So that's going to be a level there, 119 for AMD. If we can get a short off that, and the reason why, look at NVIDIA right now. AMD up 0.4, but NVIDIA's up was up more than 3%, still holding 2.68, and there's VWAP right there on AMD as well, 387 and change. Excuse me. Maybe if we take that, then there's a problem. So I'd rather short the less dangerous one with advanced micro devices. I know you've been on Intel. I haven't really looked at that today. So I did
not reload it just there, and it was probably the right call, because the first bounce, look, you always have to wait for it to bounce first. And if you looked at what happened when it got to the supply zone, it was a hold. I did not, because I had my stop underneath. And then the second it wick stopped, it's like, oh yeah, just jump back in, because that's an entry. And then it was good. No reload the last time. I just held on to the last 10% and to see if it would make the bounce, and then I could add to it. Has not happened. So you're trend down on Intel, which is interesting, because every time NVIDIA has been strong, Intel has generally been weak, and then vice versa. So it could just be a little bit more of that resurfacing itself, just keeping in mind on the higher time frame. If it breaks 31, bit of a gap fill underneath. So 31 is another level. Every 50 pennies, I'm going to like this one to the bounce play on Intel. But going back over, see Carvana. Come on, Centipede. This is a bit different from like Chewy or everything else. This is a pure squeeze play. I am unaware of any catalyst or legitimate reason to believe in the long-term future of Carvana. Let's get that out of the way. It just simply is breaking out on the daily and has a big short interest. That's it. There's nothing else. That's the 200 period. That's the 14 level. So we're long off that. It cannot seem to get past the first 50 cents of this move. But once it's above 15, I think it has a shot at 16 and 17 even. So I want to hold on to half of this past the 15 level on this potential squeeze.
Wow, right now, guys. I mean, this trade, we just put on, what's up? We just put on AMD. We just talked about it, didn't we, Sharif? We just talked about this. 118.53 we're short. I just took 50 cents in 1 minute right there.
Awesome.
So far, we cooking, man. We cooking. We had a great barbecue last night. We cooking again today. I told you, doesn't matter, man. Came in today, didn't feel that well. Sharply dressed, got a little bit of a trim up here, and now we're going to go 3 for 3, 3 for 4, because we do have Apple as the L. But there goes AMD. Look at this pull down in the market. Wow. This is, again, today is another good day. As there's 34.50. Do we take this level on C3AI? $3 now in the money. I'm going to cancel. I'm at 34.95. Honestly, 34.95 and 34.50, what's the difference? You may say 50 cents. I say correct. But let's just see if we get another move back into the 30s, take a piece out again on the high side. Then if AI really wants to moon, which it's already doing, in my opinion, we're long. This trade is 10%. This trade is 15% in the money. So like, I'll take that on the year on my portfolio. So let's go to the upside right now, see if we can get an AI fill right now, right here, right now at 34.30. Hopefully we can get that. It's just bouncing around right now. I don't want to look at it because it's going to make me, get in and out of it. So let's just not do that. AMD did break down below 118 and then stopped. So it stopped at 117.80. I don't care about that. I'm going down here. Let's see where we've been before. 117.50. I'm putting a bid on AMD to give you guys $1 in the money. We're 75 cents in the money right now, and we just talked about this. So if you're trading over here with Trader TV Live, you're in the right spot. Let's go, man. SoFi is round near 7 apparently again?
It just touched 6.99.
Wow.
So we're going to go to small cap recap, and good timing because UCAR is also halted to the upside. Volatility halt in that one, 620 tap, Rendo.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They've unveiled a cutting-edge trading suite optimized by newly upgraded algorithms and unmatched market signal and pattern detection. Use a QR code, bottom of the screen right now, guys. Chartprime.com/TTV gets you 35% off. Shout out to our friends over at Chart Prime. Number we were discussing in the pre-market this morning, mostly downside so far. This is that UCAR did start to get going again, but bit of a fail there at $5 once again for UPower. Back to the downside on a new deal for them this morning. WLDS, this is an Apple deal, wearable devices. Back downside, back trying to hold $2 actually as we speak here for WLDS, still up about 40%. CVNA, we talked about that down halt initially, made a day high, but trying to fail here at 14.50 right now for Carvana and ENVX, another one that was moving around. Here it is. That was the one we were talking about with that battery conference over in Germany for Enovix, a battery company, back to day highs, guys.
Yeah, updated tap on UCAR is now 601. So essentially flat. It halted at 595. I don't want to get too exuberant about it. It's a very, very small float, so anything can happen with a stock like this, and it's had some ridiculous moves before. So it just opened back. Whoa, okay, it just opened back up and immediately shooting higher. Yeah, that's not a setup I would have taken. Usually the setup I would like on this is it goes lower and then retakes 6 and you take a breakout back through 6 even with a stop underneath. This just went straight up to 660 and now pulling back. It is wild. It's a 10-cent spread here. I'll look for maybe another halt here and then we'll take a shot at it. NVIDIA is starting to get back into 385. I had no trades on NVIDIA, but a pretty deep pullback in this, and you can see the market getting dragged down with it. I got Macy's to the short side. That's working. I just want to see something else up there. And yes, SoFi, $7. But remember, SoFi broke 7 yesterday. I had the 01s and gave it to 95. So yesterday's high, I'm looking for the break of yesterday's high, not 7 even. And that's 703. So whether it's Palantir 15 or SoFi at 03, it seemed 2 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago that Palantir was going to break first. Now it looks like SoFi wants it at that level. I'm not really thinking short off 7 on SoFi because it didn't do anything with the short last time. That's more of a Palantir thing. And Team PJ saying AVGO is falling hard. Broadcom reports tonight, and they had a quadunk yesterday. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? It was 2 days.
They've been hot, so I don't know.
It was 2 days ago. Why is that still on SoFi? There it is. Let's go. It was 2 days ago. They had the quadunk, and it was hot. This is a bit of a flat bottom break. I'm not aware of any news on or anything leaking early on their report, but underneath 788, that's not a good look. It's a big gap because this was a $700 stock, less than 4 trading sessions ago. So keep an eye on this one. Obviously, the earnings tonight, I wouldn't be trading and making too heavy bets here because you don't know which way it can go. And the stock has a $280 range in the last half week.
That exactly.
Which is absurd to think about, really.
It's insane. But what else is insane is that we just took $1 on AMD, and now we are $1 in the money because this is where we just got it filled. So right there, 117.50, nice downside move there for AMD, and we just talked about that. Why did we like it? I mean, this is why we're here. Trade off of key levels, and there's 119. Again, everyone's gonna have different strategies. This is mine. Look for key levels, and that's pretty easy right there. 119, pick the right names, and here we go. Nice, huge move down for AMD right now. $1 in the money and clean, man. This is the one trade. I'm not trying to get out of too many shares, just trying to get out when they go in the money for me into a certain level, right? So AMD's right there right now. Missed opportunity, obviously, as we try to get 30. Isn't that funny that AI, I missed the print by 3 cents, and now we're down $1 $1 from that fill, for that missed fill. So let's see.
35?
34.50 it almost. Its high right now is 34.60. So again, good call off 30.50, but we're still in it. We're not in a huge amount, but we did get some out at 33.50, which is where we are right now. I'm still holding out for a higher take right now on this name. So hopefully that can come out. That is C3AI coming back out to the upside is what we're looking for right now. So let's see if that's a possibility or not for C3AI. Looking for some upside here back into that trade. And then AMD, let's just let it fall. Hopefully it keeps on working for us to the downside. That's C3AI, looking for some downside movement here on that name. So that's all I'm doing right now. Just waiting for more action. The NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ number. Flat right now. We've done nothing on the NASDAQ today. Move up, move down, move back. So I'm pretty happy to have some of these trades that we do. Let's just hope that they can continue to work out for us. These are these NASDAQ plays.
Yeah, I mean, the inside range on the NASDAQ, I think, was a little bit, I don't know, I kind of felt it was coming and you had to be stock specific. The Chinese ADRs, one of them's moving pretty big here, and that's Alibaba. It's still going. I thought maybe you would give you a dip into VWAP. As you can clearly see, that has not happened. It bounced off 81. It's headed toward 82. If it goes too much higher, that's not the one I'd be looking to fade. The one I'd be looking to fade is Pinduoduo. I say this every single time. I typically would rather just go over this, and if I'm going to look for a turn, take it in the thing that's weaker. PED's at the high, so next, if it turns here on BABA, then I can short off the high of the day. I think that's unlikely. I think it's going to break continuing BABA's strength, and the short's going to be at 67 even. I pulled a reload on Carvana because if it wants to stay inside the range and that's what you want to do, then I'll ride with you, Carvana. We'll stick with it. And we get back into what we got out. And I hate the fact that Carvana's a New York stock because I have to type all the time. So I got a reload down there in the 20s, and we'll go rinse and repeating at 50s and then 65s while still holding for a 15 break. So Carvana's still on that breakout charge, has been unable to get through that first 50 cents of the move, but that's okay, still has plenty of time. I'm going to stop out underneath that 14, just a little bit underneath that 14 level. And one more for you. Chewy, it tried. It doesn't hold on to 36. It's not necessarily over yet. The 36 break did give you $1.50. It still has a chance to hold this breakout. It's valid unless, if you can bounce off 35 even, I still think it's pretty valid. And Macy's is going to be good for a reload in just a little bit here. Was able to get the first pop back into 13.20, take some out at 13. Once it gets back up, 13.25, 13.30, I'm looking for re-entries into the Macy's short. It's only down 3%. Trust me, it was a heck of a lot worse than that earlier. And you want to get out of the way if it gets too ugly. And Lucid, yeah, it's not there yet. It bounced off 650. Look, I went over to Neo at $7. That was a much better play. Lucid has bounced 4 cents off that 650 level, and it wasn't a gigantic level either. It's not like Lucid was very big. Oh, there goes Carvana. That was a bad, I just got wicked. That's a bad wick. Did I misplace my stop? Yeah, I did. Should be a 1380 stop. I'm going to jump back into Carvana once it settles down here. But Lucid, no big bid at 650, so no long for me. I had to see like a few million shares on there if I was going to take it.
It's been like a really, really slow day here today, guys. So I would just say, like, be very, very patient. Like, I just checked, like, it's a very, very... I mean,
volume's light too.
Yeah, like volume's light. Some of these names. I mean, we can take a look at some of the names that had reported. I think for trade right now, and then I called over Lucid, and I was like, let's have a look at Lucid, and it's like not doing anything as well. So yeah, few names bouncing around right now today. I did want to look at Coinbase because we are going to go to crypto. 61, 62 right now. Coinbase, again, pretty flat, right? Nice moves early, and now just trying to do its dance here. 62.50, maybe 60 at the bottom. But yeah, I'm not super excited about these markets. But let's go to Brendan at the big desk and find out more about crypto.
Hey guys, quiet day for equities, quiet day for crypto markets as well. I'll show you the chart here in a second for BTC. CLSK is actually a crypto miner up on this note so far today. 12,500 Bitmain machines, Bitcoin mining machines purchased by that company for $40.5 million. Again, if you want to look at it, CLSK is the ticker for the actual stock. But as I mentioned, we're not really doing a heck of a lot here. This is Ethereum holding just below that 1920 area on the daily chart, just stuck in this choppy kind of back and forth range. 1800 continues to be support down here for ETH, trying to get back towards that 2000 level. Overall, BTC looking very similar. Very, very tight range below 28,000 for Bitcoin. So far down 0.3. Ethereum green on the day, but only just. You can see on this board, not a heck of a lot happening, guys.
Well, I can cancel my Palantir breakout bid, that's for sure.
I think you just need to trade, because I just said this as well.
Just fade those levels.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We're $1.70 in the money on AMD, but yet we just said not much is happening. It's very, very stock specific. You know, I agree. I'm the one that said not much was happening, and then all of a sudden, this is now tank city. So this is $1.70 in the money, and again, we just did exactly what we said we would do. Be patient. Let it give us these trades up here at 119. So it gave it to us. It made its move all the way down, and now we're $1.70 in the money. We get to trade this, right? So it's a good trade for me, obviously, as we take this level and watch it go to the downside right now. Now it's starting to bust up a little bit. 116.80 was the bottom. Let's just put a bid at 117. We don't have anything to be afraid of. We'll take that fill and take it out. So be very, very specific. AI still dancing around. I'm going to wait for that. I don't really. That's a good trade. We've already banked our money. We're waiting for a huge move on C3AI. Let's just put a bid at 117 to close the trade maybe on AMD for now. We still have Apple and we still have Amazon and AMD, the only two names short. But there's a bounce pretty clean off 117.
Oh, that's what it is.
We should maybe take $1.50 on this. So let's put a bid back down there. Take that $1.50 and see if we can get that on AMD. Hey, if we miss it, we can get it again. So far so good there on AMD.
Oh, my internet. So it looks like there might be a report out on Palantir, and that caused the last little spike to the downside. The bear cave. So
what?
It's another one of these situations. So it looks like the bear cave came out with a short seller report on Palantir. I'll wait for maybe Brendan to get the full story on this. But just now on PLTR, like the stock was cruising to 15 for the break. You guys all saw it. And then there's the volume spike. Oh, you can't see the volume. There you
really,
go.
Eh?
Huge volume spike on Palantir to the downside, dropped 40 cents in one candle, and now bouncing to the upside. So, sometimes with these short seller reports, it's pretty strategic. They wait for a run on the stock, and when the stock gets to major resistance, that's when all of a sudden the report magically comes out. No shocker. Brendo?
Same look here. Edwin Dorsey runs Bear Cave, apparently. So here it is. Just came out there at 10:30 for PLTR.
Right, we just tweeted out our AMD level, but there it is. We are now out at 117. We'll tweet that out again right now, but we are now out and now focused on Palantir because these reports are not good. Whenever they do come out, and they do often scare out, like Neil mentioned there, they'll scare people, but then you got to dig a little bit deeper, and I don't have the resources right now to dig at all.
15 is still there, though.
We are here trading. So I would still say, yeah, exactly. 15 is still there. I'd go short against that 15 now, but definitely be careful with that as we will put an update out on our AMD because there's the out. We told you we wanted to get that out down there at 117. We put a bid at 117.08 and got it. So now we are now out of that trade and looking for another one. So far so good there with AMD.
Yeah, I'm looking. I just saw C3 got back to VWAP in there. My shot was going to be, it was 35.50 to 36 was the area that I liked short. Sort of, come to my chart for a second, guys. Yeah, it was just sort of in this range. And if you go to the higher time frame, there we go. It was that previous high on the daily. And last time we were there, it was a bit of a support. I was looking for that turn of resistance. So I never got the pop and fade trade in this one. Palantir, to me, look, I can get cynical about the timing short sell reports all I want. That said, it had resistance at 15, so the report got dropped there. I think it's a short to 15 at this particular point. If it gets above 75, I guess I'll look for the fade trade. I just don't want to be chasing the bottom on this stock. I hate the notion of chasing a bottom on it. And UCAR is again halted. So I guess all you had to do was just take it on the reopen. It reopened at 6 something and then halted again here up at 757. With a flat tap, so it looks like it's going to open up pretty much at 757. At least that's what's indicated right now. I did have a bad wick on CVNA, but that wasn't really a bad wick. That was me misplacing the stop. My stop's underneath 1380. I'm back into it, but only 10 cents in the money doesn't really matter to me on that. UCAR is the runner. If it crosses $10, that'd be the point at which I would at least consider looking for a short opportunity on this name. I didn't get a reload on Macy's. This one's been pretty calm, but I was looking for here, 1330s. It just curled at 1320 back into 13. So I might have to just start taking the 1320 level again on Macy's for the short. And if it wants to give you the rinse and repeat to VWAP, I'll just go for that trade. I just thought it would be a bigger move to the upside that I could fade. Not much of one here on Macy's. So that short's still continuing to work.
All right, we'll dance with the devil here a little bit. Well, I'm going to go short. I mean, this does go against the hat that Brad got me as a Palantir investor, but we're going to go short against that 70 level. We did spike up there, 270. It's where the teal is, and I'm not overly concerned about it. If we lose on it, we lose on it. Let's just see. I mean, I think Palantir has been strong. We definitely don't want to be short Palantir, generally speaking. This would never have been something that I would have put on, but we'll take one more average in here, around 64, 65, and then get out if it breaks 70. So, again, small position in this name, and let's just see if it wants to work. So that's sort of the logic here with Palantir. Could get completely squashed, come out, deny everything, or whatever. People will look into it and say,
they'll say that. They always
yeah, exactly. Well, they'll figure it out, and they may not come out and say anything. So let's just wait on it. Well ready to get stopped out of this. This is just a shot in the dark here that there is maybe smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire possibly. So let's just wait to see. Again, no idea what that report's all about.
Well, what could they even be saying about them?
Well, I mean, there's always these reports that come out, right? So yeah, I have no idea. So we'll wait, and then we'll see where we go with this one. That is Palantir to the downside, I hope.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I kind of want it in the 70s, and again, it has more to do with the fact that you have a huge resistance level at 15 than anything else. So if that wasn't there, I don't know if the short would be as obvious, but it is there. You saw the sellers out at that price. I'm moving my trail again on NEO here as it's now testing that high. You got BOBA at the top. I feel like that could turn, and then NEO here at that high. I've given it to 25. If it breaks the top, we look for like 740s. But that one has worked off the 7 even level. But like when you play like a dip into an even dollar level like that, just because it happens to be 7 even, it doesn't always work. Lucid did get to 650. NEO obviously better than Lucid. I guess Lucid wasn't that bad. You got 10 cents out of it. It wasn't a lot of size on that one. NEO had a decent bid there at 7 even. Lucid had pretty much nothing at 650. So I like Lucid. Back in Nirvana, it's back at that 1450 area. We got to take some profit and shoot for that 15 break. Brendo, what do you got?
Well, note here, guys, from the Bear Cave. I was to actually read through this. I just took a brief scan really quickly. I'm not seeing anything that's fundamental or substantiated, to be honest. There's a lot of speculation and there's a lot of negative talk, but there's no fact that I can see behind this. But if anybody wants to see that again, it's out on Twitter there.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, to be candid, there's a trader I know that always reads these.
Yeah, good.
And I always feel like I always go to him and say, like, well, what are your thoughts of it? Is it worth reading? And he'll summarize it for me, or you can probably get ChatGPT to summarize it.
Yeah, that's actually what people are probably doing.
Oh, that's what people, of course that's what people are going to do. That's what they should be doing, as a matter of fact. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. So I was just talking about NEO, and then I mentioned, but didn't show you Carvana.
Oh, there goes Palantir, by the way.
It's in the 70s. I'm now shorted at 73, so that's what I'm looking for. So Carvana getting back up toward that high. It's doing that thing. It keeps on rejecting at 1475, so I got to respect that. But as you just mentioned there, Palantir now making a move back into the top. Look, as long as that 15's in there, I want to work this short trade. If you pull it up on the 15-minute with a short seller report on it and a wall at 15 and a lower high here yesterday at 1480, and then you got, to me, short underneath that 80 area makes some sense. You've got cover on the 15. So this is more of a setup than anything else. The other fill that just came in, it took a while, but it took the market going to the high of the day. But yeah, here's Microsoft right back into that top. So it's a flat top break if it takes out 328.60.
Wow.
Which, I mean, it could happen pretty quickly. If it does make a bounce off of this, and another hold underneath, like a consolidation underneath, I would add to the position, which it could be doing right now. So let's see if I can do that. But again, Microsoft has been resisting this level. It could break out with the market. Palantir is more of a reactionary story. This is a level trade. Palantir is more off that short seller report, but this is a pure level play on Microsoft. It breaks out the top.
44.
I'm just getting out of that one because the NASDAQ is finally taken out the top. Not through yesterday's lower high, but it's through today's high.
Yeah, we not too many new positions happening here, but we do have one, and that's going to be Apple. We waited for Apple to come all the way to 80 right there, so that's the short that we have on board right now. Apple against that 80. Let's just see. Against 79. Sorry, 179. You know, we started the bidding early on this name, and yeah, trying to make sure that we don't have it too late on this either. We'll take some more averages in near that 179, and then we have I think it was yesterday's top. Coming into play right there. Yes, sir. So 179.32. Let's just see if that comes into play at all here on this name. And then if it does, great. If it doesn't, fine as well. We're going to watch out for that. We're going to get more short. We're just small short now. We waited for 80. We told you that we do that. Then we would adjust it when it did come through. So there goes Palantir breaking back through 80. So yeah, I guess that's a nothing burger right there. We tried the short, but here it goes. You know what? This is like a catalyst for the other way now, because like if this comes out and it's like, there's nothing here, well, then everyone got wiped out right there. Now they want to buy it back, right? And so I'd say you still want to wait now for that $15 mark. There could be a good trade in here. We've already bounced off 14.90. But again, if this is not the greatest report, or this is not substantiated too much, and maybe just seen as like a cash grab by these guys because they're already short, like they might have already covered. And this is why I'm a little cynical about this stuff as well, because, you know, like it comes out right when it's at a key level. So no surprise there that they drop it, right? So I would just say I'm optimistically cautious. Cautiously optimistic,
Yeah,
or both of this, because I'm nervous that it didn't go down yet, but we're still at that $15 mark. So now I actually a little bit uncertain of exactly the direction of this trade. So let's be patient with it. Palantir up here at 15 and looking at 14.90. So it's probably, probably a short here, but at the same time, little worried about that $15 level. I think we'll put one more piece on now and then just wait for it. So there we go. We got 79s. We'll wait for this now on Palantir and see where we go. But the one person that we cannot wait for is Brendan, who's over there at the big desk, ready to drop some news.
Hey guys, yeah, back in the green here for the S&P 500 to the tune of about 0.4%. A couple of individual names standing out, obviously, but as we've been saying, bit of a quiet day. DG here jumping off the page. Downside, Dollar General down 20% off earnings in their forecast that missed expectations. That has obviously DLTR downside as well. Costco under a little bit of pressure along with Target, again, JWN, Macy's, the earnings names. HRL, opposite direction, 6% upside after beating expectations. Utilities are actually green on the day thanks to CEG. Everything else, though, kind of flat. NTAP up 8%. They beat. NVIDIA, 2.25%. ON Semiconductor, 1.6% to the upside. We mentioned Broadcom. There's AVGO down 1.8%. Salesforce back to 4.3% only. So clawing its way back to the upside. Travel names notably strong down here, including some of the cruise lines, CCL, NCLH, RCL, 1.8 through 3.6% in positive territory. It's banks that are leading. If you remember yesterday, it was the opposite story. Banks were weak. Healthcare stocks showing some strength as well. A bit of a mixed board overall, thanks to earnings, but good to see. Tough to see up there, but 0.45 right now, guys. Back to you.
There we go. And thank you very much for that, Brendo. So here's high of the day on Palantir. I'm not going to say PLTR. So we just got to 14.90. That was the previous high. It wicked that top. And so I should have been more patient. Come to my chart for a second, guys, if you can. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you, Moshe. I should not have been in on the front end. You let it get to the top. If it does that little up down, then you short it in the high 80s, and then you can add to it at 15 even. Instead, I've got myself an 85 price, which is kind of stupid. Oh, and by the way, watch out for that. Microsoft broke out that top. So the NASDAQ is now doing this. That's the other thing that's happening here. Softy broke out the top. The market is breaking out the NASDAQ as well, so that could be helping to squeeze things up here in Palantir. Another reason to be patient. If you're looking to fade something, you're looking to short something, if it's in a strong upward move in the market, then you want to make sure that you're letting it get to your price and then getting in. Oh, the other thing that just happened, I did get a reload into Macy's. I've been short that one for a while, but it's been giving you 13.20 to 13 even. So in lieu of that, I'm going to get my bids out in front of VWAP. If you look at this as a stock that's down 3%, you missed the point that it huadunked on earnings and has been making higher lows. So yes, the scalp trade has worked, but it's still an upward trending stock since the open. So I'm going to respect that, and then just to go for the scalp trade, SoFi at 705, it can't be. I have a no way. No way SoFi is at 705. I had to stop by.
No, it's at 701.
Okay, yeah.
I'm long SoFi.
No, I'm like SoFi cannot be at 705 because I have a stop through yesterday's high. So there's yesterday's high. I have a stop to trigger long if it breaks that top. So I haven't been triggered on SoFi just yet.
Right.
So that's how I knew it couldn't be there, unless my stop order didn't work, which is possible, I guess.
Which is possible, but it didn't. So it's
No, yeah,
well,
exactly.
I took the 7 break, so we're long 701 half here, rounding upside. So here it is, 702 right now. Interesting. Obviously, look at that out, by the way, on AMD, guys. At 117, are you kidding me right there? Back upside again. I'm short Apple, I'm long SoFi and short Palantir, as you guys can all see that. So let's just continue to see about what trade wants to work and what trade doesn't. So there goes SoFi, Palantir. They're both, we already know what trades we have on board here, so we sort of know what we're getting at. There's 705. We'll put an offer there. I don't want to take 04s. We're only long 01 half, so hopefully SoFi can continue to make this march higher and take us out at that 7. Some pieces out at that 705 and then higher from there, man. Because when you break yesterday's level on what we think is a strong name today in SoFi, then yeah, we'll take it. So here it goes. Nice little move to the upside now for SoFi. Finally putting some money in our pocket. Not yet, but if it gets going, then good. We have to wait for it on SoFi. Apple, pretty patient. Again, we do have yesterday's high right in here, 40s. That's what we're kind of waiting for. So I want to take a fill in the 20s here if we can get it. But yeah, a little bit too early again, obviously, on this name. But it's hard. Like, you never know if you're too early or not on any of these names, right? So that's the one thing to remember. It's like you got to average into some of these trades, and sometimes, yeah, your averaged in price don't look nice. So we'll wait for that one. But now Apple trying to pull back, and there we go. We take a little piece out on SoFi. Now let's see where it goes. It's finally at that 705 area. So now we wait to see what happens with SoFi and this area. So 705, a couple outs there. Now we'll wait. SoFi looking pretty good here. Not great, but pretty good. Let's get it through this level. Let's see, there it goes. Let's see 710, 706. We're long here at 701 half.
Yeah, I should be. Where is my gimme always gets? Don't you know your manners yet? Yeah, my stop order has been filled. I don't know why. It should be triggering. I'm just going to get in manually. Forget it. I'm not waiting for it. I just canceled my stop. I felt like it should have gone. I use that midpoint order, the one I was explaining yesterday. It needs to actually show the bid, but I'm in it now. It's above yesterday's high, pretty clean. Palantir's almost at 15 even. It just got to 89, I want to say. Sorry, no, 92. 92 it looks like it got to. I got a reload on Macy's, but there's another thing happening which I feel like is getting lost in the wind here with the NASDAQ making a break. So I'm in, as I said, I'm now into that SoFi as well, but a little bit later on the break. Here comes NVIDIA. It is like 8 green candles in a row on the 3-minute and right back into the top. Now, when NVIDIA turned last time, the market turned. So as it starts to curl off here, oh, I missed a chance to reload Palantir. Anyways, as it starts to curl off here, watch out for a little bit of a pullback because the last time this made a move down, it tanked about $8 and dragged the market down with it. You saw AMD go down like $1 bajillion when you were short there, Sean. And I know that was, it started over there on NVIDIA. So into one long SoFi that isn't Carvana. I know I'm still in NEO, but I haven't traded NEO since $7. I'm not adding to it either, by the way. I'm just holding on to what we got. And then let's see what happens with what I think was an impatient trade over here on Palantir. A very, very impatient trade. You know, I should have been, see how we're in the front end of this? Like, see where I'm starting to get out as it starts to get back into the 80s? I shouldn't be getting into this silly thing until it's already shown you that high and then getting the 85s this way. That's not how I roll. Sometimes you know who you are. I yell at myself to get in on the back end, not at the front end over and over because I know I'm still prone to getting in short on the front end of a trade. Even if it works out, I'll be pissed off at myself. Let's go to Brennan and Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, dollar downside so far this morning coming off all this data that we got this morning. If you remember way back at 8:15 this morning, ADP number comes out higher than expected once again. So we did initially, this is a daily chart of the DXY, we did initially have a move to the upside before back down as PMI comes in lower than expected, ever so slightly, to the downside for both manufacturing numbers this morning. So dollar downside to the tune of about 0.5% here. ECB President Lagarde was speaking this morning, pointing to further rate hikes to come from the ECB. So some strength coming out of Europe today for the euro, specifically 0.4, Canadian dollar up 0.5%, 0.7 here for the pound as well, back to 125 for the pound. A lot of green on this board versus the DXY, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, all downside if you're watching crypto, guys.
Pretty
So,
crazy.
I was turning to, I'm like, there's something else in that whole like update on all the positions that I meant to get to. It was UCAR. So UCAR, it broke $9. It got to $9.72 and rugged. So down halt now in UCAR, halt at 8.03, 757 tap. I'm not making those numbers up. This was just cruising my chart. This is what happens. You can never go broke taking profit. If you get in these things, get into them early. At least when you take a breakout here, like if you take a 6 break, maybe you're risking to $5. It's $1. It's 20%. It's not the end of the world. That's kind of what I've been banking on for Carvana here on the 14 break. But you're not worried about being long up at like $9 when there's, I mean, like there's 30% down, 40% down, or types of moves that it could do. And Michelle Hebert, why don't you just cover your short right now in the money 1480? I did start covering at 1480 on Palantir. Just I did get that bid there, and I started covering it. I don't want to be getting out of all of it, but I started the cover at that 1480. I don't know if I'll get flat. I will definitely take more out at 75, down on the way to 1465, and then be able to improve my price on the way to 15. That is the way I want to work the trade. However, I'm still going to be frustrated with myself for getting in here anything in those 70s. So you're right about that. You can be a little bit more patient with it. CVNA just finally broke 15 even, so that's, yay. For taking 2 hours to break $15, Carvana. But Palantir right now is going to be the bigger concern because that 15 level, I'm not short at it. I'm short well in front of it. Doesn't mean it can't work, but it's going to have to start working soon. I don't think my price is fantastic. I just canceled a 75 bid because I'm going to bid 76. I always say, like, if you're going to bid in front of an even level, bid the penny in front of it. It doesn't matter, just print 75. So let's see if we can get down into VWAP. That's what we're looking for. VWAP retrace all day, every day, or every day on Palantir. All day, every day. You got to say it like Nelly, right?
Yeah, you do. Someone asked, because you said that you like to get in on the back end, but then you took out SoFi, taking out the level. So I just want to say,
I like breakout trades.
Yeah,
though.
Exactly. So that's the difference. Was that it was a breakout.
So when I say front and back end, like if you're fading, if you're going long in a stock, it's going down, or short in front of a stock, it's going up, then you want to wait if you're going against the grain. On something like a SoFi, I'm just looking for this thing to moon, man. Like it's the breakout of the high of the day, well, yesterday's high that I want to take. And generally speaking, if I'm looking for this break here, I want to just flat out give it underneath this, right? So I'm just long on the break above, looking to give it that support zone. So you're risking, in this case, because it's above 7, I'm kind of risking 20 cents on it. And I can add to this if it wants to bounce off of 690. So it's a more structured style trade there, and that's all I want to go for. It's just a clean breakout trade over on SoFi more than anything else. The front end, back end thing has to do with going against the grain of the stock. Like when I'm doing it on NIO here, and just to finish the thought, because we're supposed to be trying to teach you guys, like NIO is crashing when I'm looking to take a 7 long, right? So this is what I mean about taking, these bids are not going to come in. So what I mean about taking on the back end, so it bounces off the level, comes down again, and then you're catching it after it's shown a bid, because the stock is crashing. If you were taking a 7 breakdown, you just sort of take it when it breaks the level, and then you just take the break of 7 even. But that's going with the grain. This is going against the grain here. So we're supposed to be going to Brendan for earnings because it's already 10:56.
You can just show it. Just show it.
Oh, there we go. So we already talked about Broadcom making a monster move.
Huge day.
AVGO has been all over the place, and I'm expecting it's going to be a little bit more of the same here with Broadcom. Because yesterday or 2 days ago it had $100-something move. It's down. It already had like a $30 move today. Zscaler got to watch out because CrowdStrike's been all over the place today. Lululemon, that's the other one. Big name. Lulu is on the 200 period on the daily. So it's at a key price. It may not still be there. Yeah, it is. It's still there. It's on the 200 period on the daily. It's already pulled back like $60 from the high. So were it to take out this level, it's been down like 8 days in a row. That's just how retail rolls. A bad print there, and I'm going stink bid 300 all day on this thing. So that's just, anyways, for myself. Like when I finish here, I'll probably throw a bid. I don't own the stock, and I kind of want to start getting into it. So if it does dunk, I hope that's an opportunity to start building a long-term position. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
We finally got some good patience in Apple, and now we're really running that stock out right now. So that's going to be a good stock. We're almost back to flat on the name just by waiting, just by being as patient as we possibly can. There's the fill that we got right there at 30.29 against yesterday's high, which we talked about with Apple, right there. So, I mean, there's the pullback right into the 21 period, and let's see if it holds now 179. Hopefully the market can really tank, and then we'll be really jamming, guys. I mean, honestly, like this, if this market moves down, we're going to be quite nice on all this. So not too many trades today. Neil said that watching AMD go down $1 million. Yeah, man, that 117 was a great fill, and that bounced right back up. We could have taken it again, but I was too involved with this Apple trade. Probably should have taken it, obviously, but didn't want to miss out on it, right? So even now, I'm going to bid more 01s here on Apple just because we haven't had good reads on it, right? So if we do have this big windfall on this name, we should probably take it. I'm actually going to punch out some 05s right there right now. Me for Palantir, I'm just going to remain chill on this, see if it continues to work. We are short now 86.5. We did, again, traded it in the middle, got some outs for wins, but got blasted out most of them. So we are red right now on Palantir, but that's going to be obviously position dependent. And then look at C3AI, the trade of the day right now on, for this name, C3AI. Buying 30s, it's at 34. We just took, well, either way, we just got that 34.50 fill like we said we were waiting for. But the important thing about this is that 32 is written all over the sticky note. So as my voice goes again right now, you guys are all going to get a treat. Mac's going to do double duty for me there on the midday show. But there it is right there. AI 34.50 off of 30 long. Hey, man. Right there, that's 20% or so on C3AI. Sorry, $4 on 30. So nice move to the upside. Let's see if we can continue to go on C3AI. It's been a pleasure to be with everybody here today. Thanks, Rob, for all the reloads on the tee. I did it. We went through the show there, and although, we're still alive, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much to John Sproul. Thank you so much, Bears vs. Bulls, and everybody out there, man. It means a lot. And now all I do is concern myself, of course, with this Apple trade. There it goes. Nice moves, Apple. Nice moves, Apple. Back into the 90s. We're now 40 cents in the money on this one, $4 in the money on AI, 3 cents in the money on Palantir, and 3 cents out of the money on SoFi. So not so bad there, Neil. You're short PDD right here.
So just before I go over, I'm about to head over, log out, but PDD, we had that like 66 for a minute, risk about like 10 cents on it, and then it went to the next level up. The next level up is 68.25. That's from 2 days ago. You can see it right here. It's also the 50-period moving average on the daily. So I just jumped into it off of that level. New position. I wanted to make sure I said that before I moved over. I have a hard stop on it. So I can make my way over to join Sharif for the midday. I am getting more Palantir out here. I have half the position on, but I'm looking for VWAP for the rest. I'm just going to get a couple bids in addition. Now I'm going to head and join Sharif, as we're a little bit overdue, but we're having fun. The market's moving, and watch out for that U car. Just be careful with that bad boy. It's a little wild, people.
All right, so I want to thank everybody for paying attention to us all morning. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. It's a big show. There goes Apple. Yes, sir. Apple's still going, man. Now we're 50 cents in the money and now positive. After all of that, we are positive on Apple today, man. If I just change the way I trade, oh man, just be patient, my guy, and we'll hit this every day. Also, there goes Palantir, nice little trade there. Apple just bumping up a little bit again, so let's just continue to take it out. We just got a great fill there at 70s, 80. Now Apple making a move as the future's trying to go again, but without any further ado, thank you so much for watching. We got to thank everybody out there, Bears vs. Bulls, everybody on the ones and twos, Alfredo, Prad, Fabian, everybody. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm going to throw it over to Sharif when he's ready. He's getting his mic on. Sharif, come on, man. It's 2 minutes in here. Let's go. Stop waxing that car. Here we go. When he's ready, we will throw it. He now is almost ready. I like that. What you got in that mug there, Sharif? Talking juice. Okay. Well, then, get to talking, my guy. It's Sharif. He's ready to rock and roll. Thank you. I'll see you at 2.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. I think Neil will be here in 1 minute. And we are at a crossroads, I would say, I would posit, on the ES. Why, you ask? Because we are above 4,200. I spoke about this level in the morning as a level that we needed to claim and stay above to really get some bullish momentum to the high side. We find ourselves up 1/3% on the ES June contract as we are now at 42.03, having made a 42.07 and 3/4 high. That is the ES June contract, guys. So keeping my eye, see how we trade here. We're above the pre-market highs that we made at around 42.03-ish. We're trading above there. Let's see what we do. We got a good move on some of these big cap names. I see Stressla curling up into that 204 level as it looks to go green on the day. I'll show you a couple of trades of mine in just 1 sec, but I think we are at an important point here at the ES. I don't know how Dan, if you're in the chat, how you feel about the trading in and around here on the ES. Neil, we couldn't reclaim that 4,200 level yesterday. We touched it a couple of times, broke above it, came below it, weren't able to reclaim it. Now it looks today we are making higher lows and reclaiming that 4,200 level. So my eye on that for a possible trade in and around these levels. And here we go. We talked about Stressla. Anybody looking for a double bottom on Stressla?
Are we, though?
275-ish area. Looks good to me. We break the neckline here. We're looking to go green at 204. Could we continue? We have a possible target here at 206 with a 205.99 high. That was made on very erratic volume at the open. As you can see, it was a quick wick and all the way back down. What's the level from our friend Stressla? Yesterday, let's look at the price action. No, we had the same issue in that opening print with 204 as a level right there now. Let's see. Let's see what Stressla is about to do. Can it reclaim these critical levels? It happens to coincide great with the ES reclaiming that 4,200. So we shall see what happens on that. I know you were embroiled in several trades today. I guess you'll get to those. And
I'm almost done set up. It's just a few things. Like when I log in, I just have to get a few things set up to be able to show you.
I don't mean to rush you at all. I'm just
it's all good, brother.
Sniffing around over there.
It's all good, man. Are you in anything right now?
Let me talk about my meta trade. Okay, so here was the meta trade. Strong on the day. I sat down. I questioned myself. I didn't get in initially, but it was obviously the strong one of the bunch, and it really still is. It's up 2 and almost 2.25%, while everything else is either below 1% or flat. So Meta definitely king of the jungle
I'll give you
at
one
the
guess
moment.
what matters right now.
Palantir,
15.
here comes again.
This stock
Okay,
is
well,
one
I'm probably
good
going to
list
have
for
to
that
play
number.
this one because last time Sean scolded me for not having been in Palantir at
Well,
that 15.
No, in fairness,
so I'm gonna
every
have to
single
get into
person
that.
on the floor trade. Well, I shouldn't say that. Almost every single person was either in the trade
Yeah.
or regretting not being in the trade. Let's
Yeah.
be real.
Well, it's up on my chart now. Palantir is officially up, and I'm looking at it. Here comes
It's a scalp trade up here.
Yeah.
Scalp trade.
So you're sizing in. That's the play here. So like just to explain to people what we're doing here, we're not looking for a big notional move, are we?
Not really. I mean, I got out of half when it went 85 to 75. So
85,
that should
okay.
give you an idea of like,
Yeah.
oh, so it just curled at 90. So come to my chart for a second. Let's actually have it up when we're talking about it. So it just curled off at 90 now when I was offering 95. And I would, if I got the 95 fill, I'm taking it out in that 85 to 80 range. I was in too early here, and then when it got into 90s, I then played that to 80 and then to 75. So 10 to 15 cents. I'll look for the same thing, rinse and repeat as many times as it wants to give it to you. And then if it breaks 15 even, look for the breakout long. The short seller report, let's be real about it. When the short seller report dropped, it gives a little sense of FOMO on the front end of that trade, and that's, it happens. I'm not happy with myself over it because I feel like it was a little bit sloppy. It traded off of a previous level, instead of letting it make a top and then work back into the short. But you just saw it, like it made another drop in there. The other thing is I mentioned I got that PDD, but that it hasn't really moved too much. PDD is flat. I think it's down 3 cents right now, so who cares? Palantir is at the key price level. That's the one that's going to matter to me. I'm still in Carvana, and it's up around that 15, but 14,
Yeah.
Where's that at? I mean, it's not really breaking that 15 to about 80 cents in the money, but I've already scalped that out. So Palantir is the one that matters at this price level.
Yeah, and I remember some people in the chat this morning were mentioning Vana up 15.5%, like you said. The heavily shorted name up again on the day. There's no catalyst, is there?
No.
It's just the short float and
No,
the
there
momentum. Okay.
It's just a Momo play.
Yeah, okay. So Vana up on my chart here, 15 and a third. Okay, I want to talk about Meta. You can't see it here, so let's bring in the 5-minute chart on the side. This is the 5-minute on Meta. We are coming to that VWAP level, and you know how much I love that dip trade. 269, where do we here? 65, 67, whatever that level is on our friend VWAP. We are at it now. Now, initially we've danced with VWAP. We didn't really close too far below it. That's even on the volatility of the opening print. We retraced at around 1030, 1045. Not quite making it down there. Here we are again. Do we find support? Where are we on the indexes? Well, 14,350. I mean, I don't know. I didn't chart the NQ as well as I should have this morning, but that doesn't strike me as a very obvious level that we're at now. The better level to me is how we're trading at 4,200 here on the ES. But I'm less prone to believe that Meta is connected to the ES as much as the NQ. So what does Meta do here? Well, let's look at the other plays. What are the other big cappers doing? We're getting retracements essentially on everything. Google, Microsoft, Amazon all making curling retracements. Even a little Apple here touching 178.75. Much less Apple, to be fair. Tesla, though, breaking through 204. So, yeah, some curling
That
here.
05.
Yeah, that 05 we talked about. I mean, we have a 06 touch this morning on really high volume volatility. It's a wick. Right, it's not a dark pool on my, because this is IBKR and they don't have dark pools. So
No, it was legit.
It was a legit print.
It was legit.
Yeah.
It broke 05 and went to exactly 06.
Yeah, I got 99 on my chart, but everybody's a little bit different there. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Yeah, right.
matter.
Anyway, 04 is where we're hanging out at now. Do we get continuation? I'm seeing Apple show some strength here, so maybe this is an interesting area to get in on our friend Meta. At this VWAP level. Maybe I'll do what Neil does and wait for the backside curl of it. I don't need to get in right now. It's not going to rocket up the curl. Get in the backside of the trade.
Yeah, like you could like allow it
I
to
gotta wait a
bounce
little bit.
or flatten out maybe sometime.
Which is essentially what I did on these two trades that I'm meaning to talk about
Yes.
that I haven't talked about. So let's come to the screen.
You're waiting for the bounce. By the way, Palantir is making a turn. I'm trying to get it again at 90s.
Okay, cool. So we're still dancing around near 15s on Palantir. Here's a trade on Meta, guys. The curl into the key level, identified it every time, waited, what Neil would say, wait for the backside of it, waited for it to make 5-minute candle to make a new high, got in on each attempt, and just tried to play the range. Did it twice on this one. Sadly, on the second attempt, it ran, and I didn't participate in the profits. Probably should have scaled out of this one rather than just punching out. But I was just, for whatever reason, convinced it was going to range trade here, and I was going to be the awesome, most bestest range trader. I'm kidding, of course, guys.
Most bestest? How does the professor say something like most bestest?
That's what's ironic about it, right?
Okay.
There's a little irony in it. So here we're holding, Neil. We're holding this VWAP level, though, on Meta, so something to really look at here.
Okay. I want the professor to be a little bit more articulate sometimes.
Oh,
That's all. You've
That's
set a really high bar.
that's true, and that comes with consequences. You're right.
Consequences and repercussions.
Yes, there you go.
Anybody touch my cornbread, there can be consequences and
I
repercussions.
love that. I don't know where that's from, but that's
Life.
funny. I've never seen that.
Eddie Murphy.
Okay.
Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence in Life. That was. Eddie Murphy has like a lot of phases in his career, and like there was a down phase where he just kind of made some stuff that was not great. But I felt like that was a pretty funny movie.
But there are like good comments from each.
And it was in the pocket. But I mean, Martin Lawrence is. I mean, he was a lot fun. Yeah, he was a funny dude. So I got the reload at 90 on Palantir. I know we're talking about this a lot, but last time it got to 83, I did get some out there. Now it wants to make that push. 15 even is incoming. I have a weird dark pool print from at some point in the pre-market, but the high of the day is 94s, 94 right now. I think it's going to touch that 15. Coinbase, yes, crypto gangster, tested 63, but it did not test 63 and a half, 64. This is a level, this is really where I think 63 and above is where I was looking for that short. But if you think about every time it's gotten to 63, it's at least tested a quarter higher. Like, look at these turns, all the way up to 63.80. The next day, all the way up to 63.12, all the way up to 63 and a quarter, all the way up to 63.40. There's a theme in there, and that's getting all the way to the top and past that top at 63 before making a turn. So I got to be patient. There's about couple 100,000 shares on Palantir at 95. I don't know if that means anything, but I just took some in at 90. I still have an under 90 price here.
You know what does?
So I got to wait for the actual high to load in.
High of day on NVIDIA.
That stock, it's on one today.
93.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, this one I thought it was poised to go down. The way that it was trading went up, then aggressively retraced. My oh my. Go ahead.
Pull up the daily chart on NVIDIA.
Sure.
My daily charts are doing that thing.
I'm embroiled in a trade, by the way. I'm long Meta 23, so take note. So I may have to flip back and forth here, but here is the daily on NVIDIA. Let's bring that bad boy up. Yeah. What's the difference?
But like since the earnings, did it really even break the trend on that dip in the earnings?
No.
Not really. It's still in the pocket. And it probably is till 70. So as long as it holds that, I think it's still pretty solid. And quite frankly, you got to think about this as like it's almost feeling like a bit of like a bull flag. You talked about this with the earnings consolidation with Michael Noss, and it's still well within the pocket. So even though it pulled back so far, in the grand scheme of things, it was a drop in the bucket for NVIDIA. So 95 just came in. I got 94s, but I didn't even get everything because 95 is a big wall. Couldn't get anything on the offer.
We're
so
flying
I took a little bit
here.
At 94. The market is wanting to fly.
It's going.
I am still. Someone asked if I was still in Neo. I am, but I'm just moving my trailing stop because I got out of like almost all of it. Underneath here had a trailing stop at 20. Now this thing just doesn't want to fade. So my trail's now at 740. Maybe it stalls at 750. Who knows? I'm just kind of trailing this one as it goes higher.
We're going here, Neil. We are at high of day on Microsoft, high of day on Apple, high of day on NVIDIA. Why am I in this meta trade again? I mean, I'm thankful we're 20 pennies in the money, but it's not the one that I want to be in, guys. It's not the one that's rocket shipping at the moment here. At least that's how I feel. Yeah, we'll hang on to it because we're in the money, but there are other ones that are really going. Apple really doing well. Tesla, it's not at high at day, but really taking that 204 with some vigor there, really knocking on the door. 205 as we are at high of day on both the NQ and the ES. Lots of strength. And look at Meta leg here badly. Yeah, this is, unless it really gets going here. Everything moving except it. Yeah, everything's moving except Meta.
Coin is getting interesting. So yeah, you know what? Like, there's some things to fall asleep on. You're saying Meta. Like this break on SoFi is just, it's not going anywhere. I actually keystroke putting my stop order in and just got back into what I got out. So it's essentially the same trade. It's not really doing anything. It's back at 7 even, but not really moving. But you're now starting to get some, like the NASDAQ in overall, even the ES, by the way, the ES is going absolutely gangbusters. That's up 0.5. Like, you're not getting one of those days where it's all tech. Like this is the ES breaking out as well, above that 4,200. So this is a rising tide lifting all ships. Palantir's now at 98. Oh, I'm on the offer. Where's my 99? I didn't get a 99.
Should we be long the future? Like, this is the 4,200 break and hold. I mean,
if you trade the futures, I don't trade the futures.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
this is the level.
I don't pretend to be a futures trader. So, I look for the equity trades. Quite frankly, you could just be long the futures. And on my 15-minute chart, I've got 1 hour of strength in both the ES and the NASDAQ. Well, more the ES and the NASDAQ. There it is. I just got a 98 fill to give me a 95 price on Palantir. That's going to break. And what's crazy about it is all morning long before the short seller report, I was like, it's going to get to 15.
Right.
Until this happened, my entire modus operandi was I'm not doing anything except short 98, 99.
Okay,
let it
that's
get to
what
that
I'm waiting
price,
for.
And then break out at 15. And then since the short seller report, I've been shorted multiple times in front of it. At least now it's tight to the level. But that's what happens when you trade flash news. You get FOMO, you want to join, all that, yada, yada, yada stuff up there. And that's how you end up with a 93 short instead of a 97 short or a 96 short.
Neil, we just touched 14.4 on the NQ. We just wicked up 14.4 3/4.
Wow, well, we won.
On the NQ, so we're back at that level. I would say, really decisively reclaimed 4,200 on the ES. Now we are trading above 4,200. It's going to be about trying to structure a position on any retracement here. So that's going to be the idea. Here's the NQ level, 14,475 HOD. Let's go to the 4-hour and have a peek here at what the highs are. Well, those highs come on May 30th, and they came really early in the morning here. We're looking at 7 a.m. on this one and 3 a.m. on this one. So what are the highs, you ask? 14,570. 14,570. There goes the trend line. It's going to that level. That is the level, I mean, honestly, the area of resistance that we have to keep in mind. Aside, of course, from the 100-point levels like 14.5, 14.6, 14.4, etc. So that's my look on that.
I have to give an update because here's the thing: like we always talk about, like what are you concerned with at the particular moment? So Palantir was flying up there, squeezing at the key level. I got to be thinking about that, and it's the one short position on the market ripping. I didn't update you guys on Carvana. Okay, so Carvana broke 15 even finally, and I'm looking for that push into the 16, 17 area. Now, if it cannot hold on to 15, I want to trail this out at 1480. So we've had several longs on this one, but all that's been like the scalp trading. You've been able to get like 40, 50 cents at times, and now it's really starting to go. So I'm looking for the bigger push, but it's been a slow grind. I actually expected Carvana breaking out from here to be very rapid, maybe halt up. That's not the way that this has played out, so it's been a bit surprising, and I've gotten a little conservative with it because it was not as I was anticipating. But it is working. It is to the upside. On this Palantir pullback, just an update here. It got all the way to 15-minute. You don't want to look at the 15-minute chart for this trade. You want to look at the 5. So it just got all the way up, printed 98s. I said if it got up to 97, 98, I'd have first outs at 90. Actually, I put it at 91. If I say I want to get some out at 90, usually I bid 91, 85, 86, that kind of thing. So I'm going to have other bids in front of 85. I still have one resting from 70. I'll probably put 80s and 75s as this starts to pull back. But it is all about the move to the upside. Rage TV says AI is going to short squeeze. It's already squeezing. So it's now at that previous support level of 36. I haven't traded AI once today, despite the fact that like the last 2 days was my most heavily traded stock. But I came in wanting to look for a pop to fade, and it hasn't given. It's at the level now, but there's no crazy wick. It hasn't halted up. It's been pretty, what's the word I want to use? Linear to the upside. Linear to the upside. Okay. Right? So if you got it. Congratulations. Sean's got it, but I'm looking for a fade around here. And it doesn't present a short here. It's at the right price level. That could just mean the short ends up at like 38 or something. So I got to be patient. I got to wait patiently for this one. We'll see what happens. Patience is a virtue. I was not patient in Palantir, and I'm going to get fortunate that right now it wants to work out anyways. And
14.
Here's the thing. And I said this, and I do mean it. Even if it ends up positive, I will not be happy with my trading the Palantir. It doesn't matter. Because the market is more than willing to reward you for breaking your rules. Yeah. Because sometimes, like if 15 never breaks, I'm going to be up on Palantir. Yes. Period. That's just going to be true. But it doesn't mean I traded it well. Yeah. I still traded like dog-ish. No, but it's true. I hear you. So I'm not going to pat myself on the back for it. I'm just going to be happy.
You don't want to reward your mistakes so you don't repeat them.
But exactly. You don't want to reward the mistake because then you're going to repeat the mistake next time. So what you should do is recognize what you could have done better. If you wait for actual 15 or at least for it to get to the 1490s, you're all gravy and you're up 2 or 3 times more in this move. Now the market's trying to reverse a little bit here. So let's try to respect that. I know Tesla was at a pretty reversible level at that 205. Oh, yeah. It touched it. Like, give me a break. Like I'm looking 206 for it. Where does it go? It goes right to 205 and right turns. Yeah. Like, it just doesn't even want the high of the day. Like, it's frustrating because, like, there you're patient looking for the high and it never gets there.
You missed it last week.
You just got
I tried to say Tesla was secular, ended up coming out secula. You missed that. That was
Secula.
That trended for a little bit.
Secula test. I don't know.
All right. I want to let you know.
That doesn't make any sense, actually.
No, it doesn't. Palantir.
Secula.
I'm sitting here at 98.
But it doesn't even rhyme with Tesla.
No, it came out that way. I'm not saying that it was like created. It just ended up coming out that way. I tried to say secular Tesla, and then it just like popped out wrong. So the chat had a little bit of fun with it. 1498, Neil. I'm sitting here to get short on Palantir. I'll be looking to scale at 99s and at 15s. I'm looking to defend this level. It's a recyclable level. You saw the guys in it a few days ago. You see Neil in it right now. So I'm going to wet my beak at those levels nearer the $15 level. So that's the play there. I also wanted to talk about NVIDIA because it was knocking on the door of 394, rejecting that level as we reject off 14.4 on the NQ. We touch 14.402.5 and we reject. Now, question is, am I interested in getting in an ES position at this level? We were talking about how we believed we reclaimed 4,200 and now we're going to trade above 4,200. So now we're going to wait for retracement nearer 4,200 to kind of build a position. So how close is close? Well, we got to a high of 13.5. Now we're at 7 3/4. I would say I'd like to get long between 2 and 5. If I could get a long in between 42.02 and 42.05, and then you defend into 42, that's the kind of look I'm looking for here on the ES. It is up 0.42%. The NQ stronger though, up 0.55 as it rides the tech wave. Tech coming back though a little bit. Meta breaking VWAP. Tesla trying to hold 204 yesterday's close. Google just trying to barely stay green. It's right at yesterday's close at the moment.
Oh boy.
Yeah, what's up?
No, it's
Carvana is moving,
no, when you say that about Google.
Yeah, well, it's right at 122.86-ish. 123 level, that's yesterday's close. But NVIDIA, you know what your feelings. Up to 394 again, it might want to take 395 easily. I look back at Max. I said, Max, did you take NVIDIA 385? Because Max had that trade yesterday. He took it for a couple of bucks. And that 385 level presented itself again today as a dip trade, held very nicely, and there you go. You're $9 in the money as we knock on the door of 394. Anyway, Meta breaking down now.
That's nice. No, what I said with the for it's not where Google is right now. It's what happens if it breaks 122. Because come to my 15-minute chart for a quick second here. Like if you just look at the 15, and maybe you can throw from the 25th on, you can just sort of see like the last couple of days. Since it rejected 125, you have had a hard bottom at 122. Like how many days it touched it yesterday, just kind of missed out going 122.50 and then 122 at the bottom. So that sets up both directions for you. You can be long off that level. You can be looking for a breakdown off that level. All things lead to it. I have moved the stop once again. All I'm now doing is, so the same thing with Neo is all that's going on with Carvana. I got a trail that I keep moving up, and I'll keep doing that. I'm 100% out if it gets close to 17, because I think I want to short above $16 on Carvana, but it's not there yet. So I'm trailing out now underneath $15 on CVNA. So that's all I'm going to do is continue. As a matter of fact,
I think I missed my opportunity to get into the ES, man.
Really?
We had 07s, and here we go back up to days highs, knocking the door at 13.
Yet.
No.
If we're not at 1%, and you think it'd be a 1% day, there's going to be another chance to get it. Right?
Yeah. We also
Palantir's
have...
at 99, by the way. You should be in Palantir right now.
Okay, let's go to Palantir.
Yes, I am. You're filled.
I am. I am filled. I don't know why it's not showing on the positions board there, but I am short.
I was going to say, you had to be.
Okay, well, yeah, I am. Let me look here. Yes, we are short. We are short 14.98, and I'm going to add again at 99s. So I'm going to sit on the ask here. Let's go. Let's go at 99. I'm going to sit here. And we move down into 97s, and I'm going to sit again on the whole dollar. Okay? So that's the move, and we're looking to defend that level. So what's up, Neil?
So here's one thing you have to notice.
Go.
Like, what trend do you think Palantir's on right now?
Uptrend.
A little bit of an uptrend.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time it gives you that pop to the high, and then a retracement, it's more and more shallow. So if you're taking 85s, like the first time you get 75s when it's at 93 or whatever, then you get 80s when it popped up to like 92. When it got to 97, it went to 85. Now it goes all the way to 99. I mean, underneath 95, I'd start getting out in front of like 90s. I've been taking any bids above 90,
scalping,
but
10
now
pennies,
I've been
9
scalping
pennies. Yeah, I got
in
you.
the low 90s because it wants to break. And the level's not nearly as big as it was a few days ago.
Oh, what's that? The size on 15?
The size on 15
not
is
there.
a fraction. Like
Okay.
it was, what was it? It
Here
was
it
a few
comes.
million shares
I'm
last
filled. I'm filled twice. I'm filled at 98s and 99s. I haven't
There you
been
go.
filled on the whole dollar. Break even at this point. Let it ride, baby.
time. It wants it.
Yeah, and it's a very identifiable, able to calculate exactly how much risk you're going to take and where you're going to get in, where you're going to get out. So let's see what it resolves itself into. While it does that, I'm looking at some big tech names, and I see Microsoft at day high trying to take out 1/3%. AI, Sean says, haven't looked at that. $6 in the money. Ironic that how this one started off as a loser and now it's just an absolute monster. So there, conviction on your trades, ladies and gentlemen. That's one conversation. I talked about this before on the show that I had with Greg, the floor manager, when I first started here. And, I won't go into the whole thing because it's not slow period yet, but conviction was the theme of that conversation. So watching it do its little dance here at 15, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, it's holding. Like there's no the size isn't big, but at least it's not getting there. Because what'll happen is oftentimes, like the second it sees the offer and its gigantic bid, it just starts filling. The people that don't want it to run the stop, they're just already taking it out at that even dollar because they don't want to get missed and slipped. So sometimes it just gets hit really quickly. So it's nice that we haven't seen it on the offer. You'll see I have one less long position because I was trailed out. I had moved it up again. So what happened here on Carvana? Every 50 cents, I moved the trail up. It broke 15.50, so I put the trail on 15.25, and it just finally trailed out there. So the last of it is now out. Maybe it flushes from here. I thought it would get to 16, and I like to short at $16. Or above $16. It never got there. Palantir above 15, I still think can be a bit of a breakout, but who knows what happens with that stock. As far as I'm concerned, anything can happen. It's just my concern because we're in that position. I do want to go back over this big tech moving as well as the NASDAQ tries to reclaim. Both the NASDAQ and the ES should not only say the NASDAQ, both the NASDAQ and the ES trying to take out those highs. Tesla catching a higher low. I would like to be in this trend. I feel like it can get back. The market's strong. I think Tesla gets back to 06.
Oh, yeah.
And VWAP's one way to play here. Look for a bounce down there. Otherwise, the first consolidation after this break at 203.5. This is a decent consolidation. Gives you 203.5. But there goes Palantir. I did just get some out there at 91s.
I'm going to get out at, I didn't get any at 91s, but I'm sitting here to get some out at 92 should we cross. We're at 92 on the bid.
Nobody can
I have 98.5. So there it is as we move nicely here on Palantir, defending 15. Newman MTG 999 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you guys. I lost everything. I hope you are joking. And, I hope that, you've watched long enough to know that we really advocate risk management on here. First and foremost, trade plan goes without saying. So I hope you're kidding. I hope that's tongue-in-cheek. But, if it's not, well, I'm sorry, my friend, but day trading is a risky endeavor. And make sure to always.
All trading is.
Everything.
Life
Day trade, life. Jeez, everything.
Life is all about risk. And this is so... Every time I get asked what my favorite trading book is, I always say exactly the same thing, and it has nothing to do with trading. It's not even a trading book. It's Thinking and Bets by Annie Duke, and she's a poker player, if you're not familiar with who she is, and it's really just about breaking down how you evaluate your decisions. You will never, and I mean, if you listen to any professional poker player that makes money that's any good, they're not going to sit there talking about, oh my gosh, I won this and this pot. No, when they analyze a hand, they're just talking about the situation and this is what I was presented with. And so therefore, I thought the odds were XX whatever and the pot odds, blah, blah, blah. And I made this call and I got the money in good or I got it in bad. And that's all you really care about. So you should evaluate your decisions not based on results, but based on probabilities. It's all about probabilities all day, every day. Everything has a chance of going wrong. And it's not about whether it went wrong. It's about what would happen 100 times. And if you had to run it 100 times, what decision would you make?
Exactly.
Not the one time it works or doesn't work. That's why I said on Palantir, even if it wins, I didn't trade it well. That's the reality of the trade. So, it's a good book. She is still alive, by the way, whoever said that in the chat. Annie Duke is still alive.
Okay. Sean Short Meta, he's saying 269.50. smelling weakness on that one as it breaks VWAP decisively. Happy I got out of dodge where I did there. We'll look at that trade in a minute, but the one I'm embroiled in at the moment is this little 15 dance here on our friend Palantir, up 1.5%. Yeah, it's recyclable though. In all fairness, we say it a lot. All right, let's get to some super chats here because I see them coming in from the corner of my eye.
I see a couple in there.
Yeah, all right, let's get to them. So we got to this one. Kenan, can we look at DPST technicals? I'm still in at 384. DPST techs. All right, let's have a look here.
I guess
you're looking as a swing trade.
That's a triple bull, like financials, isn't it?
Let's see. It is. The fund seeks daily investment results of 300% of the performance of the Dow Jones Select Regional Banks Index. Okay, so it's regionals. The fund creates long positions, so it's 3 times regionals. All right, the Dow 3 times regionals. Okay, so that's the look there. The daily obviously speaks for itself with the big boy Huadunk when the SVB Silicon, or what's it called? Yeah, not the other one, the SI, Silvergate.
No, it was
embroiled.
SVB.
Yeah, it was SVB, and then it was Silvergate. They shot that one over the weekend.
Yeah, that was smaller. I mean, so like SVB was.
That's the whole thing, right? The initiation of that whole thing, and then you had a whole bunch of other ones that came in. Anyway, there's the big boy drop. It's been coming down since. It hasn't really retraced anywhere near the 50 period. Yeah, I guess you're in. Where'd you say?
380. I mean, that's
384. Yeah, absolutely. I mean. Yeah,
you have headline risk, obviously, though, too.
You either got in here May 4th or where here? May 12th, anywhere around there. That's the time it dipped in. Hell of a trade, but look, I take my money and run. You're already, looks like you've peaked out and you're looking to make a lower low. Who knows how this resolves? What I know is a lot of them hold the paper on commercial loans and commercial debt and construction loans. That's not a good look if you've been looking into that area. So I'm weary with it. I haven't studied enough to know. Back to Palantir, though, because here we are right back up at $14.99. I've got another order to add at 15s. I wet my beak with a profit taker out near 90s, 92, I believe. Here we go at 15 again, so we'll see where we resolve in that direction. But here we go on the future, 14.4 again. And here we go again on the, oh man, the ES, I missed out on this one. 42.15, it's really resolving in the high end. I think it's coming up to 42.15. I think 42.15 is a level I've got earmarked here. Probably a recent close. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have a trend line around it.
Yeah, SoFi's taking out the high of the day again. It's still going, and the daily chart. If you can pull up the daily chart on SoFi just quickly for me at some point there. I'm going to show the 15, so it's breaking out the high again. It's got 708 is the current top. Once it gets above 10, I'm going to start taking some out here. It is yesterday. It's a breakout from yesterday. It's a huge move in the last 3 or 4 sessions from $4, from $5, and it is getting into some rarefied air. It looks great on the daily, on the breakout. Just my daily chart's not working there, sure.
Oh, sure. Let me look.
I know it's fine. I mean, most people can probably pull it up. When I move over, and it happens, when I move over, my daily chart doesn't want to fill in. So when it gets past this like 710 area, you can see the 7/4 and then like the 750 and 775. So once it's past 10, I want to take a little bit out here, and then I'm going to get some more out in front of the quarter and then the 50, and then sort of rinse and repeat. Maybe it bounces back and forth around the $7 range more before it goes, but it's on an absolute tear the last little bit here. And it would be nice to see it fly away from one of these breakouts instead of grind higher.
All right, 14.4 on the NQ, 330 on Microsoft exactly. So Microsoft really getting going there. And here we go. I think we're strong here on Palantir. We're going to have to really be careful. My outs are O2s. So it is a 2-penny risk. I already took 10 pennies out. No, not 10 pennies. I got like a few pennies. Here comes 15.
Here comes the offer.
Yeah, here comes 15. So we're going to have to watch this closely. I haven't got filled yet, so I haven't crossed. We're dancing with 99s. There's a lot of, you got to be honest with yourself here. A lot of upside volume. This will have to be, something decisive here to kind of trigger us down. I don't see us really moving more than 10 pennies, on a retracement, unless the market really turns around. It looks like the market, is really helping this one up too, because the market trend is strong. I'm really upset with myself for not having gone into the ES there on that 4207 retracement. That was the look. We talked about it trading around there and wanting to see if it was going to resolve in the right direction. It did, and it did not take it. I am disappointed.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but you feel if it... There it is.
There it is, and I'm out.
There it is. That was that break. It made the break on... What? I didn't get long? Okay, that doesn't even make any sense. How am I not long? I got out. You can see right there, and I'm fired and didn't get a bid. That's really freaking annoying. Okay, so I somehow missed the reversal, but I did get out pretty clean. So Palantir ran the stop. It took out that high of the day. It'll be a situation where I did give some back. The only reason I get to be green on the stock is because I got pretty lucky and got some of those pullbacks. But quite frankly, it should have been much better than it was. In too early on this. Let's see if it can hold at 15. I should be long. There we go. I just got 01. I don't, like, that's ridiculous. I know, the funny thing about it is I know exactly why I didn't get the long the first time. And I talk about this. We have like different stop orders that we can use, and preparation is a thing. I used the wrong one to grab long. There's a stop order we can use here, Day Trade the World, that will reverse. And if you use another one in conjunction, if you use just the script, the normal Swift script stop, you can get out of your short and reverse into a long.
Okay.
If you use like your one where you can get queued about 100%, 50% in conjunction with another, it's just going to reject. So one will fire and the other one will reject. So essentially, I chose the wrong one because, quite frankly, that's how I roll. I did get picked up on my bid, and that's blind luck to get that 01. So I did get a long at 01. You see me scalping it out here. It only got to 15. Oh, my high of the day is messed up. So it got to 1509. So it hasn't even made it past the 1510 level. So now we're into the long. I actually scalped out of like 2/3 of it already, kind of like shotgun zone, which I think was a little bit too aggressive. But yeah, upside on pretty much everything. I now don't even have a short position. This is kind of how it should work out.
Yeah.
Ideally, when you're trading and like day trading like this, you should round yourself out like by midday or whatever that you're with the trend ideally, and if you're not with the trend, you should be waiting for stocks to get to key levels that maybe you can fade it or scalp it. So I'm only in longs at this point. It was a fun ride for the short while it lasted, but all roads lead to this thing breaking 15. I do feel like it's not going to go parabolic without a retest to this level.
Okay.
So it's trying to retest 15 now. I could see it testing even like the 90s again. That's why I get a bunch out there on the reversal. We'll see what happens. I mean, I do want to let this ride after scalping some out for 8 cents, so 5 to 8 cents there, and now I want to see how far this can go, but it could retest back into like 90s and 95s before making that kind of a move. So it should be pretty interesting. It was always going to be a reverse. We said that since 3 days ago when Palantir first got here. You know, I would have reversed it back then if it happened, quite frankly. And the fact that it got all the way to 14 yesterday is nuts, man. So, I mean...
Congratulations. Keeping my eye on the bigger picture here. Looks like our friend Chuck Chewy in the Senate is trying to fast track the bill for the debt ceiling through the Senate. You know how this works, Neil. Actually, you were explaining it to me this morning where...
Was I, though?
I think you were. Where one senator can kind of talk their way into holding this up.
Thing. It's going to pass.
So we'll see. I mean, all we need is one rogue maverick there to kind of do their thing. We'll know. All right, futures. Someone in the chat telling me, hey, Sharif, the NQ's giving you an opportunity to scalp. I'm going to be getting in soon. All right, we're dancing with 14.4, so you're obviously looking at a level here that you're liking. With respect to the ES, I think we've kind of taken that 4,200 level decisively, traded and consolidated above it, and then broke above. And let's talk about it right here. This is what I'm talking about, this consolidation area above 4,200 and that decisive break. Here we go again, consolidating below 4,215. This is a level here that I had earmarked on my chart, usually meaning that it's a prior close, possibly an interesting area to keep your eye on for resistance and support. It's not an etched in stone type thing, but look, it's doing a little dance at this level here, so we'll see. I mean, if we resolve, the thinking with me is here, if we resolve decisively above 14.4, you think, you know, we're going to get that ES move to the higher side. And where do we find resistance on the ES? I talked about it this morning. We're going to find that here above the 40 area, 42.40. That's really the only area here you can say is an obvious level of resistance. And this is the 15-minute look here on the ES, right? If we break through this area, I mean, I'm not giving too much credence to this over here at 42.20. So what's up?
I mean, there's so many things running right now. Yeah. However, I gotta look at this because, you know, SoFi is at the high of the day, Palantir is at the high of the day, everything's at the high of the day. Things are moving to upside. Google's not at the high of the day. That's weak right now. Yep. But look at Pinduoduo. And when we talk about, like, sometimes you've just got to be able to understand you're in the wrong way. I like to short usually on this stock, and I would typically prefer to be long BABA on these kind of trend moves up, and then I look for curls on Pinduoduo. That's the way I like to play it. It showed a red candle. I got in, stopped out at the high. It showed the red at the next key level. That's up here. Got in, got out, tight stops. So even if you lose like 0 for 2, it's not like I'm going to, you know, unless I do something horribly wrong, I'm not going to be down Pinduoduo unless I short 5 times more than I can make on something else, or, you know, more than I would be down on Palantir, which to me is a bigger opportunity trade. There's nothing until this gets up to like 70 to 71. And that's the next level. This is going absolutely ape right now. And I'm sitting like, why isn't NEO going as much? Alibaba, while this is happening, by the way. Oops. .nm. Here we go. Load. Loading data. Alibaba all the way up 83. It's up 4.5%. So I guess Mr. Munger is happy today. Although I don't know where these guys are long. On the daily, 84, fine. But the bigger levels are when you get to 85, 86. There's a lot of air above for some of these Chinese ADRs, man. So let's go air up. These are home runs. Everything long is pretty jamming. I only have a baby piece left on NEO to be a part of this party, and my trail is now moving to 740. I just don't see entries at this point. Like, it was a gimmicky trade. Like, if I was short Palantir at 15, like if it went to 14, I'd have like 5% left. And it's the same thing with NEO. NEO to me was crap, so I'm long at 702 or 701, thinking I'm risking 2 cents. I'd never, I mean, whatever. You have a small piece of something like this left to see what happens with it. Who do you think had 701 first? You know exactly who it is.
You were Sean?
Renata.
Renata's always trading NEO. Hey, there, she says it right there. All I trade is NEO today. So there you go.
Congratulations. There you go. I thought you'd be able to say Renata.
Yeah, no, she likes other things. AI. She's been on some tips here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she definitely likes other things too.
All right, I'm looking for a dip, man. Oh, geez, look at the ES. It's flying. 14.4 on the NQ. My goodness. I'm not part of this at all.
It's a crazy move up, but think about it, we're not at 1% yet. If we end up with, how many times have we seen like a strong day like this where you're breaking out, end up with a 1%? How many stocks have gone red to green today? CrowdStrike. Oh, so CrowdStrike, CRWD. CrowdStrike is at 159. Like, look at the chart of Crowd right now. Like, this is a Huadong to basically almost flat. Like, it's not green yet, but it is in $1. Macy's, thank goodness we got out of the way of that one. Again, it was good early, but then tight stops. It went red to green. Like, this is the kind of day that can easily turn from 0.6 to 1%. I mean, I'm in 3 longs, but these are like late longs. Like SoFi, now it's making a fresh high at 715. We're into that one at that 7 breakout. Like, we keep talking about the Chinese ADRs. I mean, you can pull out anything you want. Momo saying Ford went red to green. Where's Ford at? Ford out here. It Huadonged early, broke the lows, now back up toward the highs. Like, if you have continually these stocks getting back to where they were and then breaking the tops, that's how you get a 1% day. So it's a long way of saying the long in the futures could have a ways to go and still some room for it to work out, even more than you expect.
The future looking strong at the moment. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It looks like we're poised to take 14.4 here as we accumulate below it. Technically on the day, it's 14.408. 42.17.5, the HOD on the ES. The previous level was on the NQ June contract, obviously. So continue to watch that. There was also a small cap capper this morning, UCAR. It was moving. It's up 167% on the day. Kind of consolidating here, Neil, below 850, doing a little bit of a dance.
It's holding?
Yeah, I mean, it's above VWAP by quite a bit. VWAP 650, It's at 8.25, 850. Bit of a top brewing here. It's very wicky. You're going to have to give this a lot of room. Anyway, I'm embroiled in a future position. I went long the MES here. I'm looking for continuation, especially if we break through 14.4 on the NQ, and we're kind of like in no man's land here on the ES as we're a bit of a gap between here and the 30s and the 40s. We talked a little bit about that. So if the NQ gets going here, I want to be part of the future, and we're headed to the upside. Now let's see if we get continuation. On this one, I feel like I'm late to the party. I didn't get my ideal entry. I would have loved to have a retracement. I would have loved to have been in at 07s. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm in now, and let's see how this resolves.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda,
coulda, woulda, shoulda.
It doesn't.
Who knows?
I think this is time to get out of Dodge on some of these that I think have gone a little bit far. So here's like the first example is going to be NIO's making a bit of a turn here. Underneath 750 is sort of obvious, 7 to 750. I'll give it a couple of shekels. I just got a little bit more out of Palantir, so I'm now I still have a 30% of the position, but I just got some more out there in the 8, 9s, and 10s on the way back because it feels like it's about to test lower. And if it tests lower, I want to get some profit. I did a similar thing over there with SoFi. SoFi, that's the other thing. SoFi just came up there, and it's really starting to slow down. So I was going to wait for 20s and 25, but I got a couple of legs out of that as well. Still holding over half that position, but I need to start going a little bit faster. I see people talking about CCL. I haven't looked at, I just saw CCL there. That's interesting. I have not, it's a stock I haven't looked at in a while. Up 4%. What isn't up today? Stair step up on the daily, which is starting to load up for me. Ooh, that's at a big level. Ooh, CCL, last time it was here kind of quadruple. There's enough stock that are at resistant points that I think looking for some shorts up at the top and some of these more not necessarily just all big tech, which are at some highs, but some of these other names here are starting to present some pullbacks. So the longs are working, but I'm trimming Palantir, I'm trimming some SoFi. I have my trail out there on NEO as well. And I'm thinking about that pin duo at 70 because I've been patiently kind of picking my spots with this one. It's so close to the next zone that one more push up and this gets to the spot where I'd look for the retracement again. It's like take your pot shots, and then when it goes 70, I want to look for that $2 pullback.
There's another one that we were talking about. It was an earnings winner. Chewy up 24% on the day. This is the 5-minute on Chewy, guys. Come to the chart, guys, if you're able to. A bit of a compression pattern brewing here where you're getting descending highs and ascending lows with the median being VWAP. Surprise, surprise, hanging out at that 36.25. Which way does this trend resolve? Typically, you have to think it resolves in the direction of the trend, which is up, right? Up 24 points. So, possible. Something may brew around here, just giving you guys a heads up. With respect to that, we're at the perimeter here of the trend line again. But, it's an intraday trend line, so take it with less importance. All right, where are we at here on the future? Looking like we're back above 14.4 on the NQ, and we're near highs as well on the ES. We'll see if we get continuation. Maybe something propels this to the high side. Our friend Chuck Schumer comes out and maybe says,
your friend,
funding secured, votes secured. No, kidding, of course. We have a joke around the office where we say funding secured, and it usually means like things are good to go. Yeah, but yeah, maybe our friend Schumer will come out and see how I included you in there. I'm like, our friend Schumer. Neil's all of a sudden embroiled.
Everybody is Sharif's friend.
Yeah.
Now I'm embroiled in your nicknames, your game of nicknames.
Adam DeLuce, Sharif, hope you are well, you legend. What is the Lambo trade today? Small position in AI at 31.51, and future's been volatile so far. Couldn't agree more with that. The future has been volatile. We're in a future position here, as you may know. AI, awesome trade. Sean obviously was in that. And what is it now? $6? And is it still $6? It pulled back a little bit, $5 in the money. So good trade. Shout out to you. I know there's a bunch of you been trading AI. Big loser on an earnings disappointment yesterday. We were looking for strong guidance, kind of in much the same way that NVIDIA had showed us, where it had a lot of demand. Neil and I speaking about this in the morning off camera, where we were looking, and I think you and I are in agreement to say this, that we're thinking about, you're going to need the chips. but your product with its AI twist may or may not be desirable to the market. But
you don't know.
You don't know. It's just like any other product.
And I don't know enough about the company to be able to tell you, like, make an educated guess.
Neither do I.
As to it. That weighed on CRM as well. By the way, I actually thought CRM was doing better than it is today. Because the last time I looked at Salesforce, it was back up at like 215. That's pulled back into VWAP here. Okay. So this is at a pretty key point, because if you look at where this is where it bounced after market at 211. So buyers came into this when it quadruped in the aftermarket. Yeah. And now on the dip, because it's been ripping all day long. I thought maybe 200 would be along on this. It just never, everything was too strong. Like, I thought we'd really see a dip in the CRM to be able to pick it up. And now it's back at VWAP in here. The daily, how much does my daily want to show? Not enough to get my moving averages in, but 200, that's a big level. It's also the moving, it's like the 50 period or on the daily there. So 211, this is a pretty decent price.
What the criticism
and a good
was.
bounce zone was.
A lot of the people were saying their capital costs were too high. What kind of capital cost does a cloud company have? Computers and servers? Like, I mean, what are they going to do?
Look, man, I think it's more simple than that.
Okay.
I think it's that pre-NVIDIA, all you had to do was say that you have a use case for utilizing AI for making efficiencies.
That's what I think.
And it was going to grow.
That's what I think.
After NVIDIA, you had to be talking about how this is exactly how we're making more money.
But that's not what the media tells you.
And that's not what happened from there. Just
I agree 100%.
We're going to have efficiencies with Slack, and we're going to be able to integrate it. It's going to be amazing. I think that's all true. But the market decided, and that's the bots aftermarket on light volume.
Yeah, exactly.
Decided that we're going to sell that one off.
Yeah, the algo's taking over there.
But we ain't selling anything else off right now. We're going to the upside.
There we go, baby. All right, we're trending here in the right direction.
Palantir high day, market high day. You're long, right?
I'm long the future. We're knocking on the door 42.20. You feel like we've successfully taken 14.4. Looks like, we're not really blowing through levels where we're stair-stepping up like a calm ascent, if I could call it that. We have a couple of super chats to get to. Let's get to these ones because such is our requirement. Ian Rispetto with a couple. So let's get to the first one. $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Ian. What do you guys think of Zscaler? It has earnings today and has had a real run-up since I got in long at 89 a month ago. And then, Ian, I think you repeated the same thing. Yeah, sorry, you didn't have to send that again. I was going to get to it, Ian. I hope you, no for next time. Just leave it there. I'll get to it. No need to send it twice, but thank you very much, Ian, for that. We appreciate it. Yeah, I talked about Zscaler on the big desk this morning with Brendo. I like these cybersecurity names, Neil. I feel like we have a lot of, geopolitical tensions where this is going to be an ongoing thing. It's a very nicely margined business.
I agree completely. And the thing is, they've been a little bit expensive. That's probably why CrowdStrike got punished yesterday, because valuations have always been really high for this entire group. But it's, how could how can they fail tomorrow if CrowdStrike was down 162 to 140 overnight? In the pre-market was in the 140s and is right back to 160. If they gobbled this up today, even if Zscaler misses, it's like, well, everyone just saw it as an opportunity to get into these things. So if you like Zscaler, why wouldn't you stink bid it? That's just my 2 cents. I mean, the recoveries like this are completely insane. We saw this happen with a bunch of retail names the last round of earnings, or a couple of times before, where they were seen as buying opportunities when you got that big move to the downside. That happened today in Macy's, but that's more of a squeeze. So CrowdStrike all the way back to almost green, touched 160 and turned. I am in a new position. You saw me kind of looking to my left for a second there a couple times because PDD just tagged 70. I said I want to look for that 30-cent risk trade. I got some in at 77. I want more in the 90s or 80s if I can. And then we're going to see if it can hold just above that high. And I'm looking for the retracement. I want 30 to 50 cents on the first third. I'm looking for 69 to 68.50 for the second, and then all the way down to 68 will be for the last out. Structured trade, taking 2 pot shots, and now I'm looking for the same thing here again. Pick my spot. I'm against the grain. I was not looking for the long here. Everything else is fantastic alongside. Had I simply taken a breakout trade long originally off the first key price, that makes your day.
Yep.
But you can't worry about like woulda, coulda, shoulda. Right now, you have to take the trade in front of you, not worry about what you could have done like 2 hours ago.
Absolutely. I just wanted to let you guys know that the futures positions that we take are not reflected on the positions board. I'm long 42.16 on the ES. We're at 21s. looking to trend. I like the 14.4 reclaim on the NQ. We're kind of, like I said, in no man's land a little bit here on the ES. So looking to fill some of this gap. I'll be looking probably to take profits quite soon, maybe in another 4 points or so. We'll see if we get up there. But that's the situation here on the future, Neil. We're near high. Hey? We're going to start showing the future, says Sean. So that incoming on that won't be an issue for longer. So we won't need to mention it again. NVIDIA curling up off that 392, looking to take 394. Again, it has an exact high of 395. The chart on NVIDIA looks very bullish today with several higher highs and higher lows, looking very, very trendy with an up channel here. 395 the top, 385 was the level that I liked on this one. On this, it's a pullback into 200 on the 5-minute, but that's not why I liked it. I liked it, the recycled level from yesterday. Max had that 385 long, and it was an obvious level yesterday many times as both support and resistance. 385 on NVIDIA. I wonder if it presents itself again at some other point. Here we go, curling up again on NVIDIA as it looks to take that 394. That could be incoming, and then you know how this one goes. Usually when it takes 94, it'll take 95, and so on and so forth. This has been a strong
and
day.
on and on and on. Even Alphabet is starting. Like, Google went green. That's been one of the laggards here today, just sort of downward trending, but downward trending into a wedge and holding the higher low. So until that breaks, I mean, it's got a chance. There's a chance it could go. If that goes, you know it can help things out. You always want to look for what's gonna cause the market to go higher. Like, how are we gonna get higher when you have so many things that are high flying? Like, you already have Amazon breaking the high of the day. You just talked about NVIDIA there. You've got Meta, which is breaking out. I had this one to the south side early, took the one stop out and got away from it. It's starting to catch back up. So these are the kind of things that have to happen. This gets back up to the high. Google breaks VWAP. Then you can go, oh my goodness, Judge, up starts at 30.
But
So I wrote this one off because when I sat down this morning, this was under 27 bucks. And the last couple of, my daily charts hates me, but the 30 level on Upstart is massive. It's not just about like when a stock resists a level. Like, what does it do when it turns away from that price? Like, if it goes from 30 to 29.50, it's like, okay, that's all right. But when it goes 30, rejects and ends up like at 25 before bouncing, and then eventually 23, then rejects it again and gets down to 26 bucks. Like, it is falling 10% plus.
Yes, sir.
When it fails this level.
yes, sir.
So,
You know
if
what
it can
Monster
break this
reminds me
level,
of?
LEG.
Oh no, we're KRS one.
Oh yeah, but that too. All in the massive.
The very best. I'm not doing it justice, so I'm gonna stop right there. But it's an awesome song. Yeah. KRS. What was it called? What was that song called? Stepping, Neil. We're stepping higher and higher here on the future.
Here comes the hot step up.
As 14,430 comes and goes, and here comes 422 on the ESO, baby. We're curling up. We're up 3/4 of a point on the ES. We're up 0.9% on the NQ. We're at high day on our friend Microsoft, touching 330.39 the high. We're at high a day on Amazon, 122.57. We're at the high of day on Apple, 179.69. We're lagging a little bit on the other three, talking about Meta, Google, and Tesla, but Tesla looking awfully good right now.
06 yet? No.
As it dances with its friend 205.
Yeah, like now it doesn't want 05, eh? Like it's just this. It's a wall at 05 all of a sudden on Tesla. It's ridiculous. Like 06, it meant nothing at the open, and now all of a sudden 05 means everything. It's actually past 12 o'clock. I see Maximilian's. He's ready to go, so I don't want to keep the man waiting. And lunch smells absolutely delicious. If I'm smelling lunch, then I don't know what the hell it is, but it smells great. Hopefully that extends to my
Rapper's
salad.
Delight.
Rapper's Delight.
Rapture's
That's
Delight.
a great one.
Well, that's.
But I'm gonna get out of here. I got the Pindo deal. My stop is just about 70. I hate even dollar stop, so it's not exactly at the even, but it's close enough. Still holding the too long, but we scalped out of a bunch of both SoFi and Palantir. So I'm gonna get out of here and let Mad Max do it.
I just want to let you know UCAR is high a day in case you care about that, because we're at 994. I think we're gonna halt. I think we might be halting here at 994. Maybe.
You know it's
maybe,
an update
maybe
win,
not.
right?
Yeah, I just want, because I know you all about that. So if you sit down and it's halted, you know why. All right, Neil, thanks for being on. And Neil will obviously be on same time.
Back at 2.
Exactly. All right, guys, let's have a look here at the future, because that one out here, I got one out at
I thought for sure it was gonna be done for the day.
42.20 and a half. We're riding this one. We want to take it up to, I'm going to say, ideally, whether or not we get this level or whether or not I have the patience to allow it to run this level, that's in question. Now, here's what the technicals say. The technicals say we are in a bit of a gap zone here. We traded a little bit at this 42.25. Not yesterday, the day prior, but that was in the pre-market and the aftermarket on the 29th and 30th. This area here. Last time we were up here. Now, the obvious area that we ascended to, this 42.37, that's where most of the closing prints are. This is the 15-minute on the ES June contract. You have the wick up there to 42.42, but it's just a couple of prints there. The better level, 42.37. Whether or not we make it up that 13 points or that 12 points, 42.25 and a half, the high on the ES, 42.37 and a half is where I'm going to look. Okay, so let's go ahead, put that bad boy in there. That's the trend line. We're looking for this 42.37. What's the out? The out is the break of my entry, 16. So we don't get continuation. We already took a piece out, and then we'll take the other one, break even on, because I'm super late on this one. Like, there's just no answer for buts about it. I waited. I should have been in way earlier, so my stop is going to have to be at an undesirable location. I yelled back at you that 385, and I don't know if you got to see it, but it was an absolute monster today on NVIDIA, and it gave you gave you over $10. We're $10 and counting, because we're up at 395.34. We broke 395, albeit momentarily, and albeit by 34 cents, but we're still headed to the high side. NVIDIA, an absolute monster today, up 4.4%. Let's bring in the chart. We are at highs. Accumulation. This is a beautiful looking chart, man. Just
yeah, that
would have been more beautiful if had been punched in around here, but we're in the future, so.
Nice. All right.
You have a good association with the future, don't you? You have a nice story about the future.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm referring to?
We've made some money on futures before, for sure. Those CPI prints were, the best way to leverage yourself, I think, for that was to take futures. And it worked out pretty well. That's how I graduated on this floor. Not so many months ago, I guess.
No, and no, but the best part about you're really kind of leaving out the best part. I mean, any futures trader hears this, they're going to understand. What was the accumulation handles on that one?
It was 150 on the ES. So it's pretty big.
Did you guys
pretty big?
150 handles. I'm fighting for like 6 or 7 handles here.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's.
But I mean, your risk there is probably like 30. So.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's like.
It's still just a 5-to-1 in the end, but those are the kind of trades that I like to get involved with that are like so
those are
aggressively
makers,
in your favor that you just have to hit it.
So what was the look like today? You want to tell us a little bit about the morning?
The morning started off great with Tesla,
okay.
And I really thought that we were going to 208 today, which we might still do. I mean, we're still trending up. So I took this 203-ish off the open when we couldn't print below 202.50. So I'm waiting for 202, won't give it to me. So as soon as it blasts off through 203, I just punch a little bit of size and then 5 times more size there on that 204 break and take it up to 206. But I was holding a third of the total position, waiting for this to break out further, and I just set a stop back at 204 kind of lazily, and it stops me out. And what a move back down. That was what is this? I don't know, but we're all the way back up.
And now we're trending right back up?
Yeah, we're all the way back up to that 205 level. So, potential for that 208 today.
Tesla looking quite bullish right now,
Yes,
back to the
very.
positive. I mean, the market looking crazy bullish.
Looking fantastic.
We had a bit of a sell-off on the open, right? But then basically just trending up ever
Oh,
since.
the trend has been beauty.
Yeah, so looking good. And like finally ES back to that 42.25
Oh,
level.
baby.
So, yeah, we're looking pretty good. That NVIDIA, I mean, I was expecting further chop because off the open we were just kind of chopping around on the NASDAQ. And so NVIDIA, I was looking for a short today, back through 2 or 390 when it broke out. I was thinking it would wick this, then slam back down, and you could get it like a short back into VWAP. But like the 390 break was pretty good, gave you like $3. And then yeah, that 385 hold was absolutely money. Should have been looking at that. I was really looking at 380.50 as the level, but the only time you could have got that was in that pre-market. So
380.50.
Yeah.
The level was 385, bro. That was a
Yeah,
level
yeah,
you
yeah.
made
Yesterday.
money off yesterday, and it repeated again today. It was absolute money. That
yeah.
anyway.
But,
I'm
yeah, I did that. Oh,
Show-
Meta too. I traded Meta.
Okay, so we didn't talk about UCAR sadly enough, but it's been
Is it
making
going?
a lot of moves. Yeah, it's up to 11:30. We were talking about this one with Neil.
What?
UCAR, I believe it trades on the NASDAQ. There we go.
I tried this one 3 times.
This is a nutty one. But fantastic, it held. That's the thing, the 850 accumulation, it wasn't really breaking down below that 7.5. You kept encountering buyers around there, and now it's squeezing. I don't know what the short float on this bad boy is. Probably pays to look, UCAR. Let's see what Trade Ideas has for us here.
I thought it wasn't too high, actually.
It doesn't actually have one on here. We're going to have to go to floatchecker.com. But when I look on my platform with respect to the overall float, I'm getting a 14.27. I know Brendo was saying something along the lines of 7, and usually sometimes we have these issues where my says something and his says something else. We're get a couple of different numbers. Let's check Float Checker. So let's go over here, and we're going to go to floatchecker.com. Float Checker. And there she is. Is that the one? Oh, it is. Okay, so let's find out. UCAR. Come to the screen, guys. So, short float, negligible on all fronts. Highest print here, 3.42. The float, Brendo's, yeah, see the 7.15 on Yahoo. Then FinViz saying 14. Ameritrade saying 14. Wall Street Journal saying 7. Who knows? Whatever the number is, it's moving quite nicely. 11.30 the high, dancing below 11 now, kind of trying to stay in above 10.50. Where do you get in here? You look for the hold of 10. Do you wait for a dip into 9? Because 9 was obviously a level we broke through 9, a fake breakout, descended below, danced at 8.5, then you had the eventual break of 9. So is 9 the level? I'm not getting in at these levels, but all right.
For me, that's a, if you're in, you're in. If you're not, wave goodbye to it because it is gone. And I think anywhere that you try to execute on that right now, you're just asking for trouble. The risk is too high for me.
Too high.
I did try it twice, $7,
Okay,
$8.
let's talk about that.
I was in the halt at one point.
You were in the halt?
One of them, but I wasn't willing to hold it against me. So
Yeah.
it's
just too risky.
Yeah, where did I try? I tried it on this 7. It was the top. It was the even $7 level, so I tried it there. I tried to get into this halt, but then it kind of failed, so got out of that. And then I took this $8 break because it, wicked up and then wicked down, and then $8 was the high here, so it was kind of this perfect scenario there. Takes $8, goes into a halt, breaks back down below the halt price. I'm like, no way, I'm not holding this. This is stupid. And it does end up going to $9.50, but would have stopped me out below $8 anyway. So too bad on that one, but I guess you take this double bottom, maybe this fail breakdown here off that 760. Maybe it does something like that around $10, but probably not for me on this UCAR. Tried it enough times. Currently, it doesn't show on the board, but I am long Palantir at the moment on New York. Come on. At 1502, I haven't taken a fill, so it hasn't shown up yet, but seeing if I need to stop out of this one. If it gets below 15, I will watch the break of 15. There are clearly, you know, anybody who's short today is stuck on this below 15. So you got to assume that there's going to be some buyers down here, but like I don't want this to go back below 1495-ish. That would be, you know, it's probably going down if it does that, but looking for it to kind of hold this 50 period area, looking for it to hold 15, and then get up past this 1510 and into 1525, 1550 being the ultimate target on Palantir. This is a trender, not a squeezer, so you got to be patient with Palantir. That's not really my forte necessarily. So watching this one trade is quite a pain for me. But yeah, I think, where's that daily level that I have? Yeah, 1540-ish on the daily. 1550 is the ultimate target for this trade. I've taken half out, holding half for the dream. We'll see where that goes. What else is going on? Amazon at 123, I really like the idea of. 123 is a recent high for Amazon. If it will load up for me, you look at the daily chart here. Oh, all right, Palantir broke, so I got to get out of that actually. Hang on a second. Come on, Phil. No, all right, I'm out of Palantir. Too bad on that one. All right, Amazon daily chart. So all these wicks here, but where's the daily? Where's the daily? This 123 level is the high post earnings on Amazon. So I think if we do get a breakout at some point, if that happens today, whenever that does happen, that could be a great breakout there off that 123. Get into that like 125 level. These wicks on the daily are hard to show, but get into that like 125, 126 kind of area. I think we could do that. Hopefully that happens tomorrow, not today, but if it does happen like, you know, 2:30 power hour kind of thing, it could be a decent trade, but we will be waiting to see on that one. Oh, Apple as well. Apple's at 52-week highs and headed for that 180 price, which is kind of doing it right now. I think I do really want to take this 180 breakout on Apple. I think that could be a great play, but the time of day is kind of bad right now. Like 12:30, that's a tough trade to take. But I think this is one that you don't want to miss, so I am going to throw the order in. I'm going to see what happens here on Apple. I think, you know, if this goes without you and you don't take it, I think that's more of a mistake than taking the loss on it because of time of day. So, yeah, got the order in for Apple, going to take that 180 break. We have not been at these levels for quite some time, and 180, what was it? What's the all-time high on Apple? 183, I think. Where's my Apple chart? Let me find it on the daily over here.
Can I just, oh, we're about to hit 180 on Apple. I can't believe this.
Yeah, this is nuts. 182.94 is the all-time high for Apple, I believe. So we are heading into that and screaming into that 180 level. So yeah, I'm gonna be taking it if we get there.
Okay, cool. Dan McIsaac, Sharif, what level are you trying to get on the ES? Looking like it's slowing. Sure, yeah, 25, definitely a top. Let's look. This is the one we talked about earlier. Ooh, oops, bring this one from the side. We're in a bit of like no man's land. Now, are we going to go there up in a straight line? No, I doubt it. I mean, there's going to be retracements. So here's the look. I like this 42.37 area. You know, you could say 42.50, you could say 42.42, whatever. I mean, I like this area. This is where I'm going for. It's based on chart action here and an obvious top, that brood. This is where the majority of the candles on the 15-minute chart closed, below this level. So that's why I like it, as opposed to taking them in the 40 or 42. So that's what I'm looking for. But yeah, totally cognizant of the fact that we could slow down. But hey, let it tell me that it's slowing down. That force me out. My out will be my entry. So for the remaining balance. See what it does. The NQ, kind of keeping my eye on that. I know that there's been quite a bit of divergence between the ES and the NQ as of late. Today, there looks like there's a good degree of convergence, so I'm keeping that in my mind. It's the The NQ is, looking strong as well. A bit of a top there, a little bit below 14,450, but still not really giving me any reason to feel like it's gonna curl. So let's just wait and hold and allow it to tell us what it wants to do. How is our friend NVIDIA? Our friend NVIDIA is still consolidating below that 395 level for now. It's touched above it. It got up to 34s, and here we go. We're seeing a top develop and renewed buying, moving up into the 60s, 70s, 80s. Here we go. NVIDIA quite volatile. You should know that. But it looks like it is poised to take that 95 top decisively. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But NVIDIA looking real good right now, up 4 1/3% on the day. Up and to the right was a series of higher highs and higher lows. Max. UCAR moving, 11.
UCAR at 11. Yeah, I'm. My eyes are on Apple right now, waiting for this breakout. We are, 14 cents away from the breakout on Apple right now. So
You're taking that north.
Yeah, for sure. Taking the 180 breakout. This is,
baby.
We could theoretically hit all-time highs today on
Max,
Apple.
I like when you get
with this
excited
breakout.
like this, bro.
This
Try to compose yourself here. Like, goodness.
This is going to be a big breakout. So let's see what happens here. There's good size on the offer. I did end up seeing that offer. So it is about 5,000 lots on the offer. We will see as we get up there what it looks like. But you can see it right now. Yeah, 4,000, 6,000, 7,000 lots on the offer. So that's how many shares is that? 700,000 shares, about 1 million shares on the offer at 180. We're expecting this to kind of explosively break through there and then trend up towards like 180.50. You can do whatever you want. You can do it that way.
That's not your move.
No,
that's not your go-to move.
The easiest way to get a lot of shares into the market with a defined out is to take a breakout, right?
Right.
If you're front running this, if you're front running this, like what are you doing?
What's your defined out?
You're holding this down to 70.
Exactly. You don't have a defined out.
Down to 50. Like where are you holding this down?
That's
to?
what Brenkels and Ian used to say to me exactly.
Yeah.
Like, well, if you're front running this, where are you out? Right.
If
there's no specific level to get out at. If there is, you're lucky. Great, get out there. But if there isn't, I feel you.
I think also time of day though.
And I also look at the market trend.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think the market resolves in the direction of the trend? And that's the kind of thing. We're right back at highs at the ES, 42.25. 9 points in the money here. You know what I mean? So this is good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think also the time of day, like if this was happening at 9:45, you could probably safely front run this this level and expect it to break. But given that we are at 12:30 right now, it's possible that we bounce off the level, pull back a few times, and then you can get kind of cut up.
Tesla 205
doing it again. 205, so 206 break on Tesla.
Here comes 206.
Would be the way to go.
99's high day.
Yeah.
05.99.
I am well aware of that 205.99.
Here we go. The market's fantastic today, man. This is a great day if you've been long on any big tech name or even the future. Even these small cappers, UCAR, giving you plenty of opportunities to the high side. I want to say there was less bamboozlement on UCAR. Is that a fair statement? Do you think that that's an...
UCAR was interesting for sure. It was. It didn't give you clean breakouts, but it was okay. It was okay. Going through the halt prices was decent, but like the breakouts of like high of day and even dollars were not working all that well. The $8 one was decent, and I probably should have held that one. But yeah, it looks like that $10 level kind of might have
What's
worked
your offset
really well.
on your friend Apple there?
On Apple?
Yeah.
9 cents.
9 pennies.
So that might be a little bit conservative. I might not get the fill here. Now, Apple will usually give a fill for like 10-cent cross, I think. So, yeah, we'll see. I expect to get the fill here. If I don't, I might
here we go.
Punch the same share
The market
size.
is moving up here, dude. We are moving up, and this 37 area that I was talking about is looking awfully better and better as a prospect here. Let's look at the 15.
We're really squeezing here
37. We're at 28. 28.75. So less than 10 points away from that 37 top. Looking good here on the market. Don't fight the trend. Not today.
No, seriously.
Not today. 97 high on Apple.
Yeah, 97 the high, doing a little pullback here. So this is where you get scared if you're front running. But yeah, just waiting on that. That Tesla break could be something quite interesting here. That 206 level, and there it goes. 206 20s printing, 15s. See if that one holds. Looks like it is holding, so maybe Tesla was the breakout to take. If Tesla holds, you got to assume that the Apple break is good, but 24 high there on Tesla. Looking for higher potentially if you are in a breakout. I think 208 is the reasonable target on Tesla today. If we really do one of those market squeezes, Tesla can go to like 210, 212 today. But kind of rejecting the breakout for now. We'll see what happens on that Tesla, and kind of rebidding right away. So yeah, Tesla very interesting. Apple very interesting here. Nvidia 396 high. Yeah, we're just waiting on these breakouts. Amazon as well, 123 could be something if we get there.
Now, question for you.
Yeah.
Apple gets into this area here of 179.50. You don't build a position. Your move is 180 break or nothing.
I've tried that on Apple, and it has not worked for me very well. So I'm just not that familiar with Apple. So I've done that on Tesla before or NVIDIA. I did it on the show on NVIDIA one time.
Okay. Yeah, you did. You front ran it, and you made like $1 immediately.
Yeah, Apple I find to be like very competitive and very difficult to build positions on. So I haven't had any success really doing that on Apple, but it can be done for sure. Maybe you do it at the 50 period here at 179.60. Maybe you do it 179.50, but like look how far away VWAP is right now. 178.50 VWAP. So
yeah,
like,
there's no levels. Yeah, I gotta concede that to you.
It's kind of hard. Like if it decides to kind of pull back and flush, like you could be talking about 179, 178.80 pretty quickly here, and then are we talking about front running a breakout or just taking a pullback trade? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we're accumulating here.
I don't know. I would. I think I like the accumulation here for this breakout. You know, it's good when things kind of consolidate around that area. Stay strong though. Like there's bids obviously off this 21 period. Trust the teal area. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Meta as well, kind of going for that high of day. I tried Meta twice today. One of them worked. One of them actually, you know what? They both worked, but one of them I executed very, very, very poorly. Got into the 270 break and got $1 in the money with a decent amount of share size and ended up, not setting a stop and getting flushed out into 279 or 269.20. So that was nasty. But yeah, no, Meta pretty friendly to the long side today as well. Like fading it seems to be like Meta's kind of playing in range today. So a 272 break could be something, but I feel like a fail break of 272 might be the play here. Meta's not doing a ton of volume today.
Meta's always lagging in terms of volume. It's not one of the leaders in volume. It's always more spready than the bunch. Like Apple's a 1 penny spread, like 99% of the time. Meta, you're not going to get that 1 penny spread most of the time.
Amazon just broke 123.
Yeah, it did. 123.10 the high. We're at the high on a lot of names. Tesla included. 206.33 the high here on Stresla. It's headed to the high side, baby, as we are at the high a day on the NQ 14.464. Very much near the high a day on the ES 422875. I've got my order on Apple locked and loaded for the break of 180. I mean, excuse me. Yeah, 180.
Yeah.
Now it's just going to be
new high on Amazon too.
Do I build a position earlier? And this is kind of gambling a little bit. You know what I mean? Because it's a calculated gamble where you're deciding, you're convinced that it's going to resolve in the direction of the trend. And if I get into a position here, like this is a fantastic area, low 80s, right? We've been at this level a couple of times. We've held up.
Yeah.
Decisions.
It's just if this area fails, then I feel there's a lot of people who were front running the break that are now offside and probably wanting to cover. So maybe it goes down further than you expect. But yeah,
excuse me,
it's not a bad play to front run this break as Tesla makes another new high. So 206.49 the high now on Tesla.
Oh my God,
now
Tesla,
54.
there it goes.
Amazon holding this 123 for now. So let's see what happens around this price. Maybe get a long on Amazon here.
My ears, someone said.
If we rebid 123 pretty quick here, but it looks like we might be failing that 123 break on Amazon for now. 122.80, kind of that consolidation price. So maybe, yeah, I think wait on Amazon for sure. But yeah, we'll see if this starts to really trade above 123 and gets going. That could be huge as Tesla just blasting off. So Tesla was the break to have, clearly. That 206 break, I mean, you got to kind of hold it against you a little bit, but 20 cents on Tesla is not a whole lot. And if I look at my other chart, is it even 20 cents? Yeah, about 20 cents. You'd have to hold that against you, and you're trading $1 above. So that break looking nice and clean on Tesla. Should have kept the eye on that one because that 205 kind of area breakout. Maybe you just kind of punch 205.50 and get going. It looks like this was kind of a decent. The thing is, you see this down move, and how are you getting long Tesla in here after a rejection like this? Like, I would not have expected us to be at high of day again on Tesla based on this nasty rejection there. Like, couldn't this have just happened while I was long today, and then I'd be up here cheering myself on these on this Tesla position? But yeah, no big deal there.
I got long on Apple 81s. I'll dabble. I'll give it to 70s. If it breaks 70, I'll get out. So let's go ahead and put that in now. 179.69, and then we'll get everything out. Right. So, oops. Okay. Fumbled that. I'll just do that. That's fine. I'll keep my eye on it. I'm looking for a resolution here as we continue to stay near highs. So if I don't get this entry, that's fine. I'll risk 10 pennies, and I'll try again later where we're still riding this future. So we'll see how that one resolves. I'm also keeping my eye on NVIDIA. It just took 396, but momentarily there. 396.12, didn't really hold above it, back below 395 now. Apple retracing, looking to come into that 70, so I keep my eye on that one. If it breaks 70, I'll get out. So that will be a loss of 11 pennies. It looks like I didn't get the even dollar, got 11, so we'll see how that one resolves, but looking for continuation. Tesla finding a bit of a top as well as 206.89, so looks like these big caps slowing down in their ascent for now, so we'll have to figure, we'll see if we get some continuation on these guys otherwise.
You'd think that like everything's turning around based on Apple not breaking that level. So, you know, probably pull back to some, I don't know, some moving average or something on Apple, and then the market miraculously turns around. So, yeah, we'll wait to see on that.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, the 50 period's right there on Apple, that 179.65 kind of area. So maybe that's the pullback. Yeah, just waiting on that Apple. Maybe this is a spot to build a position as it kind of holds the teal there. Over 83 would be a decent possible spot here, this low of this consolidation. But I think I'll stick with what I have on the breakout, and yeah, no point in front running it for me. I feel like that's too much mental capital to.
It is, yeah.
Look, to take it before the break.
I'm taking a small position. I got to make myself very clear here. This is by no means a big position, and I'm also riding a nice winner. So, you know, risk allocation and yeah. Anyway, so curling up here, looks like we want to make another test, possibly of that whole dollar area at 180. That would just be Ace's Apple. 14,464, the HOD on the NQ June contract. 4,228.75, the HOD on the ES June contract. Here we go. What's NVIDIA up to? No, nothing on NVIDIA. What's moving? Nothing moving except.
Well, Apple's kind of screaming towards this high now.
ES is moving too.
I'm getting a little excited about this breakout right now.
Okay, well, let it resolve, baby. I mean, I'm sitting on the other side of 180 as well, so that's where the real surge is. We'll see if it resolves in the direction of that trend. We're just wetting our beak here on our friend Apple. We'll see how it resolves.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should add more size to this breakout, make my order a little bit bigger here.
Oh, baby.
I think
You're going to get the attention of all the algos. They're going to be displeased with the size of your order.
yeah,
want
they
to
can,
front-run you.
you know, the
What is
algos.
that movie called, or that book called? Speed Boys or something?
The book, Flash
Yeah,
Boys?
Flash Boys. Why do I always say Speed Boys? Flash Boys.
Yeah, I'm adding a second order there on Apple. Gonna take 50% more on that one. I think if we do break it based on this pullback now, like we do this shallow little pullback and then head right back towards it. So I think this could be good. ES at the highs, NASDAQ at the highs. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I think a lot of people are offside if Apple breaks 180 here. So let's see what happens on this breakout. Can't even like pull back to a 15-minute low or anything on Apple. So
Bit of a breather on the fuge.
yeah,
A bit of a breather on the big caps ascending, NVIDIA included.
they're
Meta.
just waiting on this breakout on Apple. I think.
Eh?
I think they're just waiting on this Apple breakout.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everyone waiting to see how Apple's going to resolve. Apple, the big kahuna, in the NQ and the ES. We're dancing in the 90s. 92 showing up here. Some buying, stepping in on Apple. I'm seeing green and orange on my tape. Usually that means it's moving up. 97s, HOD on this name. We didn't touch 99s. We haven't resolved anywhere near 180 yet. By near, I'm talking about 98s, 99s, you know. Knock on that door. 42, 28, 75, still the HOD on the ES. Nothing changing in that regard. Looking at some other names here. Carvana, HOD, high of day, 1564, up 20 2/3%. Oh my God.
The thing with this one is like, yeah, you can say it's going crazy, but it's a meme stock that's only up 20%.
Yeah.
Like I tried Carvana.
It's nice
off
levels
that
though
15
because
level.
they're not bamboozling levels. Oh, did you watch this today? Was it bamboozling?
It was bamboozling.
Okay, you know better. I didn't
Yeah.
watch it very close.
The 15 level was a pain. It got like 15 cents in the money and then pulled back into the 80s and then held the 80s and then it's basically holding 1475, 1480 level. So I don't know how you just pick random spots to execute off of, but
Yeah.
if you were picking that 1480 level to execute off, you'd be killing it today on Carvana. But I was looking to take the 15 break and then see it at 17 within a couple minutes. So that didn't happen. That short float, not scared yet. I feel like 20 is the level for Carvana to start making people sweat.
Oh yeah.
This Apple is just
Boring.
chilling, boring. Need this to make a move.
ES curling back down, so watch out for a move down here as the NQ finding a couple of red candles here on my 5-minute chart, looking to dance at 14,450 in and around that area. SoFi, Sean saying, so let's have a look at our friend SoFi. We know it's been strong lately. Let's look at, this is UCAR. We're not looking at, we don't need UCAR here. SoFi, 4 1/3 on the day. Okay. High of day, 726 has been real good. This has been a swing trader's delight ever since the news of the deal for the debt ceiling, which will include, it seems, some limit or some deadline or expiration date on these student loan forgivenesses issued by the Biden administration after the COVID pandemic. So SoFi stands to benefit from that because they do a lot of these low interest lending loans to students looking to refi their student loans. All right, we're right back at high day, 726, guys. Where's the level here that we can kind of glean? We'll encounter resistance. Let's look at the 4-hour. Nothing showing up. Oh, there we go. Something's showing up here on my 4-hour. That's 730 level. Interesting. Goes back to February 16th. That's a top. So we're right there. We're knocking on the door. So 730, I'll be on alert for that. What does the daily show us? Yeah, so that's one level here, 730. The better level, though, you have to argue 750 and then maybe 8. That's the peak over here. You have a lot of wicking. The close, 760. So 750, I would say, is a level.
Yeah,
SoFi having another
pretty
good
big on SoFi there. Interesting. I mean, there's a lot of room to move up on SoFi given how far it's come down, and like this is a decent headline for them if they don't have to lose on these student loans. Someone's saying OMH just pumped with a super chat. Check
Okay.
out OMH.
Shout out D Westermere.
Is this the one that was at like $100 or something crazy?
This is the member that sent us the 8-ball.
Oh,
The
yeah?
one that we use all the time. Shout out D Westermere.
Shout out. The Magic 8-ball. Yeah, okay, this is the one that I was thinking of. Yeah, OMH.
Oh, all-knowing Magic 8-ball. What question do you have for it, Max? Let's go.
What are we trading at now? Like 450? Does OMH
Hold
get
on, I have a
to
Okay, does
get to
OMH,
$10 today?
does OMH get to $10? Come on. Only Neil knows. Well, Neil,
It's a good question for Neil.
he hasn't even looked at it, so he's not going to make a statement.
Yeah.
He says no without
says
looking.
no.
So caveat there. Only if Sean is green and this one came up. All right, here's the deal. Will Apple, here's what everyone wants to know. Will Apple break 180 to the high side today? Proudly saying no in the back there. As Prad sees it. Oof.
No way.
And he says no, so I'm getting at it. I'm just joking.
Apple doesn't break 180.
Proudly
Are
says
you
it's
crazy, man?
not going to resolve in the trend, and the algos have heard Prad loud and clear, and it's starting to come to the downside just as Prad made his declaration. No, we're hanging out, guys. The out here, again, is the break of 70, so looks like we're trending, not looking to resolve in the direction of the trend yet. We shall see what goes on, but Meta looking strong here.
Yeah. I was just taking a look at Meta. We just got a volume spike and dip into the 50 period, kind of wick bottom there. Can't get to that 270 level, and now we're pumping up to the high. The high currently 271.90. Is that true? Yeah. So that 272 break, now that it's done this pullback and kind of rejected the 50 here, I feel like this 272 break could be money. I've already got my Apple break in, so I will leave that in and leave Meta alone. But this is looking pretty juicy. I mean, the next level on Meta is like 290. We have gap fill from like 245 or 250 to 290 if this will load up for me. Obviously not going there today, but like, we got a lot of room to go on Meta for sure. So all these breakouts of 52-week highs on this stock are ones that I want to take a look at key spots, 270, 275. 272, not a key spot, so I don't think it's like that watched necessarily, so I don't need to be involved. But, high of day break here, you could keep going and get to that 275 today on Meta. I mean, the market is just screaming. Little tiny pullback on NASDAQ here into like 14, what is that, 14,445 back to this top and making another high.
Yeah.
So. Or potentially making another high going towards the high.
NVIDIA waking up to 395 test incoming. Meta, Amazon waking up, Tesla waking up. Sadly, not Apple, but Meta looking real good. The NQ as well starting to curl back in towards days highs, 14,464 days high. We're not seeing any resolution in any direction. So we're going to have to sit and wait. That's just what it's about sometimes, and that's the way she works. So,
yep. We'll
looking
wait for
good
the
though, on some of
breakout.
these names.
I mean, if all these other names start going and the market makes a new high and Apple's still below that 180, I feel like you're just gathering potential for the breakout.
Yeah.
There. You're accumulating some explosive energy there. So hopefully that's what happens.
Yes, I do agree with that.
And hopefully we make a new high on NASDAQ, which is coming in a mere 5 handles. So
let's go Shumi.
New high incoming here.
Shumi, I want Shumi coming out with like votes secured. Let's go Shumi. Referring to Chuck Schumer, of course, the leader of the, what's it called, the majority party in the Senate. The Senate slower sometimes than the House, Max. So that's the concern. Do they get it done in time? Here we go on Apple. 94 is showing up again. 97 is a high, guys. I just want to make this point clear that we haven't touched 98s and 99s. 98 showing up here. 99's incoming, guys. Here we go. We're going to knock on the door of 180 maybe soon. This is the highest we've been, 99 technically now, the high on the day. We're not really screaming up on anything else here. It's a bit of a secular move. Just a lot of excitement. No resolution yet, just Matt.
Yeah, but I like all of that bright green coming in on the time of sales for me, where that means people are buying above the ask, are marketing in basically. So, looking like there's definitely some buying interest on Apple. This is a little bit slow. You want it to be a bit faster usually for a real perfect breakout, but still looking good on this one, and I just accidentally canceled my order, so I need to put that back in. But all right, there we go. We'll see. I mean, maybe this has to pull back to like 179.60, 179.50 before it goes.
Calm down, bro. My stop's at 179.69. Okay, I'm just joking. It's like no, kid. That's the stop above there. No, man. I mean, like, what's the point in taking 20 pennies on this? We're looking for like a resolution of 50, 60 pennies on this. I don't mind getting stopped out 10 pennies. I want to watch this all the way through. I want to get the 180 break. Let's not paper hand this trade. If the result is to get stopped out, we get stopped out, and that's the way she works, and we'll continue to trade on the day. We're hanging out at 4226 on the future here. I'm talking about the ES June contract. 422.875, the high. Here comes 97s again on our friend Apple. No real oomph in that attack northward, like you said earlier. You know, it's kind of more like, I don't know.
Yeah,
like
you
a
think
courteous neighbor knocking on your door.
It seems like there are people probably front running this level right now, trying to get short in front of it for like the pullback back down. So kind of muted right now. Obviously, time of day not the best, but we are getting up on 1 o'clock when the volume does tend to start to pick up a little bit more. So we'll see on this one. I mean, we're printing green at high of day. That's what you want to see for a breakout here. So let's watch. Looking for what was my level on Apple after this. I mean, all-time high 182, but that's basically the next level, maybe 180.50. I would be taking a little bit of profit there at 180.50 for sure. And then, looking for the 181 breakout. And if we reject that 181 pretty strongly, then that would be an indication to get out. And again, not going to hold this breakout against me. This is supposed to be an explosive break. It should go 20 cents right away and then not look back. But we'll see how it goes. Printing 99s right now, so people trying to get in front of the level, people trying to short, they're not getting filled right now. So maybe they punch it down a little bit here. But lots of size there. Expecting this to take a little bit of time to resolve. Now showing 180 high of day. I don't know if that's just some dark pool print, but I mean, how many lots is this? 3, 6. Like 7, almost 8,000 lots there on the ask on this Apple 180 level. I figure if we start to print 180, then we probably break quite quickly. But we'll see. We had, I think it was Google like last week or 2 weeks ago, where I think it was at 120, and it just messed around with the level for like an hour. Then finally does this like deep pullback, and then quickly gets back up and breaks it. And I think that was a good breakout, if I recall correctly. So, maybe that's what happens. I'm not trying to predict anything, just trying to take the trade if it does show up here. Amazon kind of holding above that 123 now as well, so that's going to help the market. Tesla is pulling back, though. So Tesla made a new high at 207 almost. Didn't quite get to 207, and now pulling back to that 205. So Tesla, not helping the market at the moment. Market kind of pulling back a bit. Let's see if this Apple break is what sends us above the highs on NASDAQ. But now a little bit of a pullback here. The HFT's loving this probably. Oh, Prad changes his mind. So Prad says we are breaking 180.
And just as he says that, we get a sell-off.
Yeah, a little pullback here. If we just buy this up right now and scream right back to 99s, I think we break pretty quickly, and I think that would be a good break. If we give people a chance to cover in the 80s, the break might be a little less crazy, but yeah, let's see. It's always quite annoying to just sit here
that's
and watch
the whole
these
thing here.
breakouts.
My question is, I don't think there's a question we break or not. I think we do break. I just want to know if it's going to be one of those bamboozling breaks where we get that big move up and then that
Tesla's
insane.
catching a bid right now.
It
and
is.
Amazon. So I think this
That 205 got bought up aggressively.
And Meta's heading to that 272. So
You
looks
like
like
the accumulation.
everything's going at the same time. Everything pulled back, and now starting to go. Tesla needs to get back above that 206, and that if this Meta breakout is good, I feel like the Apple breakout is good. So we will see here that Amazon kind of rejecting high of day at the moment. All these things happening at once. So you expect, if they're all good, then Apple should be good. But we'll see.
Do we get a big retracement on Apple through the break of 180, or do we continue?
We should continue. Apple, when it breaks and the break is good, it usually will continue for like $1 or $2 at least. But obviously, have to take profit along the way.
Yeah, asking Tim.
Why isn't it going? Well, you see 700,000 shares on the offer, which is, I don't know, like $150 million. Is that right? Yeah, like $150 million sitting there on the offer. So a lot of people have to go and take that. That's a lot of money.
A lot of there, yeah. What was it, $150 million?
Yeah, about $150 million sitting at 180. And there's probably hidden liquidity there too. So, let's round it up to a clean 200 mil that you expect. You have to get through there. Whatever reserves are in the 90s. So, yeah, I mean, these things take time to resolve. I wish it didn't pull back into the 80s here to let some shorts cover, but I think that shorts are probably looking down into like this 179.20 kind of area versus, trying to cover in the 80s here. But if you were stuck short and you're trying to cover, then, this is giving you the out right now. So,
well, here we go.
Yeah,
retracement back on Apple, but still strength on a lot of other names. So
yeah, Meta's
like
still
the
at
general
that high.
market. Yeah, Meta strong. The futures at highs. Tesla got bought back up off that 205. Google's been a bit of a write-off. The only thing with Google is it's not red on the day. It's up 1/3%, barely hanging above 123. That's kind of the yesterday's cutoff. The closer 122.87, but essentially 123 level. Meta has been the strong name, up 2 1/3. Apple also up 1.5. Amazon up 2.12. Now looking at day's highs, 123.16 on Amazon as it shows continued strength. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, like sitting like this on my hands because it is an exciting trade and you're waiting for it to resolve. But the honest part is you kind of just have to wait, and that's kind of the deal. Right back down into my entry again, but showing good renewed buying. Meta looking to take 272 here, Max. 271.89. Meta getting a lot of strength coming in. Where's the chart here on Meta? I think it's this one, actually. I just got to circle out. Yes, Meta. Here we go, 271.89. We're back in the 80s now. A bit of a double top at this level, though, that we made at 10:30. So be careful. 272, a bit of a level on the day, up 2 1/3.
Yeah, Carvana going for that 16 level as well. Obviously not related to the market move at all. Carvana doing its own thing.
Yeah. Wow, Carvana.
And Amazon just chilling above that 123. So Amazon possibly trying to build itself up for a bigger move here. This 123.15 high is holding for now, but so is the teal, so is the 21 period EMA here. So. Yeah, I think it depends on the market, obviously, but Amazon's been super strong recently. It hasn't been at these levels for, I don't know, since December of last year, I think it was, when they had that bad earnings, maybe November of last year. What is this date here? Oh, no, that's 2000? Oh, come on. Well, this daily chart won't load properly, but it's been a long time since we've been at these levels, so anybody who's short or buying puts or whatever, not feeling very good right now. And Amazon's shown the ability on these days where it makes a new high to kind of trend for a bit. So I think this could be gearing up for a move back through this high. I like, but I'm not going to be taking that. Just based on time of day, based on where we've come from. I think the 123 breakout could have been a play to take, but I mean, again, time of day, like you.
Yeah, it is. That's the truth. But
You don't want to be taking these breakouts of like
we're almost at the end of lunch.
more random level.
Yeah, 10 minutes to lunch, not even 9 minutes. Right?
Yeah, I feel like at 1 o'clock we start to see some volume come in, and maybe that's when we get that Apple break that we're waiting on. Yeah, I think that's what you want to see. You want to see some consolidation. You want to see some people placing more bets below 180, and then when they're wrong above 180, hopefully that's the explosiveness that you need.
Yes, sir.
To continue. As Amazon just holds this 123 once again. So Amazon giving me those like I want a trend vibes. I don't know how to get into it necessarily. It's just so high up. I mean, same thing about Apple, but Apple's at that key 180 level and almost at all-time highs. So where did Meta top off there? 271.
Sorry, I actually meant to say Tesla. Do you like this breakout here now? We made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, looking to take 206. Do you take this on the back end for a curl, as Neil likes to say? Yeah.
Like a 206 breakout?
No, like a curl into this backside. So we descended. Now we're curling back to the high side. Do you wait for?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you get long Tesla right now other than just buying a dip into that
The 205 out.
When it did that higher low there at just above 205, Tesla, come on. All right. Load. All right. When it did that higher low there into 205, that's kind of where you can get involved. You're risking 205 break there, or maybe you risk it down here into the 50s because you are looking for a move through the high of day. It's tough though because you have this action here where it totally rejected these prices before, and then doesn't continue on its breakout. So it's kind of hard to buy a dip on Tesla. I do like the 205 level though there.
Yeah, I really like the 205.
Yeah.
Former area of resistance, then current area of support. This is what I'm looking at here on my Tesla chart. Bit of a top here. Get a couple of touches around 205, rejections, then you get the
Here
break.
goes Apple.
What? To the high side or low side?
Yeah, we're screaming into that 180, so this is the kind of move that you want to see. You want to see that strong buying into the level.
Okay.
We did our little pullback here, can't get below 75, and now we are headed towards that 180 level again, looking for this to be explosive. Need to see like 20 cents right away. If this just goes like 05s and then back down, you want to get out as soon as you can on
Okay,
on
so
one of these
repeat
breakouts.
that because that's really important, and I think that this is something that we talk about sometimes in our meetings. So you're talking about seeing that 20 cents immediately, not that 5 cents. You don't want to see big selling coming in above the level. That's what you're looking for. Right?
I mean, if you see 05s right away and then you're just seeing like green on the tape and it's just printing and it's
nothing's
taking it
moving
out.
up.
Well, if it does start moving up, then that's fine.
Gotcha.
But if if it's 05s and it's reserving there's an iceberg and you can't get through that, and then selling comes in, then you gotta bail out real quickly. As here we go into the level, so 98s. Looking to print through 99s, you got to think that some people have their stops right on that 180 level so that they can get out before the break, thinking that they're going to get slipped. But we'll see if that happens. We'll see what happens when we start printing 180 here. Hopefully we don't get filled on one of those Fugazi dark pool wicks before the actual break, but we'll see. As Amazon taking out the high as well. Tesla going for the high.
Tesla looking
Meta just broke 272,
man.
so everything's breaking out. Time for Apple to go. Let's go, Apple, through 180. Come on, breakout. Give us 182.50. Let's see all-time highs on this baby today, as the market is absolutely ripping today. Come
Wrong
on.
way, Apple. So I got official high a day on my print here is actually 180. Did you see any 180 prints come in there?
I didn't see any come in, but I don't think that we printed through 99 there. Oh, no, we do have 180 prints.
We do have 180
on lit
prints.
market.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we do have some 180 prints that came in there. I didn't see them. They were too quick.
And some of that size is gone. So about 300 lots got taken off of EdgeX there, it looks like. But that ain't nothing.
Here we
This
go.
is a 7,000 lot offer here. So
Meta high a day.
Let's see. Yeah,
Amazon high a day.
Meta is continuing slowly off of that 272. but not pulling back at all. So yeah, Meta looking good. You would risk that
Let's
down
go,
to like,
99s again.
yeah, come on.
Here we go.
Come on.
I don't see
fill me
any
early,
180 prints.
please.
I'm looking at the tape now. I'm not looking at the book. I want to see if anything
Yeah.
here coming in 180, green or orange. That's what I'm looking for on my tape. Green means at the ask. Orange means above the ask. And so usually that's an indication that there is real vigor in the buying world there. So yeah, we'll continue to dance at that level. Nothing newer to report. I really wish I had belonged that Tesla 205.50 break. Didn't take that, but it looks good. We're embroiled in Apple, hoping for a good resolution to the high side here through 180. I've got another order sitting on the other side of 180 with a large spread to try to get filled. The idea there is, you're looking for continuation north. You're going to probably see a lot of short covering in addition to, longs going north above 198. So it's going to be a bit of a do or die moment at that level. We're looking for continuation. If Max was saying, if you see a clear level there not getting taken out, that's usually an indication of something. Guys, chart over here. Bradley, if you're able to, there we go. No problem. No, the chart was on Max. It's all good. Yeah, there we go. So nothing yet
Still
to
waiting
renew,
on this
to
one.
report
Still
on
waiting.
Apple. That 180 top continues to hold. There's really no point taking 20 pennies here. I'd rather take a 10 penny loss than take 20 pennies on a
UCAR is
trade like
halted
this.
down.
It is it. Oh, 968 halt down.
68 halt down on UCAR. So tries that 11 break in quad dukes.
Yeah.
That's why you don't get involved with these so high up.
Okay.
But I mean, if you're looking to short, nice short there. That's
Apple
what you
180
want to see there. As Apple pulling back once again off 180. So this is giving me big Google 120 vibes. And that break was good and it did trend. So hopefully we get that same kind of action. Meta pulled back into 272, but can't get through 90s. So as I said, 89 would have been your stop there, and you're not stopped out yet if you take that Meta 272 break. So looking for a new high there on Meta. If Apple just shoots up right back to that 180 level here, that would look pretty strong for a bit of a short squeeze above 180, and Amazon just kind of pulling back.
Baba? Everyone's yelling Baba, Baba, Baba. All right, here we go. Well, let's have a look at Baba. Yes,
interested.
Baba is very strong. What is going on here, Max? 79.50. We start the day off at 83.73. High of day up 5.25%. Baba, all sorts of powerful. I don't know what the catalyst is. I'll be quite honest with you. Let's have a look here at what's going on in ADR land, and everything is green in ADR land, and they're up big. I'm talking about DIDDY up 8.6. What is this? This is 10 cent. 10 cent is up 4.55. Baidu 7.77. PDD 8.16. Baba 5.2. Futu 5.15. JD.com 7.91. Big names, even KWeb, the ETF up 5.6%. What's the China news here, man? China ETF falls. No, wrong headline, buddy. That ain't it. Why Baidu stock rising? Okay, tell us. Shares trading higher, 6.33. Shares of Chinese companies are trading higher after a private survey showed a growth in factory activity in May. House passage of a U.S. debt ceiling has also helped lift overall market sentiment. Okay, so something about private survey showed a growth in factory activity in May? Yeah, right? Private survey, so yeah, honestly. What else? Okay, I'll have a read through this after. I don't want to read it live, but needless to say, I'm just noticing this now, sadly, because I've been involved in this Apple trade, and quite frankly, big tech has been consuming our attention, and rightfully so, and the futures trade. They're all printing. So we don't really need to take note of everything, but what the fact of the matter is, ADRs are strong.
Yep, new high on Meta there, 272.42, I think it was. So that one continuing. Apple did get some buying off of that, what was that?
New.
83, 84 level. So, yeah, still waiting on this breakout. Tesla pulling back. Amazon's still getting rebid off of the 123.20s. So it looks like, that high there on Amazon is providing as
Protection on
support
Tesla.
now. The former resistance at 123.15 doesn't want to get printed. So we'll see if this holds on Amazon to continue that trend up into that 125-ish area that I figure we can get to. Yeah, where would you be going on Meta?
Someone's saying Biden said something. T-Daddy saying just out. I'm not confirming the accuracy of this. The U.S. and China should be able to work together where we can. The U.S. does not see conflict in competition with China. Nothing he hasn't said already. I think he's echoed that sentiment before. Day trader cut. Fed's Harker. I project 2023 GDP growth below 1% and the unemployment rate to rise to 4.4. Writes day trader cut. Also from Harker, I expect inflation to fall to around 3.5 this year, 2.5 next year, and reach the Fed's 2% target in 25. We'll see. Everyone wants that soft landing, and you want that 2% goal. Whether or not you get it, a whole different story. Apple back into the low 80s again, near our entry at 81s. What do we do here? We're still strong on some of these other names. Meta, most notably strong. Where are we here with NVIDIA? Oh my God, we're knocking on the door again of 396 on NVIDIA. Market sideways, not breaking out in either direction. Getting a bit of a pullback though on Tesla, 206.5 rejection. Google also retracing down. It's been flat. It's done nothing, but now it's actually getting weaker. Looking to curl in to yesterday's close at 122.87. It's up 0.09% on the day. So it was up a third, now giving back that gain. Apple ascending again into the mid-90s. You know, good buying coming in there, seeing green and orange on the tape. Do we touch 180?
It's interesting that like 179.90 seems like a bit of, anytime we get above there, we see some strong buying, strong short covering, I guess. People trying to get in above or before the level, and then it kind of stops above 95. But yeah, and we just wait. We just wait. Oh. This is it's reminding me a bit of NVIDIA as well. When we took that NVIDIA, I don't remember what the level was.
You were waiting there for a while.
290 or something, 270, something like that.
It's a long ways away from where we are now. That's the funny part, but yeah.
That's a fact. But yeah, that one, I think it did this kind of action, and then it pulled back into the 50s, and that's where we got long and then added on that breakout.
Right.
Apple doesn't really do price action the same way as NVIDIA, so you wouldn't expect a pullback like that. But maybe we do have to do a pullback first. But here we go. More buying into those 95s. I think a lot of people are front-running this level. You know, if you want to be short on a swing at that 180 price or around that 180 price, the best way to get that filled, because it's not that easy if you want like a lot of shares, and I'm talking about like hedge fund shares, not like a lot of day trader shares.
Hold on, can I stop you right there? That's your Apple chart?
Yeah.
So you already got resting profit takers.
Yeah, I have one for 10%.
So you're taking a page out of the old man hands over here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
All right.
Well, if it starts screaming up, like, you know, you don't want to have to type in the order. You just want to have the profit taker. So
all right.
180.44, I got a profit taker there, and that's only for 10%. Really looking for like, you know, 180.50, 180.60, and then see what happens on that 181 break to potentially get out. But here we are at 97s again.
97s again, baby.
Auctioning this one off. 98s. Who wants 98s? 35 lots there. Now we got 99s. You only got 100 lots now on 99s. So,
a lot of
you know, if you want 99s, take them now before they're gone.
I'm seeing a lot of 99 prints come in here. Nothing at the 80. Keeping my eye on the tape for that 80 touch. A lot of green at 99s. But then you immediately see the mid print at 98 thereafter. Yeah. I'm not seeing a 98 and a 99.5 mid print. That's what I'm failing to see at this point. So we'll continue to do the dance. Yeah, Meta. Oh, Amazon just quadrupled a little bit there. What's going on? 123.41 top breaks 123 south side. Amazon finding a little bit of weakness kind of independently here. Not seeing anything else in big cap world. Give up the ghost. Oh my God, I look up to the right at NVIDIA, and NVIDIA echoing my movement here. Up and to the right is also NVIDIA, 396.90. The high of day, really looking to take that high of day break again. So NVIDIA showing all sorts of strength.
I really wanted that long today on NVIDIA. I thought that they could, we could recover. We talked about it yesterday. Like, is that 380.50 kind of level potentially the bottom for
385?
for this current swing, and I mean, it looks like it is for now. Yesterday, on that rebalancing kind of candle down, I don't really consider
How did
that to
that
be,
go? I wasn't around for it. The MSI.
yeah, apparently they were rebalancing a whole lot of large cap tech to the downside because NVIDIA, Apple, all of
exactly
these
what
ones,
Arun
like,
said they were going to do.
Yeah,
exactly what he said.
$billion+ sells
Rebalance?
there on those ones, so
Okay.
they kind of tanked. But Tesla actually ran up like $4 on some kind of buy. Yeah. Yeah, interesting action yesterday on the large caps on that rebalancing. Don't want to be on the wrong side of one of those.
On Tesla, goodness,
yeah,
no.
Yeah. On Tesla
it'll
with
rip
like
your
a
face
billion
off.
buy imbalance, something like that. That went kind of nuts.
Meta, days high again, 272.54. Lots of strength there as Apple continues to dance with 180. Yeah, Meta is like the lone. Oh no, not. I was going to say lone. It's not. NVIDIA right there with it, 396.90. Here comes 397 on NVIDIA. And here comes 180 on Apple. I mean, oh my God, how many times are we going to repeat ourselves here, dude? But that's the way it is. I feel like I should
only
be getting into
7,000
something
shares
else.
left here on 99.
I hope this is really is worth
want
it
'em.
because we're giving up a lot of opportunities on some of these other ones fixated with this 180 thing.
Yeah, that could be the case. You could be right on that one where you're. I mean, Palantir was like that a couple days ago on that 15 level. Here we go.
180 showing up on my
reserving on 179.99.
Where is it at? A lot of buying
here.
here.
In front of this.
A lot of buying.
Trying to get in front.
Future moving up. No, rejecting for now. But that's the closest it got. I saw 180 prints again. Yeah, it's the closest it got, I'd say, for the longest it's been at.
This is crazy.
Oh, yeah. 180 on Apple. I mean, we're going to really have to pack our patience here as the volume comes in. Lunchtime is over and done with. If you're a Wall Street trader, quant trader on Wall Street, get back to your desk and start punching long. We need this 180 break.
We need some shares here on this Apple breakout. I don't know about you, Sharif, but I don't think I can punch 150 million on my buying power at the moment. So you'll have to do that one for me.
Yeah. Can we get into the fractions of the buying power that I have there of that amount? But yeah, no. Day trade the world, lots of buying power, just not over here. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't trust us yet.
No.
Not yet. One day.
A lot of BP around this place. Katina, Mr. Katina hitting the ideas. Oh, there you go. You got to earn it around here.
Yeah,
all right. What's the deal here, Max? 397 comes and goes on NVIDIA, 397.08. So this one really getting going. A lot of strength on NVIDIA.
Yep. This Apple's putting me to sleep right now. What else we got going on here? Maybe let's find something exciting.
Someone tell Sean to market into Apple with his whole account. He says he's already short. So he's going against us, guys. So Sean's short Apple. Putting that out there. Where are you short? 179.99. 97. Okay, I was close. Yeah. He's getting some out because it's dipping into the 80s. So like we've talked about before, you take it long, I take it short. Somehow we both print. That's just the way the market works.
AI is heating up right now.
Oh, yeah?
Come on. I had some decent trades on AI today. Come on, load the chart. There you go. Off that 35 level, and we're going back into there right now. So I tried the original 35 break and got stopped out here. But it did this crazy wick down, which is real. I watched this happen, and then rebid right above 180, and Apple comes back up. So let's move the chart back to Apple here. Come on. Not going to miss this breakout, as I have 2 orders in to get long here. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Screaming back into that 180, 98s,
Upstart.
99s, 180s. Come on.
Are we back on that level on Apple? I stopped caring, even though I'm already in it. We're holding from 81s, guys. I don't know if we break. If we break, we resolve. Whatever. I've got resting orders on the other side. Let it resolve. But here we go. It's very exciting to watch. But Upstart, guys, very strong on the day. 16.5 points. It's been a squeeze name. It's been that Carvana Upstart duo. The heavily shorted names not running up on news. They're an after earnings play that just continued to go. A swinger's dream, swing trader's dream. Catching myself there. There we go. Up back into near high a day. Where's high a day on Upstart? Let's have a look real quick here. Did I look over here? No, I'm not sure. But anyway, 32 the level. So if you're looking for a continuation on Upstart, keep your eye.
Upstart went through 30 today?
Oh, goodness. It's at 32, bro. It's up 16 and a half
miss.
points. Yeah.
Oh, man.
What happened? What happened?
Me too.
On Upstart. That's what he just said right now. Neil and him saying
that's terrible.
The 30 break on Upstart was a good trade. Let's go back and have a look after to see how the 30 break ended up resolving. But my God, how long are we going to have to wait here on Apple as the future continues to trend sideways and make a sweat before this 180 break develops here, Max?
I think I have too many shares on this breakout order, and they just want me to cancel my orders so that everybody else can make money on this.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, like,
but
you
I'm
have
not
to
going to do that.
leave
Not going to do that.
food for the rest of us.
No, not going to do it. I'm taking all of the shares.
Lambo short,
yeah.
someone says.
Yeah, let's see on this. Starting to, I mean, anytime we get into the low 90s now, we're starting to print green. So lots of people buying, trying to front run, trying to cover shorts, whatever it is. And the lows just keep getting higher. So they were 70s, then 75s, then 80s. Now 90s are the lows. So Apple is, what do you call it? Compressing.
Yeah.
Compressing into this flat top breakout here,
Yes.
as well as even dollar breakout.
Yes. Let's go
now,
Apple.
Now the bids aren't allowing it to step down through 95. So,
We'll see.
I mean, I feel like it's going to go here. It goes or it doesn't, and maybe it goes and stops everybody out above the level and then smashes back down. NQ making a new high right now, I believe. So.
Warwish saying we created
That's
so
helping.
much hype around Apple. He's in Singapore and he can't go to sleep
You can't go to sleep.
because we've hyped it
yeah,
up too much here. And he I don't know if you're wrong or you just want to see how this resolves. 99s again. Here we
99s
go.
again.
We keep saying 99s. I think some of the guys back there have this trade because I'm feeling some people are starting to follow along this 180 level. Tesla back up, Max, 206.5, looking to take that 207 top. Technically, the high on the day, 206.89. The future waking up for now.
400 on, 400 on NVIDIA. Is that a long or is that a fade? Because we're almost there.
We're $2 away from there now because we're at 397.67. So you figure, you got a couple of bucks in and around there, but I just can't take my eyes off this Apple thing. I just want to get it over and done with. You know what I mean? But
if I don't get the fill here and this break is good, I don't know. I might just slam a keyboard or something.
Yes. However, by the way, there is somebody in the chat by the name of Sean's Keyboard.
I did see that last week.
I love it. All right, there's another person, Sharif's mom or something like that, which is awesome. Yeah, 97s, 98s, 99s, a lot of buying.
Lots of buying.
Just stepping up there all of a sudden. 99s again on the ask. We're accumulating, but not quite breaking.
NASDAQ making a new high right now, and
Go,
new
NASDAQ.
5-minute candle on ES, so and 15-minute candle as well on everything. So let's see if ES can break that 42.30. It's probably all dependent on this Apple breakout, but we just wait. We wait and see, and the longer we wait, the more likely we are to probably lose on this. But maybe there's a lot of people that are getting short right now, placing a bunch of bets, and they're going to get smoked. But who knows? Who knows?
Wayne the Brain is saying $1.2 billion at 180. So I would guess he did the math there. So that's some sizeage.
Did I do the math wrong?
Oh, I thought it was Wayne the Brain. Oh,
I might have done the math wrong there.
Thanks, bro. Some sizeage there. I call him Wayne the Brain, yeah. 180 level we're talking about, guys. Big money size at 180 max. Have to have some big boy size take that out. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't think it's $1 billion. I think
There's something. There's
it's a couple
someone called
$100 million.
Maximilian's dad. There's multiple troll accounts in the chat here, and I love it. Maximilian's dad. Careful, son. At Max. Yes. I can't believe you didn't see that. Like, how come I booked that for you, bro? It's amazing.
Stick to what you're good at, Dad. I got this.
I got
this.
I love it. This is great. This is great. Yeah, legend. Absolutely, Jonathan. That is.
I think we're going to lose our minds here watching this Apple consolidate below 180.
Kind of crazy.
Maybe we should just walk away.
I'm in it.
If you're,
I'm in it. I'm in it. 10
lose, you
pennies ago.
lose.
Yeah,
You lose.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Future trade really holding me above water here. 4227 we're at, 4228 the high. Here comes back down into the 80s again, Max. Rejection central at
There's
the
a
moment.
Maxi Jr. too.
There's a Maxi
Saying, what about
Jr.?
me, Max's little boy?
It's hilarious. All right, do we get bought up all the times, or most of the times we came
we
down
go.
into the 80s? We did get bought
That's
up.
a nice little wick there off that 85, or 87, just bought right back up. Now we have a buying program on 92 here that just popped up, it looks like, spreading all their size across different gateways. So if they can't get filled, then this likely goes up. But, well, I mean, it would have to go up if they actually want that fill. And here we go, back into the high 90s. So brief dip down, and now we rip. I want to see an explosive move right now. Right now. Come on.
Oh, all-knowing 8-ball. How long will it take for Apple to resolve above 180? Not giving it any.
Not too
Only
long.
Neil, what? Only if Neil raps. Oh, come on. Only if Neil raps, it'll resolve. It's not answering my question, obviously. I said, how long will it take? That's kind of a funny question. Yeah, it's just, we'll see. Here, Gregory Duet.
Oh, there we
back
go.
up to 99s here
Get sent
again.
into 99s. Things are getting a little more aggressive
Big
now.
size here at, you can read the size there at 2000, I'm sorry, at 180. As we get closer and closer, more of it appears. Here we go, 79s. On the other side, you think that so many people are looking at this level that unless you were, that's the thing. So you have your, are you using Edge A stops?
Yes.
Yeah, see, I'm using script, so I'm not in priority here. So I'll unlikely get filled above the 180 area unless it does a big boy bounce up and then bounce down.
Yeah, it depends how aggressive you're crossing.
Exactly.
there.
Well, I put 10 pennies as a cross. Not good enough, says Sean. Yeah,
Not
I'm
good enough on a
surprised.
script, I would say. Yeah.
Well, on a well, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll
Because
see here. We'll
what
see.
we're talking about, guys, just so you understand, there are orders that sit at the actual exchange and therefore are, ordered in priority of when they were received. And then there are orders that we have here on our system which sit on our servers, and only when a condition is met, like a price trigger, are they sent to the exchange. So those ones don't sit in the priority like you would if you were sitting on the exchange. They're unknown about, right? Because they're sitting independently here on our servers. So that's what we're talking about there. So if we kind of just confuse that whole thing, I hope I shed some light on that. Rejection, Max, 331.34 on Microsoft. Microsoft heading down aggressively, looking to break 330.5, looking maybe even to trend into that 330 area. Some weakness coming in on Microsoft. See what ends up happening here, but I'm
We're back
seeing
down to
Tesla,
this guy
though.
on 92 here.
I like this 206.5 resolution to a break of 207 on Tesla, though. You're seeing a series of higher lows on Tesla with a bit of a flat top. Here's a look on Tesla. Come to the chart real quick. No, I'm losing my voice there. Higher low, higher. This is the 5-minute on Tesla. Higher low with a 206.5 touch. The only time you broke it was this candle here, and you had an immediate retracement. So I really like this look here on Tesla, 206.5 break. Maybe you get something lower, get a better cost basis. If you're able to get a dip into 206, maybe below, that helps out your situation, gives you a bit of breathing room. But that looks solid on our friend Stresla there. 97s, 98s back in action here on Apple.
We go.
How long must we wait? Long.
I'm going to lose my mind here, Sharif. You're losing your voice. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
I should just not take this breakout to preserve my sanity here, but,
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going to complain about it. If you don't complain about it, I'm going to be complaining because I'm in it. Right? I'm in it since 81, and we're looking to get more long through the break of 80. Whether or not we get filled is a whole other story. It depends on the liquidity and how much we cross. But I want to start maybe looking at something else here to because there are other opportunities to be had. And I like this NVIDIA pullback as well into 396.70-ish. As much as I do like this Tesla breakout here as well. We're at 206.5 again. This is the level I was talking about. How do we resolve here? 206.89 is the high. Switch to Tesla on here. Oh, no, Tesla. There we go. Here we go. On our friend Tesla, I think 207 incoming Tesla. Adding some good buying there. Here we go.
Wow, Tesla.
Here we go on Tesla.
Okay.
It's going to take 207 as we retrace back down on Apple into the low 90s, high 80s. Tesla showing lots of strength. 206.89 high. 207 incoming, guys, looks like.
People are, kind of chasing Apple down here. Lots of offers on 90, 91, so we'll see if those get filled. Looks like a bit of a reserve on 90. Yeah, it looks like there's a reserve on the offer on 90. That gets taken. Now we're at 92s, 93s, so maybe the same guy that was on 92s there is trying to get filled 93s here for a 1 cent profit. Congratulations
Tesla
to
long
you.
75.
Tesla, you're long Tesla?
Yeah. I'm getting some out here in the 90s. Going to wait for the break of 207 for the rest. Comes back below my area. Took some for 25 pennies. Not bad. But coming in back, I'm looking for continuation. But you assume, there's going to be some testing at the whole dollar level. We come back into the 90s. What do we do here in the 90s? Let's resolve in the direction of the trend. But, not the ideal entry at 75s. Here we go back mid-90s. Let's get some. Go ahead here on Tesla and have some resting at the other side of 205. Should we make it up there? 207, excuse me. I'm going to say 207.10. So I'll sit there if we resolve in that direction. Otherwise, I won't let this go against me. This is kind of like a direction trend. There we go. Out for the rest there at 75. Let's go back into Apple. What's Apple up to here? Back into the 80s. Does it get bought up here?
People chasing it down a bit on the offer.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
A little bit.
Meta made a new high up to 272.85, kind of failing that. So we'll see if that is able to hold 272.50, hold the teal-ish. Apple doing the pullback. So we might need the pullback to 50s and get this break later on, which would be bad for the entertainment factor of this show, but maybe good for the breakout itself.
I like that.
Just waiting on that as AI as well. So if I could pull up AI.
If anybody wants to blame anybody for Apple not breaking 180, we're all going to blame Sean. Because he keeps adding to his short there.
Sean keeps shorting in front.
Hearing him all excited in our Kenny, of course. Okay? But yeah, we're hanging out here at this level. Back into my entry at 82s. How do we resolve here? My outs is the break of 70. So I'll keep my eye on that. I'm looking for another way to get back into Tesla here at a better level. I want to sit maybe at the $0.50 or the $0.25. I think we can probably retrace. Apple coming right back down. So here we go. Do we hold this level or not? My out is on the other side of 70. So it's at 69, getting bought up at the moment. Do we make our way back up, or is this the end of the Apple experiment? We shall see, Max.
Yep, we wait on Apple as NVIDIA kind of holding that 397 breakout, and AI is back to 35 here. So this is the level that I got long before, that 35, and maybe worth a long again. Like now these, what are these called? Moving averages have crossed. So now AI is getting supported by not only VWAP. But you're out?
I'm out of Apple. Yeah, I got triggered. Now I'm going to look to get in at nearer the lower end of the range on Tesla. Let's see if this one can resolve in the direction of the trend. It broke 70. I had my out at 69. So 12 penny loser through the break of 81 into, there it goes, quadunking to the downside. Are you still holding this? Bro, look at this.
Not quad, dude.
He's paying his barber, he says. He's busy e-transferring his barber. Yeah, I figured it was an e-transfers on your phone. Big move down for Apple, rejecting 180 there. So big size, holding out the ascent. But I don't think the same thing here on Tesla. This one looks interesting here as we test that 207 area, Max. Yeah, I'll have to think about this one.
Yeah, Tesla 207 break could be interesting. All the breakouts on Tesla today have been kind of good, at least for a moment. If you can get out quickly. Yeah, that Apple pulling into 50s. So this is what we talked about, potentially needing for that move to be good. Yeah, now we wait and see on Apple. So let's find something else to trade. This AI, I don't know. It's not doing enough volume at the moment. So the volume is really tailed off. I really like this 3620 area for whatever reason. I mean, this was a high from a few days ago. If it'll load up here, 3620. Hard to see on this chart, but 3620 this is during market. So it was a low here during market hours. It was a pre-market high. It was a low over here, like 35.50-ish. Tesla's going?
Yeah,
Tesla's going
starting to
207.
accumulate again at 207. Here we go, mid-90s. Coming in. Here we go, 207 again. This is a good one, man. There's strength in this name, no question about it. As it looks to take the high of day, 206.99 is the high. It hasn't broken 207. Not today, it hasn't. But I think we break it here. There's some good size at 207. Nothing too huge, though. Not quite yet. Not taking it quite yet. So 207. Actually, I'm getting 207 as the high here on my chart. So it looks like we did get one print there. Lots of strength on Tesla, guys. This one headed to the high side.
I like the idea of a failed breakout here based on the market move.
Just based on Apple?
Yeah, like Apple's pulling down, market's pulling down. If Apple turns around here off 50s and then goes back up, then maybe Tesla can make this break work. But I think that if we like shoot up to 20s here and then back right through 207, I think this could be a short. So I'm looking. I'm now short 207 exactly. And yeah, let's see if this comes back down now in the 90s. Looking for this to get back down into like 206.50 area as we print 80s, so already 20 cents in the money-ish.
Where are you on?
And
Tesla. Nice.
Yeah, Tesla short here, off 207. Not looking for this to make a new high. New high is currently 19, so we'll stop out above that. Yeah, looking for this to get through that, what was that low there, 206.80, and then back into that 206.50, 206.20 kind of area. We'll be looking for 50 cents on the first profit taker and then 80 cents on the next. Just need to get through that 83 bid right there of 5,000 shares, which ain't nothing for Tesla. As the market does pull back, Tesla is still strong, but that is a bit of a wick high there. And this is kind of the first breakout to fail that I've seen today on Tesla. So hopefully this one is the one that actually pulls back. We are above all these moving averages. If I can get these wicks out of the way, the teal is at about 206.50, so that's where I want to get out. But not looking like it wants to go down at the moment. So
Apple bouncing here, and something funny happened. I got long at the $0.50, and then I had a resting order to stop out that didn't trigger, and so it triggered there, and then got me out of the position. So ends up being a winner. Yeah, that 207 level on Tesla, not decisive at the moment as we, don't really take it with any vigor, hanging below it at the moment. 207.19 the high though. The future has been completely sideways since, I want to say, what time was that? 12:20. What time is it now? 1:30. So for the last hour and 10 minutes, we have been sideways on the NQ and the ES after that big move up through the break of 42 hundo. On the ES, we stop in our ascent here below 42.30, 42.29.75, the high on the ES. But if you had to guess, I'd say, we're accumulating to break out. So, do you buy this dip here on Apple? Or?
I mean, it looks 50? Good off of 50, right? We do that little wick bottom through 50 and then hold 50. You could definitely get long like 55 here, risking that wick bottom.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're looking for that to trend up to high of day there. I don't hate that idea. I'm not doing it just because that would mess up my execution for taking the breakout based on the way that our system works. But yeah, that's not a terrible trade as Tesla is coming into my profit taker here at 55.
Oh, baby.
So, yeah, we get that first one, 45 cents. Now we are 55 cents in the money. Looking for it to break the teal, not hold the teal. If it does hold the teal,
don't trust the teal on this occasion.
Get out. I want to see it retrace down to the 50 period, this like 206.10, 206.20 kind of area on Tesla here. So yeah, pretty good trade so far. Looking for more on this. I've only taken 20% out. Could be the wrong move. Maybe this is just a scalp play and Tesla just goes right through the high. I think that probably depends on what Apple does. But Tesla's had a big move today, and that first rejection of a breakout on a name like Tesla is typically a decent play. So let's see where this goes. I'll throw another profit taker down.
Nope.
Into the 20s. Brad's freaking out over there. So.
Bradley on the ones. Bradley's been killing it on the ones.
Brad's been absolutely crushing it.
He's been trading ones and twos, everything. Bradley. All right. I'm not going to say what he just said. Apple holding up. All right, here it is, Max. Let me just get to it, okay? If Apple breaks, talk about this here for a second. Oh my God. We got another test here. Okay, let's just go on. Been a good day. All right. I'm thinking this. I'm not thinking out loud. I'm really trying to decide on whether Apple is worth it or not and where to give it to. So if I have to get in, I give it to the $0.50. That's 21 pennies. Obviously, you're looking for a risk to reward ratio here. What do you maximum or minimum that you're going to get off this? You're looking for a retest into 180 from an entry. That's 30 pennies. So it's not sitting well quite yet with me. How's the Tesla short looking?
It's looking mixed right now. So there's a bit of a bid reserve here on 206.61, waiting for that to potentially get filled. If that doesn't get filled, I think I'm stopping out just above 207 right now. Not even going to give this to high of day. But there we go, filled. So got to get through those 206.50s and into that profit taker at 206.26. Front run me if you please. I do not care. Tesla's going down.
They working, baby.
Where's VWAP on Tesla? So 203.50 is VWAP. So
yeah,
got a lot of room to potentially pull back. Like if the market does roll around here, I don't think that that's going to happen necessarily. I think, Apple pulls us through that 180 and the market makes a new high at like 14.5 or something. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is a good position to have on if the market does want to turn around here. So chilling on that. Not liking that rebate above 50s, but trying to not overreact to anything as this is kind of muted action on Tesla. So waiting for somebody to make a decision and send it one way or the other here. Maybe they send it one way before they send it the other way. That's typically how things go on this
Are you looking for a hold and a basically a level rejection off 207 and take a couple of bucks?
Yeah, I want to see like it get back into like 205.75 potentially, and I'm taking profit at 206.26 right now for another 20%. See where it goes.
Call me crazy, but I'm going to get back into Apple here.
Yeah, I don't
and here's the thing, though. I'm not going to get in just at this level. I'm going to try to get in at the low 60 so I can justify this trade from a risk to reward perspective so that there is enough upside, minimum upside room, which is to me 180, to justify this trade. So I'm going to sit at 63s. If we get filled at 63s, great. If we don't, we don't. I miss out on the trade. That would give me a 13 penny risk through the break of the $0.50 because I'm going to be basing it off the $0.50. And I still like where we are on the futures. We're very much at day's high we're near a day's high on both the indexes I'm following. And that to me, signals look for a resolution in the direction of the trend. And that's what I'm thinking about here. Now, it's just going to be a matter of whether I get filled or not. I may have missed out the boat on our friend Apple here, as it looks to make a new 5-minute high. Now, a new 5-minute high on my chart comes vis-a-vis a break of the 179.76 level, and we are right there. So we're right back at that level now. We made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Maybe if I take this level right now, I'll be right back where I started. I was in at 81s initially, and that's where I got stopped out from. So nothing changes if I get in at this level. I don't like this level. I'm not getting it.
Yeah, I think just wait for that 180. I think you can take a lot more size on the breakout than you can on a dip. So we'll see. Looks like I'm going to get stopped at a Tesla here unless we turn around right this second. So too bad on that one. I guess the scalp was the play for the 50 cents, but what can you do? You have an idea, you try to hold for that idea, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So see if we get stopped out here. We did reject 207 initially, so 207.01 will be the stop on that, because if we're not rejecting 207, then my trade idea is totally gone. So no use in wasting another 20 cents to high of day there. So let's see if we get stopped out. Kind of reserving 98s and 99s, so maybe not that bad of a trade at the moment. Maybe a reload spot, I don't know. I'm just going to keep the size that I have, and if we get stopped out, should happen any second now. Any second now.
Meta moving up to
Wait
days
for
highs.
Apple.
Yeah,
Yeah, Meta's at highs too, that 273 level. So I'm stopped out on Tesla. Did I make money on it? I think I made something on that trade. So
moving up.
not the
here,
end of
man.
the world, but yeah, that's should have just scalped that up. I think this wick here down below 50, that's where you get out. When it rebids 50, it makes this new high here at 70. You know, that's how you execute that one. Mess up for me, but you know, we live to fight another day, and I am waiting on this Apple breakout right now. Currently trusting the teal as it makes its ascent up. Higher lows all over the place on this 1 minute chart. Can I zoom out without the, yeah, that's not so bad. So yeah, this is looking pretty good. Looking like it could happen. NASDAQ's kind of bumping up right now.
Did you get a wick there through the on Apple? Did you get a wick through 63s on your chart on Apple?
63s? Oh, this right here?
Yeah, on the
No.
last 1 minute candle.
No. That 1 minute candle was like
dark
75 low. So yeah, it's just a dark pool
Okay,
wick
so
there.
I didn't. Yeah, okay. All right. Keeping an eye out there because I got a resting order in and around there. Google getting strong. Google
Google's
waking
getting
up.
strong.
123.50 attack here possibly. Touch, attack, whatever. Here we go. Apple coming down near my resting order. Let's see if we get filled. Sitting at 63s, 66 on the bid here. So Apple coming back down into that level. Microsoft curling up. Google curling up. Meta definitely curling up. So some
Yeah,
strength
Meta's
coming
going.
in on some of these big cap names. Even NVIDIA back near high day above 397 again is NVIDIA. So lots of strength there. The only thing with Tesla, it's kind of below 207 for some reason. At 207, but just below it. So being kept down for the moment. Let's see if it's able to break that 207.19 top that it's formed for itself there. Tesla
Meta.
looking like a solid long at this point, man. I mean, I gotta tell you, it's accumulating with higher highs and higher lows. The future is sideways. If it resolves upward, you think Tesla probably benefits from that. 273 incoming for Meta.
Yep.
Unreal. 272.98. Here comes 207 again on Tesla. I know I'm jumping here between them, but sorry.
Yeah, 273 broken now on Meta. But no follow through there.
No, not yet.
I don't think I want to take
Give it
that
some
same
time.
style of trade as I did on Tesla on Meta because you don't even get a wick there. So nothing to really risk off of on Meta. I feel that this level hasn't really resolved yet, but potential to short 273 here. I mean, the name has been crazy strong today, up 3%. We're at 52-week highs over and over and over again today, over and over and over again for the past couple weeks on Meta. So tough to short this one. But gives you 20 cents if you want to take that 273. I don't know. I don't think 20 cents is the way to execute on Meta, but do what you will. I think NVIDIA 400 or Apple 180 are my next trades.
Here we go. Filled on Apple. All right, so this is
You
going
got
to be the
filled?
break of the $0.50. I don't know why it's not showing my position filled, but I am long 63s on Apple. Break of 50. I'm out on that, looking for a dip trade. This is looking weaker and weaker, though, I got to tell you, unless it really curls up here. Break of 50, and I'm out on this. Here we go. 50s incoming. 57s. So this one looking like it might be another loser. The small position, though, these have all been small positions. So just to be very fair. Let's see what this one does. It continues, kind of taking a risk here with Apple while it rejected that weak level and kind of a random level to take it at the $0.50, but a little bit of a test. Otherwise, if it doesn't give it to me here, do you look short at this point on Apple if it breaks the $0.50?
Maybe. Not for me. Just based on like where you risk it to, you're risking probably to 179.80,
Exactly.
or even like you're really not wrong on that short until it gets all the way to 180. So I think that, you know, if you're going to take Apple short, you're probably taking it off the teal, off that, like 179.75 kind of rejection there. Oscar Amaro asking, what is the teal line? The teal line is the 21 period EMA. So use it if you will. It seems to work for whatever reason. I don't even know where I got this from.
It's a 21 period, yeah.
I've always had that on my charts since I started trading small caps back in the day. New high of day for Carvana, but only does it by a couple cents there. So Carvana's still going. I don't know. I think I just have to wait for a 20 break, honestly, in the next couple of weeks if that happens, because it's just, I guess you can just buy dips on Carvana, but if you're buying dips, like where are you buying them to? What is this? This is just a random kind of spot. There's no moving average. I mean, it's the same low right here, 1485, but like how do you get to that price? Yeah, hard to trade Carvana for sure when it's not blasting off. I mean, volume is 32 million, but it's only a $16 name, so yeah, I don't know. On Carvana, I'm gonna wait for that like blast off day until this one goes nuts, and hopefully we got a few halts up and some $10, $20 moves on Carvana. Apple is still kind of holding that 179.50 area.
Yeah, holding it. So
kind of muted though, kind of boring.
Yeah, very muted.
Kind of boring.
I got my stop through the break of the $0.50. So whatever it resolves and does, that's going to be its thing. But this 207 level, interesting here on Tesla as it continues to stair step up, but very, muted at this whole dollar level, not really able to take it with any vigor, but holding above it for now. Wasn't able to claim it before. I think I should be out here on Apple. Yes, I am. So second 0-2 now on Apple. That's my last trade on that one. Paper cuts though, to be fair. So still very green on the day on this futures trade. So Apple, no
new
good.
High of day on Tesla. Tesla makes a new high of day. So, yeah, clearly Tesla is just holding the teal for now, making these moves. I wish we didn't have these dark pull wicks, but yeah, holds here and new high of day. So 207.18 or 19 was the previous high. We get up to 30s. If this slams right back down, no, I'm not going to take the same trade again on that. But yeah, I mean, 208 was my target this morning on Tesla. We are almost there. I mean, if we keep trending here.
Dang it.
Tesla, yeah, I mean, 210, 215. I'm going to look over here to my other platform for the daily chart. What do I got there? Yeah, 208 and then 211 would be like the next spot after 208. So Tesla's got room to go. Amazon's still holding that level. So we talked about Amazon potentially wanting to trend today. Just holding. Come on, zoom out. Man, these charts are not being friendly today. Holding this 122.75 area that, it made a double top there, then broke out, and now pulls back to here 3 times. So triple bottom for those, flat bottom kind of area here on Amazon, and looking to hold 123. So basically just holding the 123 area. I would say Amazon's looking like it wants to make another move up, but very slow, very chill and trendy on Amazon today. That 123.50 break potential in the power hour kind of area when the volume comes in. I could see that being successful, along with that Apple 180. I mean, I feel like Apple kind of determines what happens with this market today now. I mean, the market's going up and Apple's sideways, so maybe not. Maybe the market goes up regardless. And NVIDIA's going for that high too.
Yeah, let's see what this Tesla does. Does it hold 207, or have we kind of overstayed our welcome at these levels? Or do we have a 40 high, so let's see what we curl up and do here. We're long 12s, seeing 37s here. If we can get a break of 40, let's see if we can get 50 pennies on this name. Sit at 48s here for the out. Accumulate, yeah, it's going to be a quick scalp on this one. Wow, Apple right back up. So bamboozlement there at the $0.50. That's disappointing. Probably should have had a bit more of a buffer max between my stop, because I think it just barely wicked me out there at the whole dollar. Sorry, the $0.50.
Well, the prior low there was 179.47, and it held that same price basically. So That makes sense. Tesla, yeah, starting to
Took that
squeeze.
nice.
So should have gone long on Tesla.
I did.
I mean, I should have gone long.
Okay.
Congrats on your long.
Yeah, I took 40 pennies super quick on Tesla. Not the best trade, but winding down, and like the mental capital now, it has really come down a little bit. So really trying to keep the trades short and sweet. That 180 kind of sapped my strength a little bit. The 180 rejection.
Yeah,
there that
waiting
we
for that to happen, and it doesn't happen is it's always tiring to have that scenario. Same thing like on NVIDIA, watching that tape during the past couple of weeks has been like recoding my brain sometimes, watching those prices fly around on some of these large cap tech names. But volume's a little bit down today, I would say, on most of them. Like Tesla's kind of leading the pack here on the large cap tech with only 100 million. Yesterday it was like 100 and something, 150, something like that. And we had like NVIDIA, AMD kind of popping off a little more yesterday as well. So volume's definitely down today relative to the past few days. So less of a risk on day until this Apple breaks the 180 maybe. Meta also going right back to that 273 level. So Meta not stopping. Everything kind of chilling out. Meta not stopping. Amazon starting to make its move too. So yeah, futures actually starting to climb.
Apple
yeah,
right back up there.
Look
man.
at ES going back for that 42.30. Rejected once. Holds the teal on the 5 minutes. So what would that be? 5 times 21, the 105-minute EMA.
Yep.
For whatever reason, and pumping back up.
Baba apparently is moving
Same
again.
with NQ. Baba's moving too.
5 1/3% on the day, 16.7 million shares. A lot of good strength there. But Apple also moving right back up into that $0.75
starting to
again.
make
The
that move.
NQ and the ES both curling up 42.2975 the high there, 14.473 the high on the NQ. So good curls and holds at these levels. We saw consolidation for about an hour and a half or so, and now we're going to looks like we're going to start testing these highs as we get to that 2 o'clock hour. Bit more liquid of the time period. I think we've got 12 minutes left on the show, and we're going to send it over to the big kahunas, who will be. Are you covering for Sean? Or you're not covering for Sean?
I don't think so. I think he's
Okay.
back.
Yeah, he's back. Just making sure. Yeah. So there we go. Good trade today on the future. And a couple of trades here on Apple that were no good. Palantir was no good. Tesla was good, and Meta was good. So positive on the day there. Palantir was the 15 try. Apple was the 180 try. But
NVIDIA 398.
Decent day.
Just breaks out. NVIDIA is really pumping. Man, I haven't looked at NVIDIA today too much. I love watching this tape. This is crazy. Just does a 40-cent breakout on high of day, and
Just a 400 touch essentially.
now
just going along.
continuing. Yeah, maybe that was the breakout to have. I mean, 40 cents on NVIDIA is like half of your risk, so maybe not the best on a risk to reward perspective, but like this is continuing. There's 55, 58, so new high of days pumping in for NVIDIA here, trying to. Oh, there's
Microsoft.
News is in the chat.
I'll have a look.
Microsoft inks deal for AI computing power with NVIDIA-backed CoreWeave. Could be worth billions. NVIDIA is worth many billions, almost $1 trillion. What is the price that NVIDIA is worth $1 trillion at? Let me throw this up. 405? Okay, so not quite $1 trillion yet, but NVIDIA popping off. Wow, it should have taken that breakout.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, 398.95, reserving on the offer, going for 399. No, I don't think you can do that. But yeah,
probably get a
potentially.
400 touch there.
I think 400 reject potentially, but NVIDIA these days, I mean, stepping in front of it is such a scary proposition. We'll see what happens there at 400. Currently rejecting 399 a little bit. High of day at the moment is 399 on the dot. So reserving 90s, reserving O's, and yeah, NVIDIA pumping there. See what happened with Microsoft on this. Did they pump up as well? Load. There is definitely a volume spike here. Yeah, Microsoft new high of day as well. So 331. 40-ish, new high of day on Microsoft. Microsoft all-time high is
Projection
close
off
to this, right?
99s on NVIDIA. We're at that level. We'll see if we can get continuation. Not a lot of size here on the book, but you got to assume there's probably some icebergs holding back 99s as we continue to print that level over and over on NVIDIA. Let's see if we get continuation. I'm going to give it to the $0.50. See what we do, if we can get continuation through 99. Some good strength coming in here. Again, 97s. Let's see if we get accumulation and an eventual break through the 99s. Good strength. Some orange coming in there on the tape. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. We'll see which way
I'm going to take this breakout.
it resolves. Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
If 399 breaks here, I'm going to take the breakout based on the reserve here. I want to see what happens on this breakout. Not going to be like full size, but if we break 399 here and get up into like 400,
there it
might
is.
Add there. So let's see.
Break happens.
Looks like
Quadunk.
it's a fail break.
Rejection.
Waiting for it to resolve. Yeah, it's a fail break. So out of that one, the 399 looking like a bit of a bamboozlement level there. So yeah, definitely sellers up there on 399.
Yeah.
NVIDIA.
I'm out.
Tesla 207.50 as well, kind of reserving up there, kind of holding that 207.50 area. Yeah, definitely a lot of selling here on NVIDIA. I mean, how good is that news that it could be worth billions when this company has billions in revenue? Although, like, they only have $40 billion a year in revenue on NVIDIA, right? So, you know, more billions should be good. So NVIDIA should be going up, but you kind of expect that they're going to sell a lot of these chips. I mean, we're priced to perfection and more on NVIDIA right now. Yeah. What did you say the
EPS? Sure.
No, not EPS.
PE.
PE, yeah, the PE ratio
on
is
NVIDIA.
On it. It's like 298 or something
it was
crazy.
ridiculous.
Like,
yeah, the PE 196 now.
Yeah.
After the most recent retracement there, but we hold 398. Let's see what we do at this level here. Interesting. Meta at day's high as well. So we'll see. We'll see here what we're doing. The future strong. So let's see if we can get back into this trade here, and I'm going to give it like 40 pennies. It runs off without me at the moment. I'm going to send it back to you quick.
Yeah, I think maybe the 399 break is good if it happens again here. Because we just rejected off that, you got to think that some people are short.
Missed it.
I'm not going to take that again, just because it's not like a new level, so that's not really how I execute. But I mean, I like the idea of thinking that some people might be offside there at that 399 level. And here we go. I mean, now if we hit 400, I don't think that's a rejection, but let's see what happens at this 399. Once again, reserving at that level. So somebody really wants the sell at that. Sean went 398 long. Look at this guy. He just makes money. He's not even sitting.
I know, right?
He's putting makeup on.
Here we go again at this level. What do you think the direction of the trend is this time? Do we resolve back above, or?
Yeah, I feel like we got to go here if this breaks, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's definitely selling up here. So people wanting to sell NVIDIA. I mean, we made a big move. There we go into the 20s. Let's see if it keeps going. Can it keep going this time? Reserving 20, now into the 30s. All right, baby. NVIDIA keeps going. So 400 incoming potentially, looking like a
right back down though. Here comes 399.
Yeah, but holds it on the bid. So let's see where NVIDIA goes here. High of day 399.35. Can we get up to that 400 price? I would like to potentially take the failure at 400, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Apple also slowly creeping back towards
up.
High of day. So
man.
That Apple breakout, you know, we get the dip back into 50s, like we say, is probably what has to happen for this to be good. And now we're heading right back there up into that 180 level. So Apple breakout this afternoon, going to be closer to power hour, going to be into a higher volume period of the day, so could make this even better for us on this Apple 180 breakout. I will be there if it comes. My order has not been canceled, except for that one time that I did it by accident. Put it back in, and yeah, we're waiting on that. As NVIDIA now rejecting that 399 again. So NVIDIA really deciding what it wants to do now.
Yeah, coming right back down
Yeah.
to that $0.50 level again, but Meta on the way up, 273.43, looking to take 273.5. The ES up to 42.30.5. The level I was looking at, that 42.37, 42.35. Let's zoom out again, because I think we do make it up to this level. Yeah, 42.37 is the level I got earmarked. We're like 7 points off that. Hell of a move today on the ES. It hasn't been strong lately, so today to see it kind of almost fill the gap like that was kind of refreshing if you're an ES trader, right? So been all the NQs hype lately. 399 back in focus here on NVIDIA as we dance below at 398.70s. We broke above, broke below twice now, 2 failed breaks. Or are they? Or is this regular, volatility stair-stepping up because we're making higher lows? That's the thing. So 398 break decisively. That brings us kind of into that support area. This is the breakout area here at 397.80. You want to say that's a peak that we broke through, and then you're finding support in at the whole dollar level. So we'll see how that resolves. Microsoft up on the news as well. It seems like 0.95%, looking to go 1% up on the day. 331.58. It's at 331.40s at the moment. So very much near high of day on the news that it is buying chips from NVIDIA or securing some sort of deal with NVIDIA near here. Put it here in the chat. I'll read it. Yeah. Microsoft inks deal for AI computing power with NVIDIA-backed CoreWeave that could be worth billions, reports CNBC. So that's a look there. Meta high day.
Yep, Meta new high 273.50. So 275 is kind of the obvious target there on Meta. And I'm wondering if this 398 is now a breakdown trade on NVIDIA. 397.85-ish was the previous high there. So I wonder if we take down this low and we sell back down into like these levels here. We had a lot of selling up there at 399. There was a lot of reserves on the offer. Once it got above 399, it stayed there for like less than a minute pretty much. So yeah, NVIDIA's kind of feeling like a short for whatever reason. You would think that it would go up on this news, but I mean, it only went $1 basically. So yeah, I'm wondering if I want to short it back through this 398, take it into like 395. You really need to get at least $2 on a NVIDIA move these days.
Tough.
I don't know.
All right, minute and a half left on the show. We are at highs on both indexes. 14,485, 75 on the NQ, 4230, 75 on the ES. Apple 180, in case you're just joining us, is in focus. We're back up at 179.87. Yep. We've been looking to break this 180 level. It hasn't quite broken. High at day is 180s. Come to the chart, guys. On Apple, 180 here. We've been kind of dancing around. Tried to take this a couple times. No go on Apple. Something tells me, though, we may see this resolve to the high side in the afternoon as we curl back up to test it maybe another time here. So that's been a good one to watch. The other one has been NVIDIA. The 400 level on NVIDIA is incoming, it looks like, soon, possibly 399.38 the high. We're just below 399 now, 398.60 at 400 level. It's not a new level. We broke above it. I think 401 or 404 is the $1 trillion level for NVIDIA. Should we make it up there? That's important because I know Neil was looking to short that $1 trillion level the first time around. So keep your eye on what level or what price it is. That I know, but we could come back to that level, right? Anyway, I think we are done.
We are.
It is all over for the midday show. We're going to send you over to Brendo, who's at the big desk. He's going to take you into the close and the big kahunas. They're going to trade Power Hour. See you tomorrow, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon here, turning into a very positive Thursday afternoon. Right across the board, it is the NASDAQ, it is tech specifically, leading the way here to the upside to the tune of 1.25%, 1.28 there. You can see for the NASDAQ currently, about 0.5% for the Dow, the S&P 0.94. What is the Dow? Remember, at one point this morning was 0.5% lower. So we've reversed that, and now we're up a full percent from the lows essentially. Positive about 0.5% on the day. Big move for crude there, 3.7 now to the upside. Was also red when I first sat down this morning.